Welcome Project Metal Music! Join the fun! Chat with the bands! Ask them questions, chill out and relax!
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Young, and we are here with the absolutely brilliant Absinthe Green. Welcome, Absinthe.
Hello, nice to see you here. Thank you for inviting me to your show.
My pleasure, my pleasure. So, Absinthe, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, okay. My name is Irini, or else known as Absinthe Green, and I'm the singer, songwriter, and producer of this band called Absinthe Green. This was actually my stage name many years ago, as I started off as a bassist, but I took this name and I made it to a band because it was like something very, very personal to me. So that's why the band has my own stage name, Absinthe Green.
Cool. So let's dive into some questions. So, as a child, what were you listening to?
It's funny because I grew up in a very musical home, a very musical household, because my parents would listen to everything from classical music to jazz, blues, and a lot of rock and metal. Actually, it's my dad's fault that I started, with a hard sound, because he was a very big hard rock and metal fan. So he introduced me to metal by exposing me to Black Sabbath and also different other bands, but I think like Black Sabbath, The Damned, and all these other kind of like darker sound and aesthetics band that are the most important and the kind of the basis upon which I started building my own aesthetic and sound as a musician, and as a fan as well. Yeah.
Cool. Apart from your parents getting you into listening to music, was there anybody else who actually say, "Oh, listen to this band," or "Oh, listen to that band"? Who have you got? Any other people, or was it like a journey of self-discovery after that?
It was mostly self-discovery, actually. I was lucky enough to live in this day and age where we didn't have the internet and all the streaming platforms. So I was really just getting my pocket money, and I was waiting, to get some money out of my allowance so that I can go to the record shop and just look at the records, and just judging mostly because of the artwork and all that, to just make the discovery. Sometimes it was amazing, sometimes it was something that was not my cup of tea, but as you may also know, it was very important and crucial to discovering new sounds at that time back then.
Cool. So, out of all the music and bands that you've listened to over the years, who was your main influence to say, "I want to become a bassist, I want to become a singer, I want to become a musician in general"?
This is a very cool but also difficult question, because I started wanting to become a musician at a very early age. Like when I was 4 years old, I was already in a music school because I started playing music as a little kid. So I started like at 3 years old with keyboards, with piano, and then I just jumped to guitar, to actually classical guitar. But I was very much exposed to bands like Deep Purple, like The Doors, like Janis Joplin and all that. And this kind of feeling, the chemistry, the way they would express themselves was something that I was always admiring. And I was like, how the hell they're giving me goosebumps. This is exactly what I want to do. This is exactly the feeling that I want to give to the other people and to share with the audience. So maybe it was like one of these kind of um, starting figures, also David Bowie. But this was very, I think, subconscious and kind of, not so straightforward at that time of my life.
Yeah.
But these continue to be my idols and the idols of so many other people nowadays.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. Were you before you started Absinthe Green? Were you in any other bands prior to that?
Yeah, actually, I originally come from Greece, but I was living in Germany for many years. And I've been in a couple of bands there. And then I started doing session work as a musician and producer, and mostly as a bassist. So I've been part of different acts in Germany, but this was mostly session work. Of course, I loved playing with other bands, but it was about time at some point to just do the thing with my signature called Absinthe Green.
Cool. Cool. What have you been up to, especially over say the last 12 months?
Oh, in the last year, actually, we are preparing to launch our debut album, something that's been long awaited by our fans and the people who are following us. But we had the unlucky situation of falling into a very bad contract, which we came out of. And we can luckily say that finally, uh, on December, we're gonna have our debut album out. Until then, we have shows ready to happen, different releases. We had a release last month. We're going to have another release this month on the 21st of March, actually. And we've been actually touring and gigging nonstop, preparing a lot of cool material and audio visuals to our tracks, because that's something that I like to do. I always like giving an image to the sound. So that's what we've been doing in the last months, and that's what we will be doing building up to September when our album will be finally released.
Cool. Cool. Um, could you tell us a little bit about the new album? How many tracks is there on the album?
What about the track? Sorry?
How many tracks are there on the new
Yeah.
album?
It's going to be 11 tracks. I started working on this album as a concept back in 2016. So this is like all the work piled up back in 2020. I came back to Greece and I came together with the band, took a couple of changes in the band members front, but we're solid as we are right now. And we did the production together with Healy Hilesmak, which is one of my favorite people to work together with. He's a renowned Finnish producer who's done work for bands like him, Lordi, Sentenced, and many other bands. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that everything he put out musically was something that really deeply resonated with me as an artist and as a musician and also as a fan. So when we communicated and I've seen how easy it was to work with him, it was like very refreshing and very amazing how flowing it was, uh, how natural it came. So I can't wait for the people to listen to this work. Some of the songs are already out of the album because we've released already a few singles, but I can't wait for the people to experience this as a whole body of work as it was intended from beginning to end.
Cool, cool. You've recently, I think you said last month, or I think it was about 2, 3 weeks ago now, the song "Same Old Fire."
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Actually, this is a song that I don't even know. I think I've written it back in the 2016, and it's a song about this longing of some things that still are sparking. There's this old fire that's sparking, like the things that you want to forget, but you can't because they're strong and they're just burning up inside of you. So it's a song about longing and about some hope that's not lost. The thing is that when I wrote this song, I had it in my mind as a duet. Uh, I had a great friend, Warl Dane. I don't know if you know him, of the band Nevermore and
Yeah,
Sanctuary. Such an amazing person and friend and personal muse. And if you listen to the chorus, I think if you know his voice, you know what was intended for him. But unfortunately, we couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he passed, and we were not able to do it together. And this song, like, in the end, came out to be such a meaningful song that's underlining his absence in a way. But it's really that, like, the same old fire that will never burn out. And that's also like my thoughts on my friend, because he is so important to me, and he will always burn brightly in my heart. And I don't think that anyone will ever forget him.
yeah,
So in the end, this song is a homage to him.
yeah. So, um, have you sort of like writing any new material to like do a like follow up album?
The thing is, I have a lot of material that's in a very primary state. I have material for two more albums, and Healy, the producer that we worked with, he really was eager. After we finished this album, he already asked me to do an EP coming after that, and this will all come in time because right now I'm so busy doing shows. Last month we were also in Finland and Sweden. We went there to do a couple of shows. They were amazing shows, such an amazing warm audience that we played to for the first time. And Finland is like one of my most favorite places to play at. It was a dream come true because I really love this country. Sweden as well. Sweden was an unexpected, amazing audience experience. I really couldn't fathom how warm and amazing these people would be and how well they would receive our album. So I have a lot of new music that I can't work on just now because I have so many different things to do. Like right now, we're releasing a cover on the end of the month, next month, another song, and then another song, and then another song, and then we have the album release. So I can't wait for this circle of the things getting released to happen so that I can finally, maybe during the summer, sit down and do the pre-production to the new songs. I
Cool,
can't wait for that as well.
cool, cool. So, you mentioned that you've been on tour doing concerts and stuff like that. I've got a question from my brilliant moderator, Aussie Ann 2025. She asks, any plans to travel abroad
Oh,
to outside of Europe? To like
outside
say
of
go down,
Europe.
out to say go down to Australia or to North America.
Well, we have already traveled in different countries. In Europe, we did our UK tour, and we have another UK tour in September, I believe. We don't have any specific concrete plans to travel outside Europe, but of course, we would love to, and we can't wait for this to happen. We would really love to travel. Actually, I don't want to even name a country. We would love to travel anywhere, you know. But of course, the States, America, Of course, we'd love to travel there because we have fans coming from there. Uh, but anywhere, seriously, like we want to spread the noise of Absent Green everywhere. It would be an honor to visit any country, really.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you, Ozzy, for that. So going on to um, for the new album that's coming out in September, is there any sort of like plans on bringing out merchandise for that album?
Of course, I mostly try to have new merch with each new song, with each new single. So you can imagine that, of course, for the album, we're gonna have merch of the album. But if you see, like, if you check our Bandcamp and our website, absentgreen.com, we always have something special, even limited edition. We try to always just put something out that's collectible and special and limited edition to each song. Like, for example, with Same Old Fire, I had this idea to just put out some lighters that say Same Old Fire, because it's fire. So yeah, funny story, some of our lighters were detained actually at the control because I forgot to pack them in my checked in luggage. So I just lost like 30 of them on our trip to Sweden and Finland. But anyway, we have a lot more. And yeah, I'm always trying to just have something special out for the hardcore fans who want to collect special items with each release.
Cool. Yeah, so yes, sort of like staying on the merchandise. I know some of my subscribers normally want me to ask this: is there any sort of like plans on uh, bringing out vinyl records?
Yes, actually, yes. And it's funny because the first physical release of the album will be a vinyl record. So the CDs are also happening, physical CDs. But the first and foremost, vinyls are coming out, and they're gonna be special edition, 180 grams, amazing quality vinyl with some green and smoke. It's not gonna be plain. So yeah, we're gonna have that in limited edition. I'm excited. I'm getting ready to actually get some test pressings any day now. So I'm eager to get them and test them.
Yeah, cool. So look, Aussie on 2025 says low finals. So same here, low
I
final.
mean, who doesn't? If you're like a music fan of the olden years, of course, it makes more sense to have vinyls.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so um, normally I get people to ask this question. What is your favorite song to play live, whether it be your own music or a cover version of a cover song?
To be honest, I mostly like playing my own songs, and I love it when the people resonate and click with that. Um, I don't have a specific favorite one. I think it depends on the time and the vibe of the audience. But I have to say that Same Old Fire is a song that really resonates with the audience. And it's a song that I always ask the audience to turn on their so-called flashlights. Now we have the flashlights of the phones. So it's not the real ones, but yeah, I love it because you have a sea of lights over. And I remember last time I was talking about how I want to have a very safe space for everyone in our shows. And I always ask people to come together and embrace each other in the song. And there were two girls who were kissing each other in the front of the stage, and I felt that it was so special because love is love, and people shouldn't be afraid to show who they are. So to me, to for me to have people expressing their love and their emotions in my show is a win-win situation. Is really what I'm striving for as an artist and as a person in general in this world. So this was an amazing experience for me.
Cool, cool. Yeah, it's always good to have like a nice safe place to for anyone in the world. It's always
Exactly.
yeah.
Except if
Uh,
you're fascist and homophobic and all these phobias and isms, then you can fuck all the way off. I'm sorry. Can I swear? Is
yeah,
it
yeah, you
allowed?
can, yeah,
All right. All right. All right. Perfect. But you catch my drift, right? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, nearly lost him. Nearly lost me.
Yeah. Just exactly at
Yeah,
the point where I was saying that we are being censored.
yeah, yeah. It's the internet connection's a bit, bit iffy at the minute. It's the weather we've been having. Yeah, it's like I said, it's like spread love, not hate.
Exactly. That's exactly what it comes down to. Exactly what you said.
Yeah. So, are you sort of like going out on back out on tour again? Any dates? Any dates coming up?
I don't remember the exact dates, but yes, we have a UK tour that's gonna happen in the end of September. We try to fit Scotland also in there. We'll see if this happens, and we're gonna build up the dates around that, I guess. Yeah, and we have also some individual shows until the end of the summer.
Cool, cool. And you can actually find the dates on your website.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cool,
absentgreen.com. Anyone can go there and find the tour dates, the news, anything, and they can also send us a message
cool,
and connect with us.
cool, cool. So, where can people find you on social media? We've just spoken about your website, but have you got Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, places like that?
Yeah, of course, they can find us on Facebook, Absent Green Music, I think. You can find all the details of the social media on our website, absentgreen.com. But yeah, yeah, I think it's Absent Green Music on Facebook. And on Instagram, it's Absent Green Rocks. This is the band one. My personal one is Absent Green. And yeah, we have an X Twitter. We're not using it anymore.
Yeah, yeah,
But
don't you?
but yeah, anywhere around there, like Facebook, Instagram, anyone can find us there.
Yeah, cool. So, guys, for anybody who is in the chat, if you've got any more questions, please ask away. We're going to start wrapping things up in about the next 5-10 minutes or so. So, um, any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Don't do it. No, I'm kidding. I of course don't want to, especially when I'm talking with younger people. I want to encourage them to this, but really, I'm making music because I can't exist without making music. So I feel like my biggest advice is to not give up, to be true to yourself, to practice to become better than yourself any given day, and to aim high. And don't be disappointed and disheartened when things don't work out the way they should. It's a very difficult industry. It's a very difficult, I don't know how to call it. Like it's a very difficult calling, and not everyone appreciates how important this the art and music is in general, because if there was no art and music, many people wouldn't exist. There wouldn't be such beauty in the world. So I feel like just do it if you can't live without it, and just do it for you. Don't do it in order to get paid or stuff like that. It's very difficult out there, but I feel like if you're true to yourself, that's more than enough. And practice. That's all I can say right now.
Sound advice there. Sound advice. Any sort of like final words before we start wrapping things up?
Thank you so much for inviting me here. It was a pleasure to have this chat with you.
Yeah, my pleasure, Absinthe.
And hopefully we'll see you in one of our shows in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, hopefully. If one of the dates is close to where I am, I'll be straight there. I'll be right now.
Where are you? Where do you live?
Yeah, in the northeast of England, a place called Sunderland.
Oh, Sunderland.
Yeah.
Amazing. I have a book. It's called Alice in Sunderland.
Yeah, that's the basis of the book Alice in Wonderland, and Alice Through the Looking Glasses was actually written in Sunderland.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'd love to visit. Would be lovely to go and play there.
Cool. And Absinthe, thank you so much for coming on, and it's been a total pleasure to actually speaking to you.
It's the same for me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, guys, go check out Absinthe Green. I've put all the links to the band's social media, such as like Facebook, Instagram, and the website, in the description. So please go check them out. I've been sort of like listening to these to this band for a good 2 weeks now, and they are absolutely brilliant.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time to checking out our music. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So, Absinthe, again, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure for me as well. Yeah. Have a great night.
You too. So, guys, until next time, we'll catch you all later. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with the brilliant Carlos from Afterdome. Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you. Thanks for having me in this podcast.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, Carlos, could you tell us what you do within the band?
So, this is a solo, one-man project until now. I started it in 2023. I started playing all the instruments, singing, playing bass, guitar, and also configuring and creating all the drums. The main cause that I did this because I didn't have my musical background, and my friends and my circle of musicians, of friend musicians, do not include metal musicians from the past. So no one was really interested in playing metal, and I lost the track and lost the train long ago regarding having friends that are in the metal scene here in Portugal. So I started doing it alone. I had this dream of doing my own album. I thought I had to do it with other musicians, but nowadays with the evolution of technology in music, I think we can do it alone with a lot of quality from your own studio at home. So I started working on my songs, creating them from scratch. Started learning to play guitar 2 years ago because I was a professional bassist all my life and mostly on my first 20 years as a musician, and only played different kinds of music, not metal. But I was always in love with metal, so I had to do something about metal in my life. Because I played a lot of styles since I was a kid, and I had a band right at the beginning when I was 13 years old. with my father and my brother. So we played all kinds of venues that you can think of. And we are now living, traveling across the country, playing in all kind of places, bars, weddings, all that you can think. And it was a really nice way to earn a living here. Very hard because we played every day, almost every day. I remember in 2001 of playing 74 days unstopped. We were very tired. We played two sets a day, 74 days. It was brutal at the time, but gave us a lot of musical background. And I was always in love with metal. I never stopped hearing metal right from the beginning. I started hearing metal around 10, 11 years old. And my greatest influence, of course, was on one of the mainstream bands, not so mainstream at the time. It was Metallica. So it was my greatest influence at the time. I wanted to play. We kind of played some music in our band, including Metallica songs, but they were kind of a surprise or a gift for some audience that liked that. So the main audience didn't want to hear metal here in Portugal, so they wanted to hear everything else: Brazilian music, Portuguese music, I think some kind of rock also, but hard rock at the most. So metal was always put aside as a way of making a living here. You could not play metal and make a living here. If you see the most famous Portuguese band in the scene is Moonspell. I don't know if you ever heard about them.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
And they became famous in Germany with their dark metal. So here in Portugal, they didn't have a chance to earn a living doing music. So I did that for 20 years almost, and then I stopped and I concluded my studies in my actual profession. I'm a lawyer. And at a certain point, when I achieved 23 years as a lawyer, I thought I have to do something about music. I have to put out all the creativity that I feel that I have inside me, and the ability to create music structures, guitar riffs, and all that were in my head, and I wanted to put them out there. And then I recorded the first song as a test that I will re-record for this EP. And I thought, this kind of works. I'm not playing that bad. I'm learning. I'm starting using the plectrum. I don't know if you know what the plectrum is. Plectrum, of course, you know. So I started using the plectrum because I never played with the plectrum. I always used my fingers. But at the guitar, that doesn't work very well with metal. There's a guitar up there that is called Mancuso, Italian, that plays with your fingers, but it's a very odd thing. And in metal, it doesn't work because you have to do a lot of crispy sounds, and you have to do a lot of percussion sounds on the guitar, on your riffs. So I started playing with the plectrum, and I started playing guitar. I was not a bad bassist, and I used to have a lot of things that were unusual here in Portugal. I will always use the 6-string bass. I also did a lot of lead solos. I inclusively used distortion on my bass in my band because we didn't have a guitar. So I used to do some parts in the bass that sounded like a guitar. So I always had the feeling of playing guitar inside me, but I never thought that I could embrace it. So at the beginning of my project, I was creating the guitar riffs, and then I was searching for a guitar player that could fulfill and do all the solos and all that much better than me. But at a certain point, I grew tired of searching for someone that was interested in my ideas, and I started doing the solos myself and creating them. So, and I did them. So I think I'm very pleased with them. They are not very ambitious. They are very simple, but they kind of fit the song. That's the most important thing for me. And I used all my influences and started studying a little bit on my free time guitar in order to improve my abilities. So the songs are really evolving from the first song, because I started launching by launching 3 songs, but then I put them down because my label also told me that I should create a very more quality project, and I started searching for a studio that could improve my sound, because I'm recording everything by myself. Didn't have any studio experience before, so I learned all these things by myself, using a DAW, recording the instruments one by one, calibrating, using a sound platform for the guitars, for the bass, using and creating the drums with the software. I never did that until two years ago. So I started in August 2023, and I already launched 2 songs by now, and have 4 or 6 more to launch. 2 of them this year. So I think I came from a long way to acknowledge that I have this ability. It was on the drawer, I can say that. It was on a shelf.
Yeah.
Put there, stopped, and I said, one day I have to do this for me. I have to put my music out there, and I think things got interested when I started showing my music on Groover. I don't know if you know that platform. Groover is a kind of platform where I have some guys that are called curators, and they hear your music and give you some advice and try to connect you with the labels and other musicians, and they give you appreciation of your music. You pay for that, of course. If you want a counsel from a curator, it costs a certain amount. You pay that, and they give you a feedback about your song. In some cases, a little fraud, because they give you the same answer to everybody, but some guys are serious, and they give you a serious appreciation of your song. That was important for me to understand the market, because I want to do my music. I'm completely free. I have a lot of influences, starting by Metallic, of course, but I wanted to do something completely different, but that sounded old, but old metal, but with new influences, with new sounds, with more aggressive drums, or a more fresh drum sound. Of course, in guitars, there's not a lot to create from regarding what has been done in the past. But with drumming, you still can do a lot of things that are different and merge the styles in metal. So I'm not a person that believes in sectorizing metal. So I like to sectorize everything and give it labels to each type of band and music. I like to mix it all. So I love Arch Enemy, for instance. They are an incredible band. I was in Paris last year seeing them live. I was in also last year in Malmo seeing them live. I learned a lot seeing them live. I love Michael Ednett. He's an incredible guitarist. Incredible. And they give a great show live. I also love Metallica. I've seen a lot of concerts of them. Love Megadeth. Love the old school bands from the 90s, because it was my youth back in the 90s. And I think metal, you still can do in 2025. You can do good metal with the thrash influences, new metal influences, the black metal influences. You can merge it all. You don't have to label it. I'm not a big fan of guttural voice. I have to say that. Arch Enemy is an exception. There are some bands that I cannot hear. I cannot stand guttural voice, but them I can stand it, because I don't know why. I love Alicia's voice and how they perform live, and the songs are great because they are Swedish and the metal is very melodic. So I come to understand that I have a lot of influences from them, because creating the structure of the music, the pre-chorus are very accentuated, the breathing parts of the song before the solos, the constructions in the part of the solos. So the songs are getting big. I understand that's not very commercial. My first music has 6 minutes, and the second one has 6, 7 minutes. I could cut it off. I could take a lot of parts of it, but it would go against my nature and what I'm creating, because it's art. So I should be doing freely, doing it freely, and I think I am. So since the song has to have 7 minutes, it has 7 minutes because it makes no sense if it does not have 7 minutes. I created like that, and that structure has has a point. Has a point regarding the theme of the song, soul elevation. For instance, my second song, it starts growing, explaining the hardships. Then you enter the chorus. Then you enter in the phase of transitions with solos. The first solo and the second solo with the explosion, and you get back to the chorus, and it's the end. So it's not that complicated, but somehow the music got 7 minutes. So I'm still learning how to do this, reducing the time of the songs. It's a great challenge for me at this time, and I think I have in my next songs I may try to improve that for them to be radio fit or radio usable, as my labels say, because they say long songs are not played on radio, on mainstream radios. Let's see. I have a lot of hope regarding concerning my new songs. They are somehow I think they are commercial songs. It's not a very extreme metal. No, I'm not on that wave. For me, I love Metallica. I think they have the sound that I love. The music that they create is absolutely great from the beginning. And I think more than that, for me, it's kind of exaggerated. And even Arch Enemy, for some persons, is very hard or considered hard metal. I don't think so, because if you hear the song with a lot of attention, sometimes I hear Eurovision on their songs. Believe me, because they are Swedish, and the melodies that Michael Emmett creates, if you strip them out of the distortion of the guttural voices, you'll hear the melodies, and they're classical melodies, completely classical. Some of them could be pop music in some parts of his music. So it's the ambience that he creates that gives that kind of black metal. But this music is very commercial, as you could say. So playing with my father and my brother was an incredible challenge as a young man, because we played these venues every Saturday. We had a venue that we played in a place in Lisbon that was called Aqua Park. It was a park with a lot of slides, water slides, and they had a big tent. And every Saturday we played there for hundreds, 500, 600,000, 600 people. I'm sorry. And it was a great experience for me as a boy, because it was a full room. We had to entertain all those people every Saturday. They came from every place in Portugal to see us. And then my brother stepped out. He finished his studies too. It was a hard time when we met a new keyboard player. It's also my brother at the time, Bruno, and he's been my friend since then. And we had this experience of playing together on these venues that it's absolutely unforgettable. I grew tired of playing live. Okay. On venues, I grew tired. For us, it was exhausting at certain moments. We played 2 times a day. For instance, I could do a marriage, a wedding at afternoon, and then get all the gear and play on the bar at night until 4 a.m. in the morning. So it was really exhausting at that time. But I got a lot of good experience on stage at that moment. Now I'm not really worried with stage. I think stage could be the next step on my project when the EP is finished, and it will have 4 more songs. I think they are interesting. They are pointing on different influences. I think one of them is probably can be in certain parts considered grunge or grungy, because I think I also have that in me. I love Fight No More, for instance, and bands from the 90s that kind of influences in grunge, and you can feel them if you really hear Raise Your Soul. You at certain parts they have certain moments that are grungy with the voice. I'm mixing everything. I mix everything that I love. So some songs will sound more grungy than metal. And I'm betting on that. I want this album to be heterogeneous. I don't want to be only strictly metal from from the beginning to the end with a hammer on your head. No. So the first song I wanted to give a strong idea with Overload. I don't know if you have heard it. Overload is a strong song with a strong theme that concerns my life. I had some health problems regarding work stress. So that song's theme is about that. It's warning everybody not to give up to work stress. Just try to free yourself from work stress, to live your life more. And that the main idea of the song, not be working all the time as I was and still am, but now I with more calm. And Raise Your Soul is the second step. Is try to elevate your soul to gather and receive the best and put your life within the light. Receive the good ideas, receive the good feelings. And this song is all about this, and this project is all about this transformation or inner transformation that I want to pass to the other person, because this is a very serious problem at this moment. We have to do better for ourselves every day, and I think I was not doing that, and I believe there are a lot of people that are not doing that. These songs have this purpose, this theme. I know this is not very usual in metal. Probably in metal you go for more esoteric themes and or violent subjects or things like that. I'm not very interested in that. Like Metallica, for instance, on their latest album, one of the strongest themes that James put it on the table was suicide. It's a very strong theme, of course. Subject. It's a very strong subject, of course. And it was a nice idea from him for that music that he created and started talking about that on stage. I don't know if he had personal experience with that or not, but he certainly got to some audience. He certainly did that. So my idea was what am I going to sing about? So in the process of creation, I started to dwell on my own problems, and I believe that my problems are also common, or are very common, and other people will feel them too. So the message is only that, and they can through my songs channel some of these feelings, these good feelings, because metal is not always about bad feelings. I think metal can also be about some good feelings, and these two songs are about good feelings. One, free yourself from work stress, free yourself from stress, and then try to fly, try to live your life. That's the message that's in these lyrics. And Raise Your Soul, open your mind, open your soul for the best in your life, for your sons, for your kids, for your family, to live your life before, as I say, the darkness comes, and the darkness is the destiny that everyone awaits. Our lives have a time limit, unfortunately. So let's see. I'm now presenting new themes from the main song of the album is Afternoon. It's an homonymous name as the band, and that song is about me discovering, or as anyone can do, discovering my interest for music, for metal music. So the lyrics is all about that. Notwithstanding all the pressure over me every day with my job and all that, I could not lose this love for music, and I have to follow my art. So that lyric is about that. It explores that point of view. There's one song that is kind of interesting that you also, it's Monster Lover. In that case, it was the first song that I recorded, but more seriously, and I will re-record it because I will improve everything now, because now I'm learning how to record properly, recording 2 to 3 to 4 guitars overlaid, doing the solos and recording them twice. This kind of good practices from metal music that I'm learning, and I'm learning them. I have to say this with one guy that I praise a lot. That is Milan Steinbach. I don't know if he's hearing us or not, or if he will hear this podcast in the future. I praise him a lot because he's teaching me all these kind of techniques regarding recording that really, really, really improve your sound. Milan Steinbach at Point Break Records is a German studio at Cologne, and he was the one that mastered and mixed and mastered my songs and did a really great job. Because I hear my recording and I hear what he has done with the recordings, and I think that's a really good job with the voices and all that. Also created 2 video clips that are now on YouTube with a guy, Extra Cut Productions is a studio that helped me with that. Hassan Bai, it's the person that is creating these videos. He's a very talented young man, and I love what he does, because he absorbs these ideas that I'm talking about and put them in video. So I gave him the ideas, and he explored them very well for the first video. The tunnel that represents each of the branches of and valves and tubes that go to the steampunk heart in the design that I use for this song. And then we go out to the nature, like an eagle flying over the mountains and all that. He explored very well those ideas. And in the second video, we thought about precisely the angels that are raising their arms for the sky, embracing the sky. So we used that kind of images that went very well on these 2 videos. And I'm very pleased with them. They are lyric videos, of course. I'm not appearing on them because I don't feel yet comfortable as a solo artist to do that on metal. I think it passes a very better message if the videos are only lyric videos at this moment. But my dream, I have to say, if you want to talk about that, is to do this all live. Every musician's dream, every creator's is to show his art. So of course I would love this to do this all live. Believe me, I'm creating these songs thinking about playing them live. How would they work live? How many guitars would that require? How many musicians? How many voices? And I have most of that figured out. As I'm creating, I never wanted to create a project and a song that was not playable live. I see that happening a lot nowadays. A lot of bands that you hear them, incredible, I do that with synthesizers and all that, and probably using backing tracks and things like that. I don't know if they use them live, but certainly they use things like that on a recording. And I wanted a raw sound, like Metallica does. Guitars, drums, bass, no keyboards, no synthesizers, nothing like that. I know you can use them live also, but it becomes it becomes music cosmetic. I don't know if this is a very good expression, but it doesn't feel natural to me. You can do it in certain points, but for instance, Mastodon has a song that I love, and they use they have a keyboard player, but it's for some entries or background sounds, not to use them as in a main riff, for instance. So I wanted to do a raw sound, and I'm thinking about these songs to play them live. Of course, I have to find my mate one day to do that, but I'm not very worried about that because when my work is finished, of course you could say, but you could collect the influences from other musicians and do better with that because two brains think better than one. Yes, you're right, but that also requires some amount of time and dedication to each other that I don't have right now. Still I'm doing this in a learning process at the same time. I'm learning and I'm recording, and I'm proud of the results, but I know I still can do better than this. Um, but this album is very humble on that point of view. I don't have great expectations or things like that of becoming a mainstream artist. I know I think a lot of people dream about that, and I respect that. But at this point in my life, that's not my objective. I want to do music that you enjoy hearing. I don't want to pass a message of extreme technicalities in music, to be incredible guitarists and things like that, things that you never heard. I know there are some musicians out there that are doing that. Andy James, for instance, I heard every time I hear music he plays with incredible instrumental guitars. I think this guy is this guy's incredible. The way he records the guitar, the things he's doing is really innovating and doing. No, I'm not on that beach as we call it here. My objective is to do songs that you like to hear, that get in your mind, that are commercial, and you don't forget them so quickly. I think metal nowadays there are a lot of musicians are targeting for perfection, probably not for an audience. That's one of the things that I love about old bands like Metallica, Megadeth. They target the audience. They are not hostages of the audience. They are not subjected to the audience, but they target the audience. They want to do music that you love to hear, that you want to hear, that gives you transmits you a feeling. First time I heard them, the first time I heard them, my mind was blown out. I heard Injustice for All. At my time, I was a little boy. I heard Injustice for All. I said, "What the hell is this?" Then I heard after Master of Puppets, because the first time I heard Metallica was Injustice for All. Because one of my colleagues at school brought that with in a cassette, and we started hearing the songs. I said, "What the hell is this? What's then?" And one of the first songs that I heard was One, of course. And we all it blew us apart at that time in 89, 90, around that. Because in 86 I was only 9, so I was not hearing Master of Puppets like the song that were, and it never it arrived later, and I love the album also. But in 89, 90, I started hearing them, and I thought this is absolutely incredible music. And I wanted to play that. At the time, of course, I had a small garage band with all my friends, and we thought that's where I mostly learned how to play, because we exchanged it with each other. There was no internet like today, no information like today. So we're passing out copies of some books that the guy had with all the tablatures from Metallica. And we started playing all those riffs and learning playing all those riffs with tablatures. So I'm not a musician. I cannot read music. Of course, I don't call myself a musician. I play an instrument. I know music, but I cannot say that I can read music and play. So, and I'm not worried about that, because I know that, of course, theory is important for music. For a musician, but it's not the most important for the creation process. It's not. You can do great music without knowing music theory, without knowing theory. you have to know some things, of course. And if you see in my songs, I apply some different chords and variations, but it's all in my head. It's not something that is created writing and reading or doing some construction on paper, like I see some musicians doing. They're writing and they're creating and writing at the same time. It's incredible. It's mind blowing. But I do it and then I record it in my recorder. And let's not forget this riff that I create. I pick up the guitar and started thinking about riffs. And then I started creating the drums that go along with those riffs. And the result is this. Don't tell me how I did the drums, because in this second song I spent more time creating the drums than recording the guitar, because I was creating the drums step by step, beat by beat, where they entered, where they finished, and note by note. It was a complex process, but the results is very satisfactory for me. And then Milan Steinbeck did one thing even better, because he received my MIDI file and said, I'm going to apply the sounds that I like. So it improved even more the sounds of the drums, as you can hear them. So this is it. This is my story. It's a very simple story, probably not a typical metal musician story. Probably not. But I'm a metalhead, that's for sure.
Yeah, cool. Yes, we've got a couple of questions from the live chat. From one of my moderators, she asks, Ocean 2025, do you have any plans to do tours? And if so, where? Obviously, you've got to get a band together to actually do a tour.
As I said, I have a lot of plans. That's my main goal, to play live. I would love to go to Canada and to the United States to play my music, because it's being well received there, I know. But I still have to finish the EP. That's the main objective right now, because to put on a show, you have to have 1 hour, one and a half hour of show of music. So 5 to 6, 7 songs, it will be the basis of this EP. It will also have a slower song that my son absolutely loves. I will insert it in this album, because he absolutely loves it. He asked me, because it's not quite metal, but let's see, if you hear Planet Caravan, for instance, in Pantera's version, they finished their album, one of their albums with that song. It's not quite metal, and I love to hear that song. It soothes me a lot when I hear it, and that version specifically. So it's kind of on that mood. I wanted to finish my album with that song, and I'm using probably some percussion in that song, inclusively, not only hard drums. So it will be interesting. So answering the question, if everything goes well, who knows? In 2026, I can start touring, because in this process, I'm sure I'm going to find my mates. I'm sure, because things are starting to get serious. It's not only one song; it's two. The label called me, and when the label called me, I said, I only released one song, and they already called me. They put me a contract to sign. I'm signing an international contract right now. It was a surprise for me, as you can understand. A lot of my friends said, "What? You are kidding? You're not signing with a label with one song." I am. I have this contract with them, and I have to record my songs. So it even backed a little more my will to do this until the end. So 2 songs will be released also, one in May and the other in August this year. And let's see until the end of the year what can I do, because I'm working at the same time with a very demanding profession that exhausts me every day. But I have to find the time to record this and to put these songs out there. And I think I'm going to do it with two more songs, certainly because they are created. I only have to re-record some parts because most of the parts are already recorded, and put them out. So in May and August I will do that. Then I will have 4 songs until the end of the year. So if I can launch 2 more, I will have 6, and I think I will be ready for touring. Then I will have to start thinking about this part of my career. And why not? And my songs are not too much intricate for musicians to play and to have them sharing with me this experience, and even improving my songs if they want. I'm completely open-hearted, and I almost put an ad on my Instagram saying who wants to cooperate with me on my songs and creation. But I didn't do that because I know I have to give those persons my dedication, my time. I have to be consistent with that. If I do not do that, I'm being unfair to them. So at this moment, let's see. I'm going to do it by myself because this is not will not be my first album, my only album, of course. I will do it again, and in this process, I am certain I'm going to evolve. Notwithstanding my age, I'm not a young man, of course, at this time, but I think age is not a limit in music. For instance, my father is 73 and he's still playing live. He plays every week. He never stops because he loves the stage. Because he's a different kind of musician, because he's an entertainer. He's not only a musician. He goes to the stage with a guitar and he puts everyone laughing and all that. I loved when I played with him because of that, because we were not only a band, we were entertainers. We went to the stage to put everyone laughing and do the interaction with the public and all that. It was a different kind of show, not only music. But now I'm only focusing on music, and I'm starting to fulfill a little bit of my dreams. The first time I launched a song, I couldn't believe that I did that, because 2 years ago it was only an idea in my head. I didn't have one single song written, a lyric written. Nothing was done. So I'm starting to materialize that day by day.
Yeah.
So during, I hope so, to 2026 would be an incredible objective to start doing.
Cool. Got another question from I'm 008. They ask, what instruments do you like to play?
I like to play bass. Bass is my main instrument. From the beginning, from my formation, I started playing all kinds of music, and I played with a Brazilian drummer for 6 years in a row. As you can understand, in my music has some kind of influences, if you see that, from certain parts, because some of the percussion of the drums have some Brazilian influences. When I'm playing at the end of the second solo on Raise Your Soul, we finish with this is Brazilian samba, and I inserted that in the song. You don't know that because I'm telling you, because but these influences that I have from rhythms, from Brazilian rhythms, will always influence the way that I'm configuring and creating my riffs. There's a great mix in my head regarding those stuff. So I started playing Brazilian music, playing bass in Brazilian music. It's incredible music to play and also to hear, of course. But that's not what touches me more. Metal touches me more. As I said, I'm a metalhead. That rage, that power, I feel it in my soul. It warms me, it helps me, it suits me, and aggressive music suits me, because somehow all the frustration, all the negatives in our lives, metal helps us to cope with it. Okay. Brazilian music is for party. It's for you to have a good moment. Of course, it's interesting with the rhythms and all that, but it's music, happy music, as I call it. And happy music is happy, but you are happy, but you are not inspired. So that was a great experience. My main instrument is bass, but I'm starting to enjoy a lot playing guitar. and nowadays somehow or sometimes I forget about bass and I'm not practicing as I should. And the other day I picked the bass and I put my hand on the scale and I said, I have to return to the bass because I'm losing it a little bit. The trust, it's a different instrument. The strings are different. Everything is different. The approach is different. The finger style is different. So I must not stop playing it, but it's my favorite instrument. But now I'm really enjoying playing guitar. I'm really, and I also like to sing. The voice is also an instrument, of course. I also like to sing. I always loved singing. In my band, I was a bassist and a singer. In certain parts, we had two singers in the band of my father. My father sang. I also sang some songs in our band. Everything that you can say, Joe Cocker, Eric Clapton, The Doors. I was singing all those kind of repertory that we had with the soft rock, as I can say. I was singing. So I love singing. It's very good, and I love playing and singing at the same time. It's a great challenge. I love to do it.
Cool. So, when you going to be releasing the new songs, are you going to be releasing merchandise such as like T-shirts, or are you going to wait until the launch of the EP?
That's a very interesting question. I started thinking about merchandise weeks ago. I think it's a good idea now that I'm creating a project that has it's establishing itself. So I think it's a good idea to create and to have some merchandise. I had an offer that was made through Instagram of someone that wanted to use my images because, let's see, I'm still in the place, and I embraced a practice that is now being done, for instance, by Arch Enemy. I understand they are doing this differently than in the past, because in the past they released an album, one single or two, and it's done. And then they released the full album. Now they are releasing the album song by song. Each song has a cover. And it's not only a cover for and it's the same cover for all the songs. Now you go to the internet and you see each song has a cover. I did not do that on purpose, because I am doing that from the beginning of my project, because I was not really certain of which cover should I choose. So in After Dawn I have thunders and all that, because it's about the thunder that calls me for metal. And the second song, it's Overload, it's a steampunk heart, almost blowing with the pressure. And in this case, it's Raise Your Soul, the angels and the eye that sees everything. So I'm creating also the covers and the images for each song. So how will I harmonize this with merchandise? It's interesting, because I have not created yet a very defined logo of my name, After Dawn, of the name of the project, or a band, if you can call it like that. Working with the label has helped me because they are using on the internet their website to promote my project. And the last lettering that I used, After Dawn, probably I will adopt it for the cover of the album. And I still don't know what will be, but that lettering probably I will use it. And if it's usable on the cover, it's usable on merchandise, T-shirts, and things like that. And I'm starting to develop and think about that too. So I have not finished it, and I'm still working on those aspects of this project. As I said, it's a work in progress all the time, and that part I will reach it too. I will reach it on time.
Cool. So, when you get like a bit of more music written and recorded and released, would you sort of like consider or plan on doing releasing your music on vinyl music?
I would love to do that. I would love to release on vinyl. Let's see how Tode Records and Metal Incorporated Records, what they think about that, because now they are distributing online and all platforms. and it's the new way to promote music. But I would love to distribute my music physically. I love vinyl. Oh, I really love vinyl, and I have a lot of recollection, and I know that vinyl is a new trend. I just saw, talking about Arch Enemy, because I follow them every day. They just released a new vinyl record. They're about to release their new EP, and their new vinyl record it's incredibly red as blood, because the album will call Blood Dynasty. So it's incredibly red with spots of blood. It's incredible. It's not a gross thing to see. It's beautiful, because they think they do the things beautifully. The themes the subjects sometimes are heavy, but they manage to do the things with quality. So I would love to do that, to have a vinyl, of course.
We've got another question from chat. Rhea Snakespeare has asked, when writing a song, what comes first, the music or the lyrics, and which do you find easier?
Oh, great question. That's the best question that you can make us, because that's the secret. That's the main secret. I have to say, the music starts first normally, and in metal, the composition, and you know that of the great bands, the great stories that you can see. Again, I have to speak about Metallica. When they composed the Enter Sandman song, they started with the riff, and then the drummer corrected the riff, and the riff was contagious, and they built a song from the riff. In metal, you create the riffs, and then you create the melody, and then you create the lyrics. This is the normal procedure to create a song. Then you create the drums, but the drums, as a guitarist, I'm always thinking about the drums at the same time I'm creating the riffs, because what will the drums sound here? What is it? Do I need on this song to get it right, to transmit a good feeling about the riff? So this is the normal procedure. The riffs come first. In some cases, I've written songs for lyrics or for poems, but it's a much harder process if the poem is not a very articulated poem. I did it for some Portuguese musics, and I have some Portuguese musics in Portuguese, and some of them were poems that we applied music and created music for them. It's much harder, believe me, much harder to do that, because you have to be able to feel and also to how can I say this, to articulate the variations of the song with the lyric, and have to have some meaning. So it's much easier to create the song, much easier first, then the lyrics. The lyric process for me is not very hard. Incredibly, sometimes I'm able to write lyrics in one day. I think Overload, I wrote them in one day. I didn't spend much time thinking about it. It kind of flew out of me, because I was thinking about it all the time. I work like I'm a lab rat. I'm always closing my office. I work like a dog. So I started putting these ideas on paper. It's an overload for me. I have to get out of these misconceptions about my life. So this went for the paper. It was easy. In this case, for me, of course, it was easy. On this case, Raise Your Soul was harder, because it's a more intricate song with an intricate lyric.
Cool, thank you for that. Thank you, Ray, for that. So, if anybody else has got any more questions, let us know. Ray has said that thank you. It's always interesting to know how musicians go about creating the music.
I think it's always interesting to know how musicians go about creating music. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Any more questions? Please put it in the chat there. Where can people find you on social media?
Where you can find me on social media?
Yeah.
You can find me on Instagram with my name Carlos R, and also Afternoon. If you will write it on search, you will find it right away. You can find me on the page of Solar Records and Metal Incorporated. They are from Canada, so it's www.solar.ca from Canada, and you'll find a link there for my project. It's my main web page at this time, and I'm not thinking about creating one on my own because I'm working with them, and I'm pleased with all the images that are and the time they are investing in me, and really humble about the fact they are betting on my project as a one man project. So you can find me also on Facebook, as you did. My page in Facebook is not so developed like in Instagram, because I bet a lot on Instagram at the beginning. I thought it was the platform that could give me, that I used more, and it could give, and it was more specific for this case, because in here we were thinking about that Facebook was getting a little bit out of fashion. So I didn't bet so much on Facebook, but in Instagram you can see that I have all the posts there, and using it more to get more followers and if possible some fans.
Cool. Yeah. So this is probably going to be my last sort of like question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
I don't want to go to a common place, of course, or like follow your dreams or things like that. Because I think the main aspect in your life, and I'm 47, you have to do an effort to try to be happy. You have to do an effort to follow things that you love in your life. If you love metal, follow and play metal. Don't think about what everyone will think. As you may understand, in my family, in my social life, normally if I talk about metal, some people would say, that's a little extreme. You are a metalhead. I didn't know you were a metalhead, because you don't act like one. That's a very wrong concept about person, and those kind of stereotypes really give me goosebumps and worry me about society, because you should not do that. You should think for your head, and if metal is one thing that you love and inspires you, you should follow it. You should follow it like everything else in your life, and that's what I'm doing, and that's my message for everyone. Do what you think and do what you love, in spite of your social position, of if you're wealthy or not wealthy, if you have a complicated job or not. Bet on it and do it, because it's the best that we take from our life. It's what we love to do. For instance, you're doing that. This show, you love to do this show, talk with a lot of people. That's something you love to do. I love playing music, and I stopped at a certain time because of my job. I stopped playing music, and I was losing a lot of color in my life. My life was getting gray every day, if I can be poetic here. Music is bringing me back to life. It's bringing me the joy that I need in my life.
Yeah.
Personally, okay? So we have to think about us personally. I have my son. I love my son to death. My wife, all my family, and they fulfill me. But at a certain point, we have to be with ourselves. When we are with ourselves, we must be happy with ourselves, and put out, if we need to put out, what we love. Why should I love metal and be myself? Even if I share this with friends, or even if I'm playing in a garage, it's one type of manifestation. It is not enough if you feel that your art might be interesting for someone. If you think, and I believe that my music might be interesting. I'm a little overwhelmed, I must say, because music has evolved a lot in the last 20, 25 years. And when you hear that on Spotify, they are releasing more than 100,000 songs a day, and you go and hear the other bands, and it's incredible work. I will never reach this kind of quality that they're doing. The perfection of the songs nowadays is absolutely amazing. I try not to think about that. I'm offering my music and I put it out there because I believe that someone will hear and will enjoy it, and it's happening. So that is bringing me a lot of joy because I like to put out my emotions. That's like what can I say?
Yeah.
This is the right expression. I like to put out my emotions. If someone loves to hear it, great. I will be very happy with that. That's the main compensation for me with this project. Okay.
Yeah. Ria said that is great. That is a great message. Never mind stereotypes. Just be yourself.
Precisely.
And Aussie and 2025 says, so yes, very, very true. Very true. So, Carlos, any final words before we start wrapping things up?
Yes, I am just thanking you a lot for this invite and for the ability to be here and speak about my project. I love to speak about these teams. It's the first time someone invites me for a thing like this, and it's a good omen, as I say in my song. It's a good omen for the future that someone is calling me and speaking with me about my music. It's very refreshing for me, and it's auspicious also. So thanks a lot for this invite and for the opportunity to be here speaking with you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. If you haven't already, guys, go check out Carlos's project After Dawn. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And all the links to his socials, such as Facebook, Instagram, so on and so forth, are down in the description. So go check them out. And Carlos, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
It's for me. It was a pleasure. Very, 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 very nice to meet you all.
Yeah, you too. So, guys, go check out Carlos and his project After Dawn. And yeah. So, until next time, guys. We'll catch you all later.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with Charlie from the band Aftermath. Welcome, Charlie.
What's up, everybody, or who's ever watching this, whoever you are, wherever you are, what's up? How are you doing?
Yeah, cool. So, Charlie, for those who don't know, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, I'm the singer in the band, and I'm also I write all the lyrics. The guys write the music. Steve, especially the guitar player, and once he writes riffs, I not only do I write the music, I arrange them. Arrangements too. So lyrics, arrangement, and me. I was the guy that started the band with Steve, that's in the band as guitar, and Ray, our drummer, who's our drummer, October '85 on Halloween night. The three of us are still, at least we're alive and healthy still, and still playing music, But we did take that 20-year break.
Yeah. So, before, for those who haven't seen the previous interview, please check that out. So, since we last spoke, what has the band been up to?
What I know we haven't spoken. We spoke, but it wasn't that long ago. What was it, like a year or two ago?
It was about 2 years ago, I think.
Man, I can't keep track of time. These years fly like 2 years. I don't know for you, but it seems for everybody the time's going by way, way fast.
Yeah, it is.
Can you believe it's already the middle of the year of this year? I just remember New Year's Eve, like I was telling you earlier about the hernia, getting it at UPS. That was January, right after New Year's Eve. I can't believe it. I was thinking, man, the summer, when you were a kid, it seemed like it took forever to come, or the summer vacation seemed forever. And I thought maybe it was a kid, because we're not kids anymore, that the time feels like it's flying by. But recently, I started noticing, and I started asking younger kids. I mean, like my niece, who's just graduated grammar school, so she's like pretty young, and all her friends, and through people randomly talking on whatever, online, something like that, or something. It's going by fast for the kids too, is my point. They are feeling like, I thought they would go, no, the summer feels forever or whatever, but they are pointing out the speed and time. So 2 years ago, you said, so did we, right when we have put out No Time to Waste album?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, since then we've written 11 new songs, and right now we've been recording them, and we're done with all the. We just finished Monday. We finished all the backup vocals, and what's left to do? Guitar solos are left to do, and then some, just a little sprinkling of stuff, like extra stuff over, what I mean, just like last minute stuff, and then mix it and master it and get it out. But that's what we've been doing. We wrote 11 new songs.
Cool. So have you got a name for the album?
Excuse me, what did you say?
Have you got a name for the album?
A name for the album? Yeah, we do, but we don't want to say. We had a name up until recently. We changed that name, and coincidentally, the name Arcadia, we were going to call the album Promise Arcadia, but I was born, Arcadia is also a region in Greece, but the funny thing is, like right before we were going to have to change it anyways, because Sleep Theory or whatever came out with an album called, it's got Arcadia in their title of their album, Is it Sleep Theory or is it Sleep Token? Which one is
it? Sleep Token, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, because it's funny that I go, man, thank God I ended up like not liking the name Sleep Token. Yeah. And their album is called Even in Arcadia. And I think they're a British band, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they're a big band. I mean, Even in Arcadia entered #1 in the Billboard charts. First rocker metal thing that's done that in 5 years, I heard, Yeah, so they put out their album right now called Even in Arcadia, but we were going to call our album Promised Arcadia. But like I said, before I found out, because their album just came out, and then, before they announced their album title and coming out, like maybe a month before or something like that, I came up with a new album title that out of nowhere I go, man, that's the way I liked it. Whatever it is, it's the title that I came up with after that would really, because it made more sense in how I feel about it makes more sense with the lyrics and everything. It's not a concept album or anything like that, but it shows you how the attitude that these songs, it describes the attitude of the music more, and it'll make sense once you hear the title. But I don't want to say yet, because again, it's still the release could be a while. You know what I mean? It could be like late summer or something like that. But isn't that funny though that they had the same idea for Arcadia on their title out of all the names in the world,
Yeah. So it did sort of like mention that you might have a sort of like a release date for the album. Have you got any firm dates, or are you going to wait until like later in the year, like around about October, November?
Yeah, it's see, the album was supposed to be out this year, no matter what, right? But the funny thing is, the only thing that's delayed, because the songs were, we could, after No Time to Waste, we had pretty much written the songs pretty quickly, and we don't rehearse like we do it the old-fashioned way in a room together, Like I was listening to some other band yesterday talking on their interview. cattle decapitation, extreme death metal, and they actually wrote their songs in the same room, but they live in different parts of the world, so it's kind of hard to get all in the same room. But they go, we did it the old-fashioned way. We like it. We in one, all of us in a room, and that's the old-fashioned way. Barely any band does it that way now. I go, man, that's like, because we wrote the song right away, but we only rehearse maybe, if we were lucky, once a week, 4 times a month, but if we had more time, the little amount of time that we do rehearse all together, man, those are magical moments, because that's when the songs really bring on the life. Even if you write on your own and let's say you give it to your band members as a complete song, it's better to bring it in and have, when the musicians are great and the band's a great unit, it's better to be in a room together to develop the song. Yeah, have the basic blueprint of it, verse, chord, where you want that, and it's written, but leave enough space to have the band jam on it for a while, maybe change little things or, whatever, and it just blows my mind that basically all the metal music that's coming out now, not just metal, anything, is not people in a room together right now. It's like individuals behind a laptop sending it to all the other band members, and then they meet once they learn it, then they just meet in the studio, never rehearsing it together in a room, and then record it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Cool.
It doesn't seem the natural way to do it at all.
Yeah. So, is there any singles coming off the album?
Any what?
Any singles?
Oh yeah. The fun thing I'll say is, like, every song, they're gonna have a tough time. The record company, like which single they're gonna put out first, because they're all, they ended up just being all with major choruses that they're the kind of songs that when you sing along, when you listen, I if you're into it and you actually listen, you'll sing along to it. You know what I mean? And I never thought of our music like that, because we were always like a progressive band, technical and stuff. So it wasn't like we didn't write music for people to sing along to. We wanted them to sit down and just like not anything like it, but like Tool. I don't think they want their fans like singing along. You know what I mean? So it's funny that this album is it's got that, but then it's got all the stuff that a good progressive band has, where you don't know what, like a rhythm change comes next, and all of a sudden you go, wow, man, that's pretty creative how they you don't even tell, like that would be hard to transition from that riff to that riff, and they make it smooth,
Yeah.
So all 11 songs are pretty single worthy. So we'll see. We don't know yet.
Yeah. Cool. Now, is there any sort of like plans on bringing out merchandise, whether it be T-shirts or caps or stuff like that?
Yeah, we'll have all that stuff. Yeah. Like, but we're waiting on the artwork for the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, because No Time to Wait, like this one, or the last album cover, I got a little button here, like cool. That, like that. I was really Did you get any merchandise from the No Time to Waste? They send you anything?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you'll definitely. But again, like it's the same artist that did our debut album, Eyes of Tomorrow, back in '90, early, our debut album, and basically I should say he's done all our album covers so far.
Cool. Now, is there going to be any sort of like, when the album's ready, is there any sort of like plans on doing any tours?
Not tours, but we're open to do shows like you fly out like we did when we reunited, flew out to Germany and did Headbangers Open Air Festival, and like short mini tours and stuff like that. But long tours, not only that, it's just like, we wouldn't be able to do long tours. Well, it'd have to be worth it financially to do a tour like that long, especially, we're old, we're not young kids, you know what I mean? Like, we should have been doing that in the 80s.
Yeah. So if the money was there and everything was aligned, you got the financial backing, would you sort of like tour the US or Canada or get over to Europe?
Yeah.
Or down to Australia?
Yeah, we toured anyway if they pick, because I don't have a wife and kids, but the other guys, our bass player's got 3 or 4, he's got kids, that are still in schools, pre-high school and high school. And so it's the money for, family people to leave, right? It's like, how do you pay for, but I'm lucky that I could go, but again, it would have to be, I wouldn't want to just go on a tour, right? Like, you got to be at the right proper point in your life to be able to go on it's about the money, because going on a van and roughing it, you don't want to come back after months and have, since we're all in we're Generation X, we're not kids, and we come back after a long grueling tour in a van and we're all broken down, sleeping in vans, or like, so, because they're still doing it, bands, and again, I listen to what new bands are doing, and there a lot of them are on the road for months, and it's rough out there, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So is there where can people find you on social media so they can keep up to date with any new developments?
Yeah, no, on our Facebook page every day. That's updated. Instagram, X, Twitter. I've never really been on Twitter myself. But we got a page there too. So, but the one I would suggest is the Facebook page, but YouTube also. But YouTube is under the record. We don't have an Aftermath page. There's a Zoid Entertainment page, the label, because they just put out our label just also did what was that with Billy Morrison and Ozzy Osbourne, Crack Cocaine, Ozzy's song. They put that out this year too. So since our last album, No Time to Waste, Zoid has hooked up with it'll be through Virgin Distribution. It's major label distribution. So this new album will be more out than even the other ones, But even though, like, if you put in Aftermath and put our album title in Google, like it pops up. It's easy to find. This is what I'm saying. But because of the name Aftermath, and Dr. Dre's labels call that, Aftermath is a word that's used a lot now. Have you noticed that? Like back in the day, like for the first period of the band from 86 to 94, most people didn't know that. Believe it or not, I had people all the time in interviews. What does the name Aftermath mean? But now in regular conversation, anybody, they'll say, yeah, the aftermath of work yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to use, like, in the regular vocabulary every day, just like gaslight, that word, came out of nowhere and everybody's using it. Don't gaslight me. When we put it out as a song, even in 2019 on the There Is Something Wrong album, a couple people go, what do you mean by gaslight? But now everybody knows what it is the past like 5 years. So what I'm saying is we're easy to find. It's just like put the album title with whatever you're looking, then you'll really, but you know how to Google search.
Yeah, true. So, is there any sort of advice for people who want to become a musician, whether it be for for their own enjoyment, or for if they want to go down sort of the more commercial route?
Like, if they want to really do it, my advice is you got to only do it if that's all you want to do. I knew from the beginning when I was a little kid, when I saw Kiss, from then on, I just wanted to be in a band, and it's crazy because I never thought of, I don't know how people's minds think, but I know for me, I never thought of anything else that I wanted to do. But to be a realist, I mean, to making money, especially now, it's so hard, because right now, at least when we came out, we knew there was a chance, not just us, I mean, our generation, you knew you could maybe get signed and have a career. But now there's so many bands out there. There's no a label won't help develop a band like they did in the old days. Like, you know what I mean? And everything's so momentary that you got to really love it. If you're going to be getting into it, just expect a kind of a rough life. But if you love it so much, you won't mind the roughness of it. You know what I mean? But otherwise, but then again, it's rough. Everything's becoming rough. You know what I mean? It seems like a lot of people, even they have jobs, are being replaced by automated things, So I guess just do it if you love it. And plus, we only live, we don't have much time on this earth, so you got to do what you love. So I would say try it if you love it. But if you don't love it passionately, just do it as a hobby. Then do it as a hobby. Don't make it your life.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, 7 and 5 star. So, we're going to be starting wrapping things up now. So, Charlie, any final words before we go?
Just wait for, if anybody any questions. Nothing, right? You said there was some questions, but that's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Usually they have a couple. But there's one question we normally get asked. With the new album, is there any sort of like talk or plans or any sort of like inclination of putting the new album onto vinyl?
Yeah, we probably will, because I don't think, because there is something wrong with what came out on vinyl too, but I don't think No Time to Waste did, though, you know. But this one I think will too, you know, because this one, like I said, the label's bigger now, you know, and so they got it's not just us on Zoid. We were the only band on Zoid, but now they released like multiple things since we last talked 2 years ago. It's become like a pretty good sized label right now, you know, with a lot of promotion that they'll be able to do for the album, you know.
Cool.
I just can't wait for it to come out, man. Because like I just listened to it at work last night, you know, all 11 songs, the rough mixes, and it's just like every album we put out is like, if you go on Spotify and listen to one album after the other of ours, they're all different from each other, but somehow they all retain our Aftermath thing. But this one is really going to surprise people. It's really like, if I wasn't this excited about it, there's no way I would have want to release it to the world, you know, because nowadays anywhere you go, like anybody, like if you go, oh yeah, what do you do? Let's say they don't know you and they go, oh, I'm in a band or whatever, and you happen to talk about music, they right on their phone, they could actually, because everybody's got Spotify or Apple Music or whatever. So right now, everybody could hear your music once the first minute they met you. Back in the day, no matter what, even though the music industry was bigger then, you know what I mean? The labels had power and everything. You still, if you met somebody in that minute, they still had to go to a record store and buy a CD, or you had to give them one there. You couldn't listen to it wherever you were, use it, you know, instantly. But what I'm saying is, it's so everywhere that it better be good, because otherwise people are going to go, what the hell is this guy wasting his time putting out this garbage? You know what I'm saying? Because it could be, it wasn't like that before. So it's, in a way, it's crazier now with so much stuff up. But then again, it's right there in everybody's hand, because Spotify, like, it has our whole catalog.
Yeah.
What do you listen to music on, like online?
Usually Bandcamp, Spotify. Those are the two main ones, but I try and tend to listen to Bandcamp more than anything.
You know, a lot of people do just YouTube, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It seems like people that YouTube, it seems to be people that aren't fanatical about music. You know what I mean? You know, because like if I meet a girl or somebody that's like not a metalhead or whatever, I go, what do you listen to music on? I'm always interested. Those kind of people always say YouTube, you know. But again, though, Spotify, I don't know if you can tell in here, there's like about over there. I mean,
yeah,
CDs everywhere. Like there's 5,000 CDs in this room where I'm talking right now. Like underneath the bed, there's like 2,000 at least in like plastic containers, you know, like long ones. And I feel like a hoarder now, like, because all these CDs, I used to be so proud of my 5,000 CD collection, but now all I listen to is through Spotify because it's just convenient, which sucks, you know what I mean? Because all these CDs will never be played.
Yeah, true.
And new cars don't even have CD players in it. My car, I bought a new one right when the pandemic started. And when I went to the dealer, I go, can I get it with a CD player? He goes, no, they don't put CD players in cars anymore. I go, he goes, you could get one, but you have to pay a lot more extra, you know?
Yeah.
In your car, do you have a CD player?
I don't have a car, but I have got a CD player.
Yeah, because it's unfortunate. Because anyways, the point is, I can't wait for people to hear this album.
Yeah, true. Yeah, good. So, I'm going to start wrapping things up. And any final words before we go?
No, thanks for the interview. It was great catching up with you again. And then when the album's out again, let's talk again. And then after you got a copy, and then last question I got to ask you: out of our music, what I know you know, No Time to Waste, right? That's the one you we've talked on the last interview. Have you listened to any of our other stuff?
I haven't had a chance yet. I haven't had a chance because I'm listening to a lot of other music and doing, plus my day job as well. It's I haven't got the time to actually.
One time when you have time, if you're on Spotify, because it's all there, just listen to something off of Eyes of Tomorrow, our first album, and listen to No Time to Waste. You'll see how different things are and how when I said everything's different, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I will do. So Charlie, thank you so much for coming on, and
thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. I know you got a busy day today, and I'm going to let you get off. And guys, if you haven't heard, if you haven't checked out Aftermath, please do. These guys are absolutely amazing. From what I've heard. So. Until next time, guys, we'll catch you all later.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with Quella and from the band Aldo Freya. So welcome there, Quella.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Looking forward to having a chat.
Yeah, so, Quella, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band, Aldo Freya?
So Aldo Freya, I'm the vocalist, the bassist, and the songwriter for Aldo Freya. Been doing that for the past sort of 2 years now. Handling everything like production, things like that, it started out as my own project, and then we've got like a couple of others on board now, and going forward, going strong.
Yeah. So, how could the band Aldo Freya? How would you describe the band?
In terms of the style, things like that, it's very much it's kind of moved on from a more traditional sort of black metal sound. It's got a bit more intricate, if you like, there's sort of past releases and beyond. But yeah, it's basically it's black metal music based on a lot of English history, particularly sort of Old England period, medieval, that kind of thing. Just delving into a bit of our own history, really. There's a sort of a lot of black metal out there that covers a lot of European kind of history, and there's which we do ourselves as well here and there. But basically a lot of just cool medieval kind of, whether it's fiction or not. Just basically covering those kind of things.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so let's dive into some questions. As a kid, what were you listening to? I was a 90s child anyway, so you were kind of the 90s, as you probably know. I know obviously you had like the era of grunge and things like that, but on a more sort of, if you're a child on a sort of more mainstream level, you're looking at your Spice Girls, you're looking at your Wet Wet Wets and your things like that. It was that kind of, the 90s was that kind of period where you couldn't move for like a boy band or anything like that. But I think sort of even from an early age, again, being the sort of the era that I grew up in, a lot of the sort of early heavier bands would have been your likes of, your Limp Bizkit, Korn, Slipknot, those very sort of late 90s, early 2000s, Drowning Pool, things like that. So those were the kind of, those are kind of gateway bands into metal, and then you sort of go from there. You get to college, you're listening to Deicide and Cannibal Corpse and Morbid Angel. Early age, as early as I can remember, as I could, I should say. You start out with your new metal, your Limp Bizkits and things, Linkin Park and things like that. But yeah, it was a little gateway into a lot more extreme stuff. Yeah. Who actually got you into listening to music?
in terms of listening to music, I mean, it's whatever takes my fancy. To be honest, I think there is this sort of stigma that everybody, metalheads only listen to metal, and particularly in black metal, that if it's a good song, I'll listen to it. I think primarily, I would say, I have to admit, I do listen to a lot of metal, but I think it's not it's not just all the kind of music that we do. It's anything from, I don't know, Ghost, Sabaton, Volbeat, bands like that. I also listen to Iron Maiden, a huge fan of theirs, lifelong fan pretty much of Maiden, and starting out early influences like AC/DC and Motorhead, particularly becoming a musician, they were very, very big influences on that. So yeah, I mean, whatever's showing up on my daily mix on Spotify, I'll 6 daily mixes to choose from. I'll see whatever I'm in the mood for.
I think that goes for like a lot of people. It's whatever your mood is to what you actually listen to, because music is actually very informative of how people listen to. Because it doesn't matter what genre of music you're really into, like heavily into, there's always a song out there for a specific mood.
Exactly, yeah. It's always nice to have a palate cleanser, as they call them, when if you listen to non-stop something heavy. It's always nice to sort of take a break from whatever that, listen to something a bit lighter. Variety is the spice of life, especially with music. It's a great thing.
Oh yeah. So, who actually inspired you to become a musician? Was it a family member? Was it a friend, or was it somebody from AC/DC or Iron Maiden or Motorhead, or was it something completely different?
I think when it probably started around college sort of years, I think starting to be broadening my horizons from those sort of bands I was listening through high school to, you're exposed to a lot more as you get older in terms of music. New platforms come out. So I think, I don't know if there's anyone in particular that did it, but it was just the fact that there was so much more of a variety of music. It made me kind of want to do that myself, or just give it a go. And that's when I sort of started playing bass in college, and it kind of just snowballed from there. I'd say, there is very influential, frontmen and, band members that have influenced me, absolutely. Lemmy's a big one, of course. Bruce Dickinson, things like that. Yeah, I did sort of grow up, really, admiring these kind of talents, and not that you want to not to replicate it, but to just do something in your own style. I think those would be probably my earliest influences to go into music, for sure.
Yeah, cool. So, were you in any bands prior to Aldo Freya?
Yeah, I mean, I was in it was basically a group of friends, really. We were in a sort of a hardcore punk, hard rock band called Target Renegades. I think we had that going for about 10 years, something maybe a bit less, I think. But it was more of a friend, just you meeting up with your mates once a week, and you're rehearsing for half an hour, chatting for another 2 sort of thing. So it was never really, it was only once we played our last show, it sort of lockdown happened. So COVID-19 kicked in. And it was during that, I quit music for about a year, just didn't really want to do anything. And then it was just a bit of a light bulb moment that I thought, well, while we're in lockdown, I've got my bass here, and this day and age, you can record from a laptop, if you've got the right equipment. It's just so accessible. So this is literally my first foray into black metal, and it's just kind of gone from strength to strength ever since. And yeah, no signs of slowing down, and just really enjoying it.
Yeah, cool. So what has the band been up to, especially over the last couple of years since you basically first started?
Since we started, yeah, we've gone through. Well, today, funnily enough, I was doing an Instagram video earlier just for it's the 1 year anniversary today of our first album, Thy Kingdom Cold, which came out a year ago today. So that's been absolutely brilliant. The response to that was wonderful. So we also announced today that we will be releasing a new album, a second full-length album in the next couple of months. We've also been working on an EP, which will be releasing next year. So we've been sat on a couple of releases that we've worked, over 12 months on recently. So we've got plenty of music to sit on. So we're looking forward to a very positive year ahead as well.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned about a year ago you released your first album. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the first album, Thy Kingdom Cold, it was the first album featuring my vocals as well, and this was the first time that I'd ever tried it, and it's kind of, some people like it, some people hate it. It's one of those. It's the same with any band, I suppose. But yeah, that album was, the first full length album that we'd done. A lot of time and effort went into it, but the result was, the reaction was really good. I think from the get go, to even to now, like there's still, even a year later, there's decent amount of streams going on Spotify and Apple Music, these are things like that. It's doing really well, and we're hoping to sort of. But it has also been a year. We've done a single, Magna Pestilencia, which we released a few months ago, which was a bit more of a sort of a black and roll kind of song, something a bit different. That's why it was a standalone single. We covered Bathory's Necromancy as well. So that was just sort of a bit of a bridge the gap to what we've got coming up next, which will be a new album.
Yeah. Going on to the new album, if you can, could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the new album is, as I say, we're looking to hopefully have this out sometime around Halloween, based on time frame and things like that. It's the longest album we've ever done, and also we've only done one full length before, but this is significantly longer than the first album, a couple of tracks longer, and we've got some cool ideas planned in the pipeline for the physical release for it as well. We just need to see if we can, get that to come to fruition, because I know a lot of people do like the, physical copies and things like that. So it'll be, it's going to be something special, I believe. Particularly it's an evolution from the last album. I think it's a massive evolution from the last album, and I'm really excited for people to hear it.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned you got something else in the pipeline. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've also been writing a new EP, which is a little bit different again. I think every release that we do is always going to be, it's still very much Alda Freya, but there's going to be a few tweaks and a bit of experimentation going on there. So we've been working with a new sort of a bit of a change lineup. We've got a new drummer, Bob Knight, he's currently working on the drums for that EP. But we've got a few time constraints for that, the people's schedules, things like that. So it makes sense for us to sort of shift the EP maybe into sort of like mid next year, and we can now release, now that the second album's fully finished. It's been finished since May, so we're going to release that first, and then we'll have another release set up for sort of mid next year, and then by that point, knowing me, there'll be something else written, so it'll be time to release something again, and so on.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there any sort of new material that you're working on, for something else or something for Alda Freya?
Nothing. I have got some other things in the pipeline that I've not really ironed out yet. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sort of slow things down a little bit, because we've literally just finished, a few months ago we finished an album. We're 80% through an EP, and so after that, I'm not too sure what I'll probably pull the trigger on next. Might just be a case of we would just write another album, or we might be able to someday maybe play some live shows. If the stars align, that's something that we could definitely, hopefully look into. But yeah, it's a bright future for sure for Aldo Ferreira. I think at the minute, in terms of releases, things that we've got coming, but we're always working on something to give us a creative outlet. So whether that's once the album and the EP are out, whether it's something new, something a bit off the wall, we don't know. It's probably too early to tell, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was going to ask. You mentioned you wanted to do some live shows. Now, like you said, if all the stars align and everything is perfect, everything is a go, would you do like a full UK tour, or do a full full UK tour first, then sort of like branch out over to like either Europe or over to North America or down to South America, or even over to like South Africa or down to Australia? Would you even consider that?
I think in terms of booking, in terms of shows, I think it would probably start off. I'd be happy to just do the odd show. I think just to sort of gauge, because it's arranging to get live members off at the same time and free to do these things. There was originally plans for, this is going back a couple of years ago when the Aldo Ferreira project first started. There was plans to go to play shows in Europe, but unfortunately coronavirus saw to that. So, but yeah, I think the odd show would be a good place to start and gauge it from there. But yeah, to play in Europe would be an absolute dream. Having seen, going to Brutal Assault in Czech Republic this year, to see how much the Europeans celebrate metal in comparison to the UK, maybe it's a sight to see, and it would be really cool to get over to one of those countries. But there's plenty of there's a lot of amazing venues in the UK as well. Whether it's a full UK tour, I've no idea. It's down to what we can get together, but definitely want to look at playing the odd show just to get the feel of it and who's going to be playing and set list, things like that. But yeah, it's definitely something that we will look into probably sometime after these next one or two releases.
Yeah, cool. So where can people find you on social media?
So social media, we mainly use Instagram. So it's instagram.com/Aldo Ferreira. You'll find us on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, pretty much everywhere. Bandcamp, Spotify. We're all over the place. We're everywhere. But yeah, I think Instagram is probably, you'll get the most recent updates from there.
Yeah, cool. So with being you on with the band being on Bandcamp, have you got any sort of like physical releases for the first album? Have you got T-shirts, that type of thing, merch type of stuff?
Yeah, we still have. We've got some. We've got long sleeve shirts, Bad Kingdom Cold album shirts, and I think we've still got tapes, CDs, that kind of thing. So yeah, you can pick them all up from either our Bandcamp, or if you go to Matriarch Records, they also sell a lot of our merch, all of our merch. So yeah, pick yourself up anything, physical release, patch, shirt, whatever you like. It's all there for you.
Yeah, cool. So this is probably going to be my final question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Yeah, with this, I think this day and age in particular, I think it's a lot more accessible for you to actually do it. the way in which technology is these days, you know, to be able to learn to play piano on your phone, things like it's just so accessible. And if you've got any kind of, you know, desire to pick up an instrument, whatever that may be, just do it. I think it isn't easy. It's nothing worth doing ever is. But I think with picking up an instrument, it's very easy to sort of say, well, you know, I'm going to pick up a guitar and start to learn it. And then, you know, when you've not got the hang of it after 4 hours, it's very easy to set it down. So I think if I was to give anyone any advice would be, I guess, persevere with it. If you feel like music's a creative outlet that you want to, you know, pursue, then just stick with it. I think it's the best advice I can give. And it will pay off. It will pay off, and yeah, you'll reap the benefits, and you'll be better for it.
Sound advice. Oh, there's one more question before we start wrapping things up. Have you got a YouTube channel? So if for videos.
Yeah, so we've got a YouTube channel that we've just started using a bit more now. So again, yeah, youtube.com/Albert Freya. Yeah, you'll find us over there as well.
Yeah. So I think it's time to wrap things up. So guys, go check out Aldo Freya on their social media. You won't be disappointed. I've listened to some of their stuff and it's good. If you're into black metal, go check them out. So, any final words before we sign off there, Quilla?
No, just yeah. Thanks very much for having me. It's been nice to have a chat with you, and hopefully we'll speak again.
Oh yeah. It's more than just hit me up on social media, and we'll sort something out.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah. I'll speak to you soon.
Right. Thank you again, Quilla. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Very much. Bye for now.
Bye for now. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Young, and we are here with Andre. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hi, Andre.
Hello. So, could you introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm a musician, a singer, songwriter, lyricist. Basically, more of like a one-woman band, meaning like creating artistically things from songs to video clips to outfits to mostly everything, and from even showing my own clothes. So I'm an artist. So I come from Greece, and I play metal, rock, blues, sometimes pop, but basically I'm most known for metal.
Cool. Yeah, so you sort of like well-rounded artist in many aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's sort of like dive into some questions. As a child, what were you listening to?
Actually, that's a very interesting question because I always love answering that question. When I was 4, I turned on the TV and I watched the Power Rangers riff, and it was all metal. So the moment that I heard this riff from me, fa, I was like, this is what I want to do in my life from now on. So I dedicated basically my life into this genre because this is the kind of music that really gets me on. And actually describes my soul and who I am internally. And what really makes me happy is that I got to meet the guy who wrote the songs. And I'm going to meet Ron. If you hear me, you know that I always talk about you. Wherever you are in LA, I get your back always. So I'm really happy that I got appreciated by my inspiration, which was this guy who wrote those songs, and I owe a lot to him.
Cool. Was he your main inspiration in getting into like the rock and metal scene?
Main inspiration, I guess, a few singers like Ronnie James Dio, for example, that I think that his spirit lives on and on and on and on, as he used to say. Is like my godfather. I feel sometimes that some of my techniques are very similar by nature with him. And of course, it's something totally relevant that I am a fan of Christina Aguilera and her techniques, her vocal techniques. So I'm studying a lot of what she does. And I feel like I'm a type of combination of the two of them vocally, to be honest. But I have my own character and my own nuance and color, and of course the way that I use my voice is who I am, you know, like it's the personality trait.
Before you started what you're doing right now, were you in any other sort of like bands or doing other stuff prior to what you're doing now?
The thing is that I jumped into professional band right away. I've never had like a childhood band or to play with people around. And I dived into the deep waters right away. I was working. Basically, when I was 16, I got hired by a famous classic rock band here in Greece. And I started getting paid. So that's all I know. I know how to do music professionally. I've never had this, okay, let's just play for fun, or let's just record a song, or my whole life was basically the music in a very professional way.
Cool. So what have you been up to, especially over the last 2-3 years?
You mean like
with what you've been doing right now, what you've been up to?
Yeah, I mean, 2017, 2018, it was a really blast because I was on The Voice and my audition went viral worldwide, and I gained some type of popularity being in the best rock auditions worldwide, including America and Japan and everything. So that was a really something big for me that opened some doors, let's just say. But I knew that this was not going to last forever, as TV doesn't, won't last forever. So I got back to my work. I got back to my songs. I recorded my second album. I recorded Skies, and the album is out, streaming worldwide. Right now we're doing great. I actually won the Metal Hammer thing, the weekly Metal Hammer song of the week.
Cool.
In the UK, I feel great. Like it's like, wow, guys, that's amazing. Like I've never expected that to happen. UK Metal Hammer, and I'm the song of the week. Oh.
Are you sort of? Before we get into the next question, one of my subscribers and moderator has just asked a question. Lisaboo has asked, can you describe what your favorite venue would be?
Okay, he has to be more specific. A venue that I've played at, or just a venue that I dream of?
Sort of like, let's go with like the venue that you dream of.
Oh my God, I mean, like, I have so many goals. So it might sound very far away, but it's the type of stages that Britney Spears used to play in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, like, production with choreo, with band, with props, with sparkles and fires, and like a big production with outfit changes. Like I want to experience that type of thing. I know it's pressure and stressful, but that's what I am up for. That's what I think I was born to do. So I really can't wait to experience this.
Yeah. Just to expand on that question from Lisaboo, what was your favorite venue to play at?
Okay. So far, I mean, venue, we exclude the TV sets, right? Because that's very spectacular. Also, I'm very big with lights, and the stage is like amazing. So I would say the stages that have been on TV are my favorites so far, the most spectacular ones with the laser beams and the steam and then, you know, all of that kind of the things that I love. But I really felt very close to a very special venue in the Netherlands called Hellendoorn, and another one in Belgium called Ragnarok. It's because mostly we get connected with the band, and the venue was nice, and we filmed the video clip also of Black Hole. And it feels more of like, you know, I'm attached to it emotionally.
Cool. Lisaboo says, thank you for the answer to that, to the dream venue. So, wrong one, that one now. Yeah, so, are you writing any new material for your next release?
Yes, I actually do. It's something that never stops. It's like it's coming up naturally. I can write a song in a day. Whenever I feel like it, I just go, you know, to the studio and I just grab my guitar because I play my own riffs. I play guitar also, even though I have guitar players, you know, like more pro than I am. But I think I'm kind of good. I don't think I'm bad as a guitar player, but that's not my main role. That's not my main job. I focus on the performance and my microphone, of course. But I'm writing new songs. I have more of like 12 new songs that I want to work on. And the style comes out a little bit differently, meaning that it's more poppy than the previous album. My first album was classic rock, 100% classic rock. Skies is metal, like heavy metal with some very powerful, soulful ballads. This particular one is more energetic, more of like funky metal, if I can describe it.
Are you sort of like in the process of writing that, or are you sort of like near the end of that process?
I just released my second album, so I'm not thinking about it that much. I'm thinking about touring and promoting this album. But I think I have finished the pre-production. It's basically ready, so, and it's half orchestrated. And it's not such a big deal for me when the instruments go all together, and well, it's an easy job to do afterwards. Well, when you have a whole song, you can transcribe it easily.
Yeah, cool. Now you mentioned you're promoting your second album. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Skies is called, and I don't know if you've seen the artwork. It's like me with a sword and my snake. I actually own that pet because a lot of people ask me why a white snake. It's because I actually own a white snake. That's why. And the Mistress Horns, of course. It's a powerful album that it's some kind of women empowerment, female empowerment, type of retaliation, reciprocation, or payback to what's have been, you know, towards women all of those years. But this is my interpretation, of course. You can interpret the songs the way that you want it. So I write it vaguely always so that each one can relate with a song with their own life, you know, stuff that has happened. So. And yeah, for me, it's always about the female empowerment, even though I don't always agree with what some women do. I'm trying to show to people that yes, there is a woman, that she's not just a singer, that she has to be paid equally, that she is working like a motherfucker nonstop. So, you know, and I don't have to be discriminated just because I look like this. So that's exactly what I'm trying to show to people and to understand and to come closer, that we're all people in the end, you know. It's not a male-dominated genre. Metal has not been made for men. That's what I'm trying to say, basically. And a lot of people understand the message, and I'm really happy about it. Even my merch has a lot of stuff for women, like bags and clothing. Of course, some unisex stuff and some male stuff also. But I have it equally, like like a bag for a woman, a t-shirt for a guy. So I just want to see more women at the audience. I always see guys. I would love to see more families, even their children. I mean, there was one time that there was a kid at my show, and of course they put the headphones because it's bad for the kids. So that was like my favorite. To see a lot of people and to pass into the next generation all this big, culture, this cultural thing that we continue to serve this genre. So I think it deserves more.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I would like to say I've been to a lot of gigs and concerts over the years, and I have seen a lot of multi-generational people there, going from their grandparents down to the parents, down to the kids and grandkids at gigs, and it's absolutely brilliant to see, because it takes sort of like I've seen like about 3 or 4 generations of the same family at different venues.
Yeah.
At different concerts. So because obviously the grandparents passed it, got into a band in the late 70s, early 80s. They passed it down to their kids. Their kids passed that particular band down to their kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's like a religion. You just have to indoctrinate. As bad as it sounds, you just have to indoctrinate.
Oh yeah. Two of my favorite bands is AC/DC and Iron Maiden. And each time I went to see those two bands, I always see around about 3 or 4 generations of the same family at the gigs. So
yeah, it's because those bands, they still play even though they're older and stuff. So I get it. But I think that there are a few new people that they carry the flame and they carry it stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yes.
I said it very gently and very nicely. That at some point, at some point, even athletes take off their shoes and they retire. Because they say, "This is what I can do. This is what I have to offer." And it's exactly like, it should be exactly like sport. You have to offer the same quality. If I ever feel like I cannot sing, I'm not going to go out and sing.
Oh yeah. So are you sort of like releasing any new videos from the Sky album?
Oh, the Skies, I actually have 3 videos. It's Skies, It's My Love, and Black Hole. So I have like 3 video clips from this album so far. Cool. But all of them, they have different meaning. I mean, Black Hole is basically filmed with a band while we were on tour. So this has a different let's just say direction, because normally at my video clips I make it more of like mini movie films, but then of course I was on tour, I didn't have the time to do all that type of work and go to different locations and film, but it turned out to be nice. I like the outcome of the band playing and us performing. That's great, because the other ones are more theatrical, let's just say. Yeah. My love, life is the mistress of evil. And Sky is more of like, actually, I had a lot of infringements for this video from Google, but I really don't care. I got a notification that it's sexually whatever, which I don't find it sexual at all. It's just like me holding the guys with, the how do you call that? Geez. Not, oh, fuck. I can find the word. It's like a mini weep, and I'm holding them and Anyway, but it's a little bit BDSM, someone would say. What I can't say, I show.
Yeah. If you want to watch Andre's videos, Lisaboo, our brilliant Lisaboo, our top moderator, has shared the link Andre's YouTube channel. So go over to and watch the videos.
Yeah.
Please.
We don't bite at the live gigs. It's like, this is people are sometimes, oh my God, I'm not gonna bite you. It's like, why there's some people that are very, very fearful of what, oh my God, she's this, she's that. And I'm like, well, this is my persona, and this is something that I cannot publicly say, so I prefer to show it. So that's different. And I prefer to be extreme so that people understand how much of an impact it has.
Right. Where can people find your merch? Have you got a merch store? Merchandise store?
You can go to my official website, which is mies-andre.com.
And there we go. I will bring Lisaboo there. Shared the merch store for Andrea. So if you want to get any merch, or
you can do an email if the platform is not ready yet, because we're building the platform right now. But you can send an email, and anything that you like, it can be sent to you right away. No problem.
Cool. Now you mentioned before we went live that you're going to be doing some touring. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, I'd love to, but it's not announced yet. I mean,
isn't it?
I'll be happy to announce that. I'm not going to say with whom, but I'll be touring in the UK, and we're going to have in total 8 shows, and it's going to be UK, Scotland, and Ireland. So,
cool.
Stay tuned.
Oh yes, you're more than welcome to get back to come back on and talk a little bit more about it when you can.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when it's fully promoted and it's out there, I'll be glad to talk about it. Sure.
Cool. Are you doing any sort of tours in and around Greece or into Europe?
Okay, I'm going to announce that because it's going to be announced anyway, sooner or later. I'm going to be in LA in May for Rock Ferroni for the second year, subsequent second year. And I'm really happy to do that again because it's for a good cause. And because I'm going to be playing with my favorite people, Jay's there, my mixing engineer from Anthrax, and Corey Taylor, my publicist, Neil Turbin, the ex-Anthrax singer also. It's like we're all like a big family that I miss them so much, and we play for a good cause. I'd really love to see, like a lot of my friends and to reconnect. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing in May, actually. And then there are a few more things coming. Of course, there are a lot of things on the table.
Cool. So this is I normally ask this final question. Usually, this final question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
That's a very interesting question that I haven't really thought about it, because I talk about it a lot with my fellow colleagues and some of my friends, and like, can everybody play music? Can everybody do that? What I believe, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe that everybody can improve. They can become better of what they are to something better. I don't really think that if you don't have a natural talent, that you can become like the best superstar or the most amazing talent that has been created. So that's my assumption, of course, that it's a little bit of a God's gift to have that and to evolve that. Of course, whoever works can become better, but better from where they started. If you start from 10, you can go to 50. But if you start from -10, you can go up to 0. That's what I think. And I'm being very honest that people have their own limits. It's like sports. You are born with those muscles. You are born with those bones. You are born with this stomach. You're born with this voice. You cannot change your voice. You cannot change who you are. All you got to do is just be who you are and accept who you are, and never be like jealous of what other people do or what other people don't do, because in the end, it's you who you have to appreciate and continue with what you have and the skills that you have. And it's the same thing, sometimes with the finances. You just have to be happy with what you have, Of course, strive for more. And that's really nice and good. And the more that you strive, the more you get. But I think there's always a limit. That's what I think. And I truly believe that if someone wants something so bad and they think they can make it, they will. I have been patient for so long, like for many years, and I never gave up where I really wanted to give up, because I had nothing in my hands. I had no shows in Greece. This genre is almost extinct. And I said, no, I'm not going to. There were a lot of people telling me, Andre, you chose the hard path. You chose the hard path. Yeah, I chose the hard path and I win still, and I do not accept defeat. And that's what they should tell themselves also for encouragement. To not be defeated by anyone, or don't ever listen to any words that your parents say, that your friends say. That you have to just focus on your own goal and to put your thoughts into little boxes and open one box each time and complete the task, because consistency also matters. The more that you are in this business, the more value you have. It's like you are like a vintage toy, This is how it's, come on, this is how it works. Like right now, the 90s toys cost more than nowadays toys. So.
Oh, yes. Yeah, sound advice. Yeah, so Lisaboo Square Middle, a little comment there. She loves your music.
Oh,
she
thank
totally
you.
loves your music. Yeah, because well, I introduced your music to Lisa, and she absolutely adores it. She totally loves your music.
Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for understanding and for liking and headbanging.
Yeah, so we're going to be sort of like wrapping things up now. Any sort of like final words before we sort of like sign off?
I don't know. I mean, we talked about the shows. Oh, I have an extra show in September in Belgium. I forgot to say that. I'm co-headlining in a festival called Metal Babes and Queens. That's how it's called. And it's in Bray in Belgium.
Cool. So you can find Andre on YouTube under Andre Blues Metal Queen. She has got a website, miss-andre.com. And yeah, have you got, are you on sort of like Apple Music, all the streaming services?
All of them. Apple Music, Amazon, Spotify, I'm everywhere. If you just type my name, Andre Skies, you can find everything, the whole album. And also you can find, not on Spotify, but on other platforms, my previous album, which was under the name The Harps. That was the project's name. And the album is called Love Strikes Doves.
Cool. So yeah, guys, go check out Andre. She's absolutely amazing. She's total. Well, she's absolutely brilliant. So go check her out, guys. And and Andre, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Hope you have a metal day or metal night, and never forget to be yourselves.
Yeah, thank you. Right, catch you all later, guys.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Ellie Young, and we are here with the brilliant Animax. So welcome, Animax.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. So Animax, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
I pretty much am the band. My name is Joel Weishart, and I'm a one-man solo project with the band Animax. And also a former bass player. My most prestigious previous project was one band that went by two names, Nightshade and Q5.
Cool. So yes, yeah.
And when I was in Nightshade Q5, I was only the bass player. And in about 2008, I had left that band, and I decided to put together a solo project where basically I'm doing all the guitars, all the drums, all the bass, all the vocals, all by myself, all laid down on a multi-track recorder.
Yeah, cool. So, Joel, let's type in some questions. And so as a kid, what were you listening to?
Well, I grew up basically in the 70s and 80s. So I started off with a lot of, I was able to hear a lot of the different classic bands, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Aerosmith.
Yeah, cool. Oh, I think we lost.
I had three older brothers, and we had stereo in the house, and so I got to grow up listening to whatever they wanted to listen to, and all they wanted to bring. So I had a lot of that influence. So, and then going into the 80s, it was a continuation of the same. A lot of like the new wave of British heavy metal bands, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, and a lot of bands that kind of made a name for themselves. 70s, Ozzy, their own solo project. So,
well, I think we've lost Joel with his signal. Bear with us, guys. Bear with us. Got some tech issues here, so bear with us. Oh, yeah. Sorry about this, guys. It looks like he's lost his signal. So So bear with us, guys. Let's see if we can get him back. So bear with us. If you wanted to check out Joel and the band Animax, all the links are in the description there. To the Facebook page, Instagram, and a few other places. So go check them out. He's back. He's back. Right, there we go. You're back.
Sorry, lost internet connection here.
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah.
How far did I go?
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
How much of that you caught? But a lot of the bands I did in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, cool. So, who actually got you into sort of like listening to music? Was it your parents or your siblings, or was it sort of like your siblings? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my dad liked both types of music, country and Western. And my mother was a secretary for a church. So neither of the two of them were real fond of my choice in music. But so a lot of it came from my older brothers. We had one stereo in the house, and so it was whatever vinyl albums they brought home. I remember some of the first ones: Deep Purple, Machine Head, Black Sabbath, Paranoid, Aerosmith, Toys in the Attic. Were some of the first ones I remember my older brothers bringing home, and so that was a lot of what I was raised on.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people out there who sort of like took influence from their older siblings.
Yeah, I think, like I said, moving into the '80s, a lot of those bands took influence from the same bands in the '70s, like the Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, bands like that.
Yeah. So, who actually, out of all the bands that you've sort of like listened to over the years, who was your main influence to say, that's what I want to do? I want to become a musician.
I think one of the first ones would have been Deep Purple. When I was in the 70s, I just remember back in my cassette tape days, I used to have 28 Deep Purple cassette tapes, including their live albums. I bought their compilation albums, even though I had each one of the songs on the compilation on one of the other albums. If it said Deep Purple, I had to own it. So you can say I was a little bit obsessed with them. And then I think in the 80s, because Deep Purple had kind of disappeared there for a while, I seem to remember Iron Maiden seemed to be a really big influence of mine. One of the big things with Iron Maiden was that not only was the music an influence, but also watching that Live After Death video, watching Steve Harris on stage was a huge influence to my stage presence as well.
Yeah. I was going to say that Steve Harris and Iron Maiden has, especially with the Life After Death video, he influenced a lot of people with his not only his stage presence but his bass playing as well.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen that live. I didn't, but I do remember they used to have that movie playing at a local movie theater. So it was the closest you could come to seeing it like on the big screen with the big, huge theater sound system was like, I guess, the second best you could come to it.
Yeah.
I did finally see Iron Maiden live, but it wasn't until their seventh tour of a seventh tour. So.
Yeah. Excuse me. We've got a question from my head moderator, Lisaboo. She asks, what is your favourite song to play, either your own or from another artist?
My favourite song for what? Sorry?
Your favourite song to play.
my favorite song to hear.
Play to play live.
Play live.
Yeah.
Oh, so favorite song to play live. I'd have to go back to the days when I played live. One of the things with Animax, I had some unfortunate circumstances that arose to where now I'm kind of stuck at home. One guy, so I can play all the instruments, but I can't play them at the same time, so I can't do live shows. But back when I was with Nightshade and Q5, a couple of songs that came to mind there's a Nightshade song called The Quest. Was one of my favorite ones. It's one of those epic 9-minute long numbers. And also, I used to really get into doing a Q5 Missing in Action, because we always used to do Q5 songs on our set as well. And Missing Action is a lot of fun to play on stage.
Yeah, cool. Is there any other songs, whether it be from, say, Iron Maiden, do you like play?
Sorry, what was the question?
Is there sort of like another song from, say, Iron Maiden or Deep Purple that you like playing?
Oh geez. Kind of hard to pick one, because it's like I learned so many of them. Especially because those were the bands, I bought my very first bass guitar in 1981. And so those were the bands I started learning songs from. I would say my favorite Deep Purple song to play probably would have been Highway Star. Love that song because I love all Deep Purple, but in particular the Mark II lineup with Ian Gillan, Roger Glover, and also for Iron Maiden, maybe Aces High comes to mind. It's one of my favorite ones. Flight of Icarus. They had a bunch of them because Steve Harris is such an amazing bass player. A lot of his bass lines are fun to play.
Cool. Thank you, Lisaboo, for that. Right. You've mentioned a couple of bands there. Was there any other bands that you were in before you started Animax?
A number of them. I always mention Nightshade Q5 because that was the most prestigious previous band I was in. Before that, I was in a band called Excalibur that wasn't quite as famous, but had been playing the same type of clubs in the Seattle area at the time. Been on the radio stations there and such. Prior to that, I had actually spent 6 years in the United States Navy. That's where I was in the late 80s. And I was actually in bands on board the USS Nimitz, where we had actually done shows on the flight deck of the ship in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So not very many bands that could add the middle of the Indian Ocean to the list of venues that they've played. But
yeah, cool.
One of the other things too is up until that point, when I was all the way up through my Navy years, I was in a lot of different cover bands. When I got out of the Navy, that was when I kind of decided, I'm not going to get anywhere playing somebody else's music, and so I had decided to start going with just bands that did their own music after that.
Cool.
I was in a couple of short projects that just might have been together for like a month or two before they fell apart and didn't do much to mention. So
yeah. So going back to playing on the when you were in the Navy, that couple of gigs in the middle of the Indian Ocean must have been a surreal experience.
Yeah, I think the biggest, most surreal experience I had was we did Nightshade Q5 got to open for a number of major acts during my tenure. The only one we did was we opened for Quiet Riot once, and we were actually playing. This is in '94. A club called Jimmy Z's in Everett, Washington, and we'd played that club before and had plenty of people there. But this time the place was literally just packed like sardines. Really great crowd to play in front of. It's the only time we ever had to set up around somebody else's drum kit. I remember that about it. So
Yeah.
I remember also being kind of blown away by how tall Kevin Dubrow was. I had no idea. It's like, you see pictures of him with the band, he looks normal. Saw him on stage, he's like 6'4". I'm like 6'1". I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, wow, he's really tall.
Yeah. God, yeah. He must have met a few people who were thinking.
Yeah, it's one of the other things that happened too. That I just remembered. Actually, this came up a lot recently.
Oh, we lost him again. The internet's just gone out, so bear with us, guys. See if we can get him back. Like I said, guys, like I said earlier, if you want to check out Animax, all the links are down in the description. And go like and subscribe to these socials, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, stuff like that. So go check them out. And and if you can, there's a pin coming at the top of the screen there with my Linktree. You will find all the socials like X, Twitter, Instagram, website. There's an email there if you want to get in contact with me, and also there's PayPal there. So if you can, please donate to the website, to the PayPal, and later on at 9 p.m. UK time, myself and Lisaboo will be doing the Saturday Night Podcast, number 31. So stay tuned for that. Which is coming up in around about just over an hour's time. So let's see if we can get Joel back. He's been having problems with his internet at the minute, so bear with us. Bear with me. See if we can get him back. Bear with me. Oh, and coming up, we'll go into more detail when myself and Lisaboo will do the Saturday Night Podcast. But tell you what's coming up on the over the next week or so. We got Rick Allen on the 11th, Major Distortion on the 13th, and we've got Radio Aftermath coming up on the 14th. So stay tuned for that, and that's what's coming up. And I'm hoping to get a couple more bands on, so stay tuned for that. So as we are waiting for Joel to come back, like I said, please go to check out Animax on the socials. They are an amazing band. So just waiting for, like I said, just like, share, and comment, like Lisaboo said there. So it does help the channel in a big way. It does help. It does help the channel in a big way. So bear with me. Just quickly messaging Animax. Oh, here we go. He's back. So sorry. You did it again.
So what was it? What question were we on? I'm sorry.
You send. You go to when you opened up for Quiet Riot.
Oh yeah, opening for Quiet Riot. And yeah, that was a huge crowd to play in front of. It was a lot of fun. We did a great show. They did a great show. In fact, they liked us so much that at one point in time, they had offered us a little mini tour of playing shows on the West Coast. We unfortunately had to turn it down because one of the shows conflicted with my wedding day. But yeah, but they were impressed with us, so that's great. And one of the other interesting things that happened during my time in the band was Great White. This came to light recently with the passing of Jack Russell. But they had actually done a cover of a Q5 song, Ain't No Way to Treat a Lady. During '96, it's on their Let It Roll album. It's actually a cover of a song from Q5 Steal the Light in '84. So
Cool.
Kind of a tribute to how big of a song how big of an album Steal the Light was. A lot of people, it seems like there's people I talk to who you tell them that you're in Q5 and they hear the album Steal the Light, and they treat you like a celebrity, and other people like, what are you talking about? So a lot of people have heard of them, a lot of them haven't. They seem to have been big over in Europe, from what I understand too.
Yeah, they were. So what have you been up to, especially over in the last couple of years?
Well, what happened when I left Nightshade? I had unfortunate circumstances that arose that precluded me from touring. And so I left the band so they could find someone who could. In fact, the guy who replaced me was Evan Sheely, who was actually the original bass player of Q5. And I was friends with him too. So it was really cool. You hear a lot of bands breaking up squabbling over artistic differences or money or something like that. So it's really cool to be able to leave the band on good terms. And I'm still good friends with those guys to this day. And for a while there, I thought that was it. I thought I was done. And at one point in time, I'd even sold off all of my gear and I was going to be done. Got the itch to play back, bought all the gear back. And rather than focusing on what I can't do, I started focusing on what I can. I can still make music. Get a multi-track recorder, and I go through and record the drums, go back to record the bass, go back to add the guitar, go back to add the vocals. So by the time it's done, it sounds like a whole band, but it's really just me doing the whole thing. It's like I get worldwide distribution through CD Baby, which is really helpful. Back in the day, you used to have to try to negotiate deals with a record label to get in rotation on MTV or VH1. Today, slap something up on YouTube and you're good to go, right? And also getting exposure through there's been a lot of, turns out, radio stations that have been really supportive of it. So.
Is that mainly through the internet radio stations, or just like the regular FM stations, or both?
That was actually a big surprise to me. When I was getting into this, I originally thought that I knew that commercial stations weren't going to touch it, but I thought I was thinking it was going to be terrestrial based FM stations. I was wrong. I have been through a couple of those. Thank you, KFOK and KLX and WAKT. That I have been on a few of those, but predominantly, I've been on dozens and dozens of internet-based radio stations all over the world. So, and a lot of those are thanks to the first one I found was one called Metal Devastation Radio. In particular, there's a DJ there named Vicky Grandy, who lives in Winnipeg, Canada. Oh, okay, you know Vicky, great.
Yeah,
she was the first one I met. And she started playing my stuff on every show. She introduced me to all the other DJs there. So now my stuff's being played all the time there. But then one of the DJs I met through them was Doc Rock from Doc Rock's Metal Shop 101. And he and I hit it up because, we're roughly the same age. And so we grew up with all the same influences and such. And he's on 50 different radio stations in 8 different countries and everything. So being on his show was really, really helpful. And then through Doc Rock, I started meeting some of the people at some of these other radio stations as well, like Hot Headed Radio that started up recently. Dark Paradise Radio has been really helpful as well. Long Island Nightlight, as they call them LINL, Lionel Radio. Those three in particular have been like really helpful. So
Cool. So have you sort of like been writing and recording new music, especially over the last couple of months?
Writing and recording music is it's kind of a tricky thing to talk about with my first album, Asphalt Assault. Asphalt Assault is all metal, but it's kind of subgenre eclectic. It's kind of a little all over the place. And part of the reason was because a lot of the material was also written at different points in time. Some of the songs were written, like probably the oldest song on there's a song called Waiting for the Reaper, which was about somebody I broke up with back in 1987. It took me until 2023 to get the song on an album. So while to the rest of the world, it's a brand new song, to me, it's 36 years old. You know, so I'd say if some of the music sounds a little 80s, it's because it is. It was written back then. And then I've got some of the songs I've written more recently, where I've got, became a better musician, became a better songwriter. And so a lot of that influence is all kind of all over the place. As far as having any sort of like message behind my music, for the most part, I'm just kind of a storyteller. I tell the stories of my life, only I put it to, rhyme and meter and rhythm and music, and I throw it to the masses and say, does anybody else feel the same way? And the ones that come back and respond become my fans. So I like doing it that way too. It's like I'm not out there trying to make the next hit. I'm not out there trying to think, what song do I think I could write that Justin Timberlake would sound great, performing or something like that. I like doing it this way because it's more genuine. I'm just being me. I'm sharing that with the fans, and the fans are sharing it back with me. It's very cool.
Yeah. Is there any sort of like new material coming out?
Yeah. A lot of the first album was actually getting older stuff out of my system. Like I said, some of these songs are like 30 years old. So, of course, this next album will be stuff that's been written more recently, and it's a little bit more modern. Some of my more modern influences, we talked about what I grew up with as a little kid. More recently, I got into more bands like Shout Us Fall, Lamb of God, Avenged Sevenfold. So you start to see Pantera, really big influence from Dimebag, because I'd read a whole book full of his tutorials that he did, that he left us. Thank God for that. Not only was he a great player, but he was also a phenomenal teacher. So thank God he left us that. And you start to see a little bit more of that harder, heavier influence starting to creep into my more modern stuff. Right now I'm working on, I've got a whole bunch of tracks for a second album, kind of half built. So optimistically, that would be coming somewhere maybe late next year, by the time I get all the different pieces put in place for it. And I do have a couple of singles kind of on the shelf that I'm going to be releasing in between, kind of like an appetizer between meals, so to speak.
Yeah. I was going to ask, have you got anything ready to be released, whether it be single or like little EP?
Well, my next one will probably be a full length album. After that, we'll see where we go from there, because one of the strategies I've seen other bands do is just basically starting to release everything as a single. I've seen a lot of bands doing that now. When you think about it, when you think about how the music industry and how the media has progressed through the years, a lot of the reason albums exist was you're distributing a vinyl LP, and this is how many songs we can fit on an LP. Move forward to the CD, this is how many songs we can fit on a CD. With the advent of streaming, there's nothing holding you back from just releasing one song at a time now. So a lot of bands are switching to that type of strategy. I haven't made up my mind as to whether after this next album I'm going to switch to that strategy or not, but I'm leaving that as a possibility. I might start doing it that way.
Yeah, I was going to say over the last coming up to 4 years now, there's a lot of bands have been every 6 to 8 weeks to release a song. let's do that for about about 5 to 6 times across the year and release an EP. That way, do it that way, and then do the process again. It sort of like keeps people's interest within the band or within the musician.
Now, see, I've actually seen some of these bands too that don't even do the EP. I've seen there's a few that are just everything they release is a single, and like I said, there's nothing to stop you from doing it that way. But
yeah, true.
It's just the old school musician in me that still kind of prefers the album format.
Yeah. There's a lot of people like that who'd rather put out either an EP or not or full album.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking sort of like an album, is there any sort of like plans on putting your music on vinyl?
That's all an issue of cost. I would put everything on vinyl if I could afford to put things on vinyl. But a lot of times I'm looking at my very limited budget and I'm kind of like forced to decide between vinyl and CD. On Asphalt Assault, I chose CD. So CDs are still available on my Bandcamp site. Turns out that that's the only place to buy the CD. When I originally signed up, my distributors ironically named CD Baby.
Oh, we lost him again. Don't worry, we'll try and get him back again. So bear with us. Yeah, if you want to, where Lisaboo has been posting out the links to Animax, links to their website, YouTube, Instagram, places like that. So yeah, go check them out. They're absolutely brilliant. And if you want to support this channel, hit the subscribe, like, share, comment, and all that good jazz. And there's also there's a Linktree to Project Metal with all the Instagram, the website, etc. So, like I said, if you want to go to Animax's website, it's on screen there and it's in the chat there. So, yeah. We'll wait for a few minutes before we get for Animax to come back, for Joel to come back. So bear with us. He's an amazing musician. So yeah, go check him out. There's Animax YouTube channel, and Twitter. So yeah, go check them out. As we try and battle through with these tech issues, if you like what you see, hit the subscribe, like, share, comment, all that good jazz. It does help the channel in a big way. And Andy's back. Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the internet connection here today. Anyway, where was I? Bandcamp, I think. I was in Bandcamp.
Yeah, Bandcamp.
One of the things I wanted to mention before I go any further, I'm surprised I got this far in the interview, didn't mention this, with the band Animax. It's with two N's, ANNIMAX.com. If you look up Animax with one N, it's some Roblox thing.
Yeah.
So definitely want to get the Animax with two N's. But go to, just search for Animax on Bandcamp. It's the only place to get the physical CD. Because what I was saying when the phone cut off there, the distributor I had was CD Baby, ironically enough, and they've been selling CDs for a couple of decades. Literally 2 weeks before Asphalt Assault was released, they made this big announcement: we're shutting down CD distribution going strictly digital.
Mm.
Yeah. So prior to that, you could have found it on like Amazon.com or something like that, but that all got shut down like right before the album got released. So now the only place to get the physical CD is through my Bandcamp site. Although really cool, there's an option there when you check out whether you want it shrink wrapped or autographed. I autograph every copy, but I have to take the shrink wrap off to do it. So that's available to you.
Yeah.
And this, again, it's an issue of cost, because it's like, how can I afford to do both a CD and a vinyl release? That's kind of what it comes down to. When I get to the point where I'm ready to release the next one, I've seen higher sales on vinyl, so I might switch to vinyl next time around.
Cool. Cool. So, is there any sort of like plans on doing more merchandise for Animax?
Yeah. Actually, if you go to animax.com, animax.com is my main website, and it's kind of like a central hub to everything. It has links to all my social media sites, all the streaming sites, and there's a separate tab for my merch site. I have a print on demand merch vendor that makes the t-shirts and such. So that's where to find all of that stuff at.
Cool. Yeah, go check out Animax's website. All the links are there for if you want merchandise or CDs or whatever your taste is. So, sort of like my next question will be, if you sort out get all the musicians to come in and play your music, would you sort of like, at some point, with all the stars aligned, planets aligned, and you got the financial backing, would you go out touring again?
Yeah, it would have. Yeah, it would be a lot of stars that would have to align in order for that to happen. But yeah, it's something that I would be open to, as long as the appropriate arrangements could be made down. I love playing live. I miss playing live. It's one of the things I think I miss, because when I went into Animax, it was kind of under this business model of, I'm doing this whole online only band. And one of the things that you miss from that experience is finding out whether people actually really like your music. When you play live, you can tell just by the audience response, by how loud they cheer and everything, whether which songs are better than others and such. Hard to decipher that online. You have to remind people to click the like button, to subscribe, things like that. And that's how you tell people. That's how you applaud online. Is like, comment, share with your friends, things like that, and just trying to encourage people to do that. There's a few of the sites, Bandcamp and YouTube, where a lot of the streaming sites and stuff give you statistics. Those two in particular will tell you, how much of your video they watched, or how much of the song they streamed. And I think that was another thing that was a big surprise to me too, is how few people actually listen to songs all the way through. How many people listen to albums all the way through? Like, what's the last album you listened to from start to finish? I noticed that, like, sometimes I'll check my streaming statistics and find out that I got, one stream on track number 2, one on 5, and one on 8. A lot more of people just kind of jumping through the album and not listening to them. I spent probably far too much time worrying about track order. Because I was worried about the album having a nice flow to it, only to find out that a lot of people just don't even listen to albums start to finish.
I've noticed that when I do interviews or do other stuff, sort of like skip different parts of the either interview or the podcast or other stuff I've done, and it does sometimes it can be disheartening when it's just like skip from one track to another, one part of the video to another. So
now, same thing with the songs. Yeah. I'm a little worried about it, because there's like one of the tracks that's coming up on the next album. I won't give too many details about it. Don't want to spoil the story, but it's one of my favorite Animax songs, and it's my favorite because it does have a very strong, very powerful message. The problem is that that strong, powerful message is in the third verse. So if you're only listening to the first 2 minutes of the song, you're not getting the message. And so I'm glad I did Asphalt Assault as kind of a learning experience. I can take that knowledge forward into the next release, thinking when I release this song, I better have some sort of marketing strategy to try to encourage people to listen to that song all the way throughout. You know, not just send a link and say, here, listen to this, because they're not going to listen to the whole thing if you do that.
You got try and find a way of actually trying to engage people to actually listen to the whole song. Sometimes it can be difficult.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, what was that?
I was saying that it could be like a bit difficult to actually trying to get people to listen to the whole song without some sort of like marketing strategy.
Yeah. So yeah, that's one of my favorite statistics on YouTube is I actually have one where it shows how much of the video people have watched, but then there's another metric that you can pull up that shows how much people have watched your video compared to other videos. There's one of my videos that was actually surprisingly successful. There's a bass solo on Asphalt Assault near the end called Till the Day I Pass Away. And that song was not designed to be for a radio listening audience for entertainment. It was actually more just like background music for a funeral. And there's no other instruments. It's just a 4-string bass solo. And part of me is thinking, you know, I throw this on there for the fun of it. I really don't think that many people are going to listen to it. Made a YouTube video for it. I was like, I might get a couple of dozen views. It turns out that it's had the second most views of any video that I've put out. And it's the one that I have where the view line is, you know, above average compared to other videos all the way through the entire length of the video. I was like, wow. People like this more than I thought.
Yeah. I know that I know some people actually put out videos where they do sort of like either like how to play a bass or how to play guitar or drums or whatever it is, and it's sort of like people like to like, especially if somebody wants to become a musician, they want to watch videos like that so they know where to place the fingers, how to do you know, I mean, that type of thing. So
a lot of the videos I've done are all, like I said, I'm not only a one-man band, I'm also become like a one-man producer, one-man video producer, one-man label. And you know, I'm doing videos with nothing more than the phone on my cell phone camera with a blue screen set up in my kitchen. You know, but at the same time, I wanted to do something that was, I mean, I'm releasing videos knowing that, yes, they're not 100% as good as it would be if it was released by a professional company. I do know that. But at the same time, I wanted something that was a little better than some of these other videos that you see. There's like a lot of just plain lyric videos or a lot of these like AI visualizers. I wanted to have something that was a little bit more than that. So I think my videos fall somewhere in between those two.
Yeah. So where can people find you on social media? Your sort of like your best place to go to. So for people can find you on, is it your website or somewhere else?
Well, the links to everything are on the website. As far as contacting with me on social media, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, and primarily Twitter. I spend most of my time on Twitter. I get kind of lost on Facebook. And the other problem I sometimes have on Facebook is I keep getting put in Facebook jail. Like I'll do like 4 posts, and all of a sudden I get this, you know, I'll be putting out a post that's just saying, "Hey, you rock" on somebody else's video. There's no hashtags, there's no tags, and yet I get this message from Facebook saying, "We can't send this up because you're spamming the community." I'm like, how am I spamming the community by making one plain text comment on one person's video?
Yeah,
they do that sometimes. And so yeah, the primary place I'm at is on Twitter. My handle on Twitter is a little different. I'm Crystal Crown PRD. on Twitter because the name of my label is Crystal Crown Productions. I've actually made 2 Twitter handles. There's a Crystal Crown Productions and there is an Animax Metal handle there. I think what had happened was one time I accidentally did like a couple thousand posts and realized I was logged onto the wrong one. Yeah. And I started to realize how much hassle it would be to be constantly switching back and forth between the two. Because I originally intended Crystal Crown Productions as a label to be my more official business related posts. And then the Animax Metal one was the more friendly, personable, just connecting with fans sort of thing. But it ended up being too much hassle to maintain 2 different accounts. And so the Animax Metal account is largely abandoned. Crystal Crown PRD on Twitter is probably the best place to find me if you just want to chat and find out what's going on.
Yeah, cool. So is before we sort of like start wrapping things up, are you still putting any new videos up on YouTube so people can watch your music videos?
Yeah, they're all on YouTube on my channel, which is luckily enough at youtube.com/@Animax. I did manage to grab the @Animax handle, which is very cool. I grabbed that when YouTube very first came out with handles, so I was fortunate on that. All the videos I've made to date are there. I've got some music videos, lyric videos. I've got interviews like this one. I did finally figure out how to share videos that other people create on their YouTube channels and how to share them on my channel as well, which is cool. And I've also done some tutorials. I love doing those because one of the things I've done with the tutorials is that there's a ton of tutorials that other people are already doing on things like theory and technique and things like that. So I wasn't about to try to do that all over again. Instead, what I've done was take some of the weird tips and tricks on some of the things I've done and how I've incorporated those into Animax songs. Thinking people can see what I did and maybe use it as inspiration for some of their other ones. Like that song I mentioned earlier, Till the Day I Pass Away. It's a 4-string bass solo. I had a couple of friends of mine who are actually experienced professional veteran bassists that heard that bass solo, and they were very surprised that the whole thing is done on one 4-string bass. They thought it was like 2 multi-track bass lines. It's like, no, it's all one. And so there's a tutorial that shows some of the tips and tricks because sometimes you've got these notes that are like this far apart and you got to figure out how to reach them with your hands. So it shows how I did that.
Cool. So this is probably going to be my sort of last question before we start wrapping things up. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Oh boy. I would say the first thing that comes to mind, and I've had the same lesson I've told people for years, and that's that you're getting into the music business. And there's 2 words there, music and business. Make sure you're taking some time to learn the business end of things. Things like,
we lost him again. Go check out Animax on the website, which is ANNIMAX.com for all the links there. And Bandcamp, merch stores, stuff like that. And if you want to talk to the tour, go to Crystal Crown PRD, which is over on Twitter. So if you want to, go check out Animax. Go check out Animax on the socials, and for this channel, check out the link tree at the top of the screen there, the pinned comment, and it's also in the description. You will see Instagram, Twitter, the website for Project Metal Music, and Lisaboo's store. So, and Max is back. So, yeah. Welcome
I was
back.
hoping I'd break it back because this is like one of the biggest things I wanted to talk about. And that's, like I said, advice for young musicians. Am I upside down? There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's most important advice for young musicians. Again, music and business. Learn the business end of things. I'll be speaking particularly to like the way American law works because I'm from California. Obviously, this might be different in different countries, but you know, you have to get your songs copyrighted. Do you know how to register a copyright with the Library of Congress? Things like, do you understand the difference between getting registered with a PRO like ASCAP or BMI? Do you understand things like, you know, who owns a song? The songwriter share, the publisher share, the performer share, and understanding how the different copyrights and royalties are distributed. You need to spend just as much time studying that stuff as you spend studying scales and arpeggios. So that's the biggest piece of advice I can give to young musicians getting into the music business today.
Yeah, it's that sound advice that, especially when you're wanting to release a song, and you think it's like especially if you want to be protected.
Yeah,
with the song.
I have I did do a cover version of Cliff Richard Devil Woman from back in 1976, big hit there. Which that's another thing you got to look up is, do you know how to get a mechanical license for cover songs? A lot of bands who cover songs got to know how to make sure that the royalties are paid properly for those. So that's another good example.
Yeah. And have you got sort of like a tutorial about on YouTube channel about doing stuff like this?
Not yet. Great topic for the next video. yeah.
Because especially if a young musician or band has just started to wanting to release some music, probably like the best video to actually do is to actually teach them how to say, oh, you got to go through this particular step or something similar.
Yeah, and of course I would obviously, very first thing I would say in a video like that is starting it off with a disclaimer: I am not an attorney.
Yeah.
Please don't mistake this for actual legal advice. Consort with your attorney to find that out. But yeah, just the general pointing people in the right direction even would be helpful. So
yeah, of course, yeah. That would be good to know. Especially if you think about it, especially say, if you go to sort of like your local lawyer or local wherever, you can get even better advice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Joel, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. Yeah, oh God, yeah. even with the technical difficulties.
Yeah. Apologies for my internet connection. Sorry.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Stuff happens. So, Joel, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure having you on and talking to you.
Yeah, well, again, thanks for having me on too. It's an honor and a privilege to be one of your interviews.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. And again, thank you so much. So, guys, all the links to Annie Max are down in the description now. And yeah, go check him out. Absolutely brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. So, yeah. So, until next time, guys, we'll catch you all later.
All right. Take care. Rock hard.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host El Young, and we are here with Round 7. Welcome, guys.
How you doing?
Yeah. So since the last time we spoke, what have you been up to?
We've just been in the studio lately, just kind of putting some more singles out for releasing this year. Just kind of diving into some other kind of maybe genres, I guess you would say, and just kind of seeing what's just experimenting with some sort of new sounds, and kind of there's only so much you could do with 4 chords, so we thought we'd better change it up a little bit and see where we go.
Chris started at chord 5 and chord 6.
Yeah, we recently we got Chris in as our new guitarist. Chris Spalding, so he's been a godsend coming in and kind of we've kind of gelled really well. He's came in kind of showing us things, we've shown him things, it's kind of been a really good relationship up to this point. We went on a little mini weekender tour. We're down in Newcastle and such. Yeah, it was brilliant. And as I say, that was kind of Chris's first time on the road with us. It was wild, but it was good fun, wasn't it? Yeah, it was really good. Just keeping busy, just trying to keep around as much as we can be at the minute, and just kind of prepping for hopefully a big release coming at the end of the year or the start of the year.
Yeah, cool. So, what sort of like when you've been in the studio or in the rehearsal rooms, what sort of like genres are you sort of like talking about here?
So we've kind of stuck to our roots with a lot of the writing, where a lot of it's quite pop punk, 90s, 2000s punk rock. But each song we're doing, like as Ryan said earlier, like you can only stick to the same 4 chords, and it takes a bit to mix it up. So there's a bit of grunge influence in there, a bit of metal influence. We're adding a few more breakdowns in songs. We've been playing with a couple of more interesting time signatures, so it's not just 4/4 the whole way through. A few strange songs and that sort of thing.
I think just restarting, isn't it? It's almost like, throw out the fundamentals of what we know and let's try something bizarre and let's see how it turns out. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's been good fun, definitely.
Cool. So, when you've been in the studio, have you sort of like recorded any songs with the new guitarist?
Yeah, Secrets obviously our most recent release. That was actually with Chris. Chris came on, that was his first track released with us. And obviously we have another single, Your Demise, coming out on the 27th, which you can all check out and get it pre-saved. And obviously this will be his second one in the studio with us. And as I say, Chris is now a permanent member of the band, so I mean everything we're kind of doing, we're all doing together. But as I say, he's kind of bringing this new sound, this kind of this underlying guitar tone, and he's adding a lot of these different ideas, and we're quite big on our gang vocals in most of our songs. So even hearing his voice in the back, and it's just added a bit of power, a bit of range, really, and so we can bring those sort of songs in the studio to the live stage and make it sound just as full and just as big,
Cool. Is Chris sort of like adding to the writing, sort of like, or is he bringing like sort of like ideas to the table as in writing?
I mean, to start with, obviously Chris had a lot to catch up with, like all of our previous release stuff. So when it comes to, I mean, the basic point is usually I kind of come up with a riff or a chorus or whatever it may be, and kind of have an idea for a song in my head. But things have just been like so crazy busy and stuff just now. So sometimes it has just been me and kind of laughing, throwing something together and being like, right, Chris, what do you think? And Chris will add his piece here and there. But usually, Chris he's quite an easygoing guy. And as I say, when he came in, he loved the music that we'd already written and the stuff that we had on the back burner. So it was quite easy for him to just be like, you know what, like I'm really enjoying the stuff we're doing, so let's just keep doing it. But can we add this, or can I try that? So yeah, it's been good.
Cool. So is there any sort of like, you obviously you've got you've just released a song and you're going to be releasing a song at the end of this month.
Yep.
Is there any more plans on sort of like getting back into the studio and recording and releasing some new material?
Absolutely. We can't say too much, but throughout the year there'll be a handful more releases, and hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. And as Ryan had said, even for a bigger release, towards the end of the year or early next year.
Cool. Would that be an EP or an album?
That'll be a full-length album.
Cool. Yeah. Have you got any ideas on sort of like the length of the album?
Not playlist yet. We've written a handful of songs. Like between me and Ryan, over the past 14 years, we've probably got about 40 songs sat there that we've not finished or are kind of half done or weren't quite good enough. So we've got a tendency to like strip back some of them, take bits and pieces from others, and I guess it'll sort of we'll see when we're recording it how many tracks we've got. But there's nothing set in stone about it's going to be 8 songs, it's going to be this long.
Yeah, we've done that in the studio before. Even went in and planned on doing an album, but something maybe internally, even like we've just thought, it's not enough. Like I don't feel like this one's made it. I don't feel like this one's good enough, and we've ended up dropping it back, and it's went, oh crap, we've only got an EP here. We've not got an album. But as I say, those songs always stay with you, and they're always workable. So yeah, so we're kind of planning a full length album. Yeah.
Cool. Is there any plans on sort of like releasing T-shirts as you go along, releasing singles?
We're always up for new designs. Don't we always kind of brainstorm and think, what would be cool this time? What would be, But as I say, we do have quite a few T-shirt designs, and we always do kind of try to keep it fresh, like every sort of 6 months. But as I say, as singles and stuff come out, like we've toyed with the idea of getting like, T-shirts with singles on them and T-shirts with albums. But it's one of these things. Obviously, these things for a grassroots band, they cost a pretty penny sort of thing to make. Yeah. So we need to make sure that we're going to do it. We're going to, would we wear it? Who would walk down the street repping our merch? So, but no, absolutely, yeah. There'll definitely be some new designs coming in the next 6 months to a year.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. So, is there any sort of like chances of obviously, it all depends down to finances and the time of work and stuff like that. Is going to be a sort of like a tour sort of thing? They're going like to of the UK or getting over to Europe.
We've got, I would say we're just back from tour, aren't we, Lack? And when did we come back?
Yeah, we had the weekend of tour, the end of last month, I think it was.
The end of last month, yeah. It feels like months ago now that we've not, now that you've kind of let the dust has settled. But yeah, we're not long back from our big weekender. And obviously it's just kind of now trying to get these singles done and stuff like that. But one thing as a band, we've always loved being on the road. Like we've always loved being where we were. We've got a couple of shows coming up locally. In Dundee, playing alongside Kerrang. That's sold out. We have another gig at the same venue with, is it Copper Lung?
Copper Lung was the Marks and James Leandu.
Yeah, the Marks and James Leandu in church as well. And there is a few more that we can't speak too much about yet. But yeah, it's mostly just local stuff just now. We haven't got anything planned. However, as I say, things could change very, very rapidly, as we all know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it could change. But as of right now, we're sticking to local shows, and life events are kind of happening. So we'll see how it goes throughout the rest of the year, I guess.
It's that's the thing with life. It can always change. Can always change on within a matter of a couple of minutes. You could get latch onto a big tour.
Yeah, this is it. You never know.
Yeah. We've got a question from Lisaboo, head moderator. She asks, what do you like to do when you are not playing music?
Lachlan?
I ride motorcycles for fun. I'm a total nerd, so I play Magic the Gathering. And myself and Ryan do a lot of video games.
Yeah.
A lot of the same video game, really.
Yeah, we're quite big gamers and stuff. Obviously we have families and things like that, so that takes up a lot of our time and work and everything else. But apart from that, we're quite a close band. We've always been close friends, so yeah, we do keep in touch and game quite a lot, and just chew the fat, really. Just chew the fat quite a lot of the time. So yeah, there's never boredom anyway when we're all together. There's always something to do.
Cool. Cool. We've got another question from Aussie Ann 2025. In addition to tours, would you plan a tour abroad if you had the funds ready?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even like abroad, it depends on, you know, your definition of abroad, but even you'd be surprised how cheap you can live on tour. Like
Oh yeah.
we usually eat Greg's like for like 6 days solid, and it does. Trust me, you'd think a freezing cold sausage roll wouldn't get you far, but it does at 10 o'clock the next morning when you're traveling next, wouldn't you?
Between
But
that
yeah.
and like we're sorted.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, it's every band's dream, isn't it? You know, to go see new places, try new things. But absolutely, yeah.
As we love the studio stuff, live has always been at the heart of Around 7.
Live is where we started, wasn't it? Like we always loved playing. Like we didn't step into a studio for the first 3-4 years, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just loved getting up on stage, and so we've always had that mentality of we are a live band. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Even without the funds, we could still try it. But we show to show, you know, we could try.
I think Aussie's hitting that you guys getting down to Australia.
Oh yeah, well, that's a long flight. I've never flown before. I've never been on a boat. I've never been on a plane. I've never been out the country. So, I mean, the first time going to Australia, that would be an experience, I'm sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Aussie, for that. So, where can people find you on social media so people can basically keep up to date with what's going on with Around 7?
Best places are probably Facebook and Instagram at Around 7 UK. We do have a Twitter account. We don't know how to use Twitter. We've had it for 10 years and we still don't have a clue. But yeah, Facebook and Instagram is probably the places to find what we're up to.
Yeah,
cool. So, is there any sort of like videos you're going to be producing for the singles?
Ryan, do you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that we've never ever done is like record music videos. We've never ever thought of doing it, and we always, whether it was just like lack of time, lack of whatever, and trying to just, okay, we need to get the song out, we haven't got time for this. But yeah, no, absolutely. I think within this year, like one of our biggest goals as well is definitely to get a music video to go alongside at least a single. Kind of just feel for it. It's something for our band. You know, we've toured pretty far places and we've done a lot of things, but we've never recorded a music video. So yeah, definitely, I would keep a lookout for one of these singles dropping with a video for sure.
Yeah. I was just like thinking. The reason why I ask is because you are a sort of like live band. I'm sure that some of your fans will basically film some footage from the shows. You can actually put together a video, like a sort of like a live setting video type of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
years ago.
Yeah.
Back in like 2014, I think it was.
Yeah, there is a video on YouTube somewhere of all the shows that we did in like half a year. It was insane. It was something like 100 shows in a year or something. It was just ridiculous. We were playing like our hearts out at 14 years old. But we made a little collage video, but obviously with Chebs like stepping away and kind of going and doing his own thing now. All of our footage is with him. So, but yeah, now, as I say, we're going to be quite busy with local gigs and stuff this year. So, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to kind of so people can come out and see what your shows are like, you know, before they kind of step into them and things like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If you do sort of like film some of your shows, would you be up for doing sort of like obviously putting up on YouTube, but actually doing sort of like a compilation DVD or sort of like that type of thing?
That would be really cool, like a tour experience.
Yeah.
You know, like to get it properly. We know quite a few people that are quite good with like photography and things like that. Anyway, so something like that. I mean, if we could always drag one of them like on a tour with us, and we could sit down, you know, for a couple of days afterwards and actually make a little tour DVD, that would be really good.
Yeah, because I was like thinking not only to like shoot the actual show itself, but do behind the scenes stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely, like the hotel room madness and all of us just sitting there sleeping, eating pizza, and we're not a very Motley Crue band. Well, we can. We've had our moments. I'll not. But yeah, no, absolutely. That would be a really good idea, actually. I think you've just given us inspiration for what to do on our next tour.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be really great.
Yeah, because I know there's been like a lot of bands out there who sort of like knows a good friend or knows somebody who would love to go on tour with you, with the band, and then record not only the actual shows yourself, but doing the behind the scenes stuff. And as they put like a sort of like a little series of like sort of like playlist on YouTube of or what we got up to on this particular tour type of thing.
Yeah, no, that'd be really cool. Even as like a keepsake or a memoir, and we've got quite a lot of loyal fans that like turn up to most of our shows, and I'm sure like if we put them out on the merch table, like people would snap them up, like all the people that are like, you know, that'd be so fun. That would be so fun.
Yeah, cool. So, I know I've passed this question before, but I know some of the people who have. This is the first time seeing you guys on the channel. So, I know there's some people out there who wanted to learn an instrument or do some form of music. What advice would you give them to say, I want to become a musician, I want to just for myself, or sort of like pursuing a sort of like road into like doing live shows?
Become a drummer. Drummers are like hen's teeth nowadays. Become a drummer, and you will be in 7 bands, and you will be so sought after. You'll get paid so much money. Tell me, guitar and bass. Even being a singer is just not worth it anymore. Drums. Be a drummer. Since Chebs has left, we have had such an experience trying to find a drummer, and when we have, there's like 2 of them in the whole of Scotland, it feels like. It's just bizarre, isn't it? So, become a drummer. Keep the music scene alive. That's what I can say. Luckily, with your opinion.
I think that's perfect advice. Usually I'd give something about, play with your friends and, start off simple, learn the music that you love. But I think becoming a drummer is just the way forwards at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone will love you. It'll be great.
Yeah.
As you said, you'll be in 20,000 bands.
You'll have the most fans out of everyone in the band.
That's it,
yeah. Drummer. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I totally agree there. Because I know a few bands that is still looking for bands, and it's been a couple of years since they've been looking for them, and it's like trying to find a decent drummer.
Oh, hen's teeth.
Yeah.
Teeth,
yeah. So, guys, we're going to start wrapping things up. So, any final words before we leave? Before we score?
No, I would just say keep an eye on socials. Check out our new single, Your Demise, on the 27th. It's a bop, it's a summer banger. And
please save that on all your major streaming services and all that.
That's the one. And if you see our name plastered up around your town, or if you are that interested that you're going to travel and come and see us, give us a message. We'll let you know where we are and where we are going to be there. And we hope to see you at a show soon. Be cool.
Yeah, cool. So, guys, if you haven't checked out Around 7, go down in the description. I'll put all the links there. So if you want to say, I've checked this band out, please do. These guys are absolutely amazing. I mean that they're absolutely amazing. So go check them out. You won't be disappointed. So guys, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. And
thanks for having us. Yeah, always appreciate it.
Absolutely,
my pleasure. So guys, until next time, we'll catch you all later. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host El Young, and we are here with Lachlan, and Ryan. Lachlan. So, guys, could you introduce yourselves and what you do within the band?
I'm Lachlan. I play bass, do a bit of backing vocals.
Yeah, I'm Ryan. I do vocals and guitar in the band.
Cool. So, let's dive into some questions. As kids, what were you listening to?
Lachlan, you go first with that, man. You've got a lot more background than I do.
Yeah, I was listening to a lot of classic rock and heavy metal. So a lot of Iron Maiden, bits of AC/DC, Rush, that sort of stuff. Being brought up around it, so it was constantly on, constantly exposed to good music.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of, I don't know. I've got quite an expansive sort of range in music when I was growing up. You know, I did a bit of choir and stuff when I was very young, and then after that, it was just kind of what was on the radio at the time, and then started discovering albums when I was quite little, and then obviously kind of got into, you know, sort of earlier Green Day sort of stuff, more punk rock side of things, and yeah, that sort of stuff just, you know, and from there it's just blown up into everything and anything you can listen to, you know, yeah.
Cool, cool. So, who actually got you into listening to music? Was it a family member, a friend, or was it a journey of self-discovery?
Yeah,
Well, for me, Lachlan, sorry, man. Oh, well, for me, it was I actually met Lachlan when we were around 10 or 11 years old, and he played bass, obviously, at the time, and I didn't really have a Scooby about playing instruments or anything at the time, but Lachlan told me, you know, you can hold a note and stuff, so you should try singing. I did play drums for a bit beforehand, and we had a little side project that was just like some covers and things. I played drums, and then I started doing vocals in the band. We got a couple other members in, and then I did feel pretty, you know, pretty strange standing like on stage without a guitar or anything in my hands. You know, I didn't really know what to do with myself. And Lachlan showed me a couple of kind of root notes on bass, and ever since then, yeah, just tried to dig my head in and picked up guitar. Yeah, that was really it for me.
Yeah, for me it was mainly my parents. They had a good taste in music. One was big into like Zeppelin and the Beatles, and yeah, my dad was into Maiden, Rush, the likes. So I've always been around music. I don't remember a time before I was listening to music. It's always been there.
Cool. So, who was your main influence from all the bands that you've listened to? Who was your main influence to say, I want to become a musician?
Mine was definitely Billy Joel. Billy Joel, yeah, singer and guitarist in Green Day. And then it kind of drifted, you know, even like Simon Neil from Biffy and things like that. Like, I remember like me and Lachlan watched Bullet in a Bible, like Green Day's live album from 2005, like religiously every day and every night, you know, and that was kind of what we focused on, what we wanted to be. And we were like, can you imagine one day, you know, like having that, you know? But yeah, I'd say definitely that's my biggest influence, yeah.
Yeah, and a bit of a contrast. Mine was absolutely Steve Harris. I listened to Maiden all the time. It was, there was nobody else that I was listening to that could make a bass sound like that, and it was like, whoa, this is something new. This is once I started paying attention to it, and with a lot of the songwriting he was doing, throughout the entirety of Maiden's career. As soon as I started taking a bit more of a dive into it, it was like, no, he's a fantastic songwriter. So it was like, nah, I want to do something like that. And as Ryan said, we'd listened to a lot of Green Day when we first started the band. So it kind of drifted a bit to Mike Dunt and Pete Wentz and all that sort of stuff. The pop punk rock side of it. But yeah, Steve Harris has always been solidly main influence.
Cool. Side question for Lachlan.
Yeah.
What is your favourite Iron Maiden song that Steve Harris wrote?
It totally depends on my mood. Flash of the Blade is up there. Love a bit of Power Slave. Favourite album though would be A Matter of Life and Death. So a big fan of like The Longest Day and Reincarnation of Benjamin Brieg.
Cool. Ryan, what is your favourite Green Day song and album?
I don't know. I kind of like deep cuts, and I kind of like, I don't know, maybe you don't want to say like typical Dookie and stuff, you know, but it's that old school sort of raw plug in and play power, you know, just make some noise, go fast. So yeah, probably anything from sort of Kerplunk, Dookie era. The old school deep cuts. Definitely, obviously, you know, they've released a lot of new stuff since then, and they've brought a lot of kind of, maybe you would class it as poppier stuff. You know, you can't lie. But obviously you've got all the kind of big hit albums. But yeah, definitely their older deep cuts, Kerplunk and stuff, in 1039. Yeah.
Cool. We do have a question from my head moderator, Lisaboo, who's all the way from Canada. She asks, do you have a process for writing your songs?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I told them about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. So usually the process for me is I kind of come up with most of the songs, or whether it be a chorus or a riff or whatever. I kind of sit down to write one day. You know, sometimes it might be something we accidentally play at practice and we're like, that's cool. I go away and work on it a little bit, come to Lachlan with it. You know, but we're not. I'd never ever say that we'd like, you know, it's easy and it's this. And I mean, 20 minutes ago, we're heading into the studio tomorrow actually to record our new single, and we'd only kind of finished this song up during the week, and it only came to about, I don't know, a few hours ago. And I'm sat there thinking, I was like, we've not even finished writing this song yet, you know, lyric wise and stuff. So me and Lachlan, like, we're in the same village, so it's fine. Hop up and kind of brainstorm together. It's quite good. You kind of visualize, you know, what is the song about? Is it about a person, a situation, or what? And then, you know, I can kind of scatter my thoughts and throw them towards Lachlan and say, you know, what would you think? What would you, you know, I don't know. It comes out of you. We've always done it since we were 10 years old. But it could be anything. It could be a catchy chorus. It could be a riff. It could be, you know, like, and like I say, we've got such a drastic sort of catalogue of songs now. You know, you've got the lighter sort of pop punk. You've got the heavier sort of songs like Change For Me and stuff starting to come out now. So yeah, just whatever sounds good. Just whatever's fun to play and whatever we enjoy to play, really. I would say, Lachlan, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's many songs that we've tried to write, and you know if it's going to work from basically day one. If it's not day one, it's maybe day 2 or day 3, and you're like, nah, it's not working. And you know, we'll give a shot. We'll write anything, but like the amount of songs that we'd written and gone, nah, it's not good enough. And we're pretty consistent with only releasing songs that we're adamant that no, these are absolutely good enough.
Yeah, you always push for the better. You always push for the next one to be better, or something. You've added something different, or you've done something different this time. Yeah,
absolutely.
Cool. Thank you for that question, Lisa. So, were you in any bands before you started Around 7?
Going back to earlier, actually, where we're saying me and Lachlan had like a side project thing. It was actually through a friend of ours, a guitarist, that me and Lachlan met. We had a project called, I think it was Fear of an Empty Glass, I think it was called, Lachlan. Yeah, yep. Back when we were maybe around 11 years old. And as I say, it was just covers, but we played any sort of covers. I think it was in the guitarist's bedroom at the time, you know, a little drum kit. We were all huddled into a tiny room, and that was literally just a side project. And at the time, me and Lachlan had said, you know, like, let's go try something different. Let's go try an originals band. I don't think we actually played any shows or nothing, you know, before Around 7. As I say, because we've been in it from such an early age, and we were determined that, you know, anything we do, we've never had solo projects. We've never done anything like that that's not together, because I don't know. I guess our music styles are quite intertwining, and me and Lachlan tend to be able to just get the best out of each other. I guess I would say that. So yeah, we kicked that off, as I say, a long time ago now. But I don't know if you were playing anything else, Lachlan, beforehand, or.
No, I don't know. That was just in that same band. I've had a couple of projects that I'd done sort of on the side, you know, cover bands, and was in a thrash metal band for a wee bit when we were on a hiatus. But other than that, you know, nothing pre-Around 7, because we started at such a young age. I mean, that was we were 14 or something like that. Yeah, it was around
2011 we started, wasn't it? 2011, which is crazy to think about now, but yeah.
So I mean, that's
Yeah, we've got a question from a good friend of good friend of the channel. I know we've just covered it. Grumpy Sapper says, "Who were your influence growing up musically?"
Lachlan, you go ahead with that, man. I'll give you.
Steve Harris, absolutely. I loved Iron Maiden. Still do.
Yeah,
I mean, we touch on a lot of other. Obviously, I don't know. You'll probably hear it in singles that are still to be released and stuff coming up this year, and even our like past recorded things as well. There is touches of things. We've had fans afterwards coming up being like, you know, that vocal melody, or you've taken that from this. It seems like, and I'm feeling a little bit of Blink from this. I'm feeling a little bit like heavier than this. This is a little two-step breakdown. Where's this came from? But it's literally just expanding and expanding. But I don't know. It's kind of went from one to the other. Obviously, you've got all the big classic, like punk rock bands and metal bands and all these sort of things that everyone hears of. But yeah, for me, Billy was definitely one. Tom DeLonge, just for like, I don't know, it was like the ratty sort of not caring, having fun. He was genuinely just enjoying himself doing what he was doing. Simon Neil, who's an absolutely fantastic songwriter. He's got a way with words that I could never have, which I'm quite jealous of and I envy. But yeah. But even Dave Grohl from Foo Fighters, it's the way that as a front man, they have a crowd, and you see they have a crowd when they just go up and they do what they do, and it's their own. They make everything their own, and the confidence comes out in the songs and the back and forward with the crowd. I think that's why I gravitate so much towards Billy, because he's always been such a good front man. He's always known what he was doing from day dot, and just he was able to get a crowd going, you know. But yeah, no other kind of just my main influences are, yeah, I would say about that.
I think you
got
it on stage as well.
What's that? Sorry.
You can definitely tell it when you're on stage as well, like the way that
you
play with the crowd, and we always perform better when we've got a bigger crowd in front of us.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people will say that, but
Dave Grohl stuff or Billy Joe stuff. And
yeah, I know a lot of people say that. You know, we'd play better if we played Wembley. You know, it's one of them, but it's not always about that. It's about, you know, I like intimate gigs and things like that. Like even small, like 30, 40 capacity shows and things. But yeah, I just really, really enjoy kind of having that back and forward and kind of, yeah, I don't know. So definitely Billy for that. Yeah, he's done well from that throughout the years.
Cool. So, what has the band been up to, especially over the last 12 months?
Well, we've been on a bit of a winding road for the last 12 months. Our long-term drummer Chebs, he stepped back from the band, decided he wanted to be an adult and do the whole I want to get a real job thing. But you know, he was, as I say, he's been with us since it started in 2011. He's ended up away down in Edinburgh now, studying. So he stepped back. So it's kind of been a bit different. You know, he's still there in the background. He's still helping us out, which will be revealed in the next couple of singles. He's still there. He's still helping us record and stuff. Where we're from in Scotland, it's kind of few and far between, even people, never mind musicians. So it's just kind of been, you know, putting our feelers out, kind of seeing who's around, who's kind of playing and stuff, trying to welcome in new members of the band. We've got another guitarist that's came along now, Chris Spalding. He's going to kind of take our sides on stage. We've got a drummer that's going to do the first kind of part of this tour and some gigs up until June with us, which is great. Chebs is still back and forward, so he's, as I say, you'll hear that in the upcoming singles. But yeah, just kind of, I think in the last 12 months we signed with Sony Records from Canada, which is amazing. It's an amazing accomplishment for us. Who's kind of handling all our, you know, kind of showing us the kind of bigger steps in the industry and things, keeping us right where our heads need to be, sort of thing. Yeah, just kind of we just released A Tale of Martyrs and Heathens, which is our new EP, which has actually kind of done a lot better than we thought it would, which is really, really cool. But yeah, just kind of doing background stuff, working in the studio. We're mainly a gigging band. We do love to be out on the road all the time if we can help it. Taking any shows we can. So if anyone has any shows or any parties, then we're around, you know, just give us a shout. But yeah, obviously with Adam stepping back, our drummer, he has kind of put everything on a bit of a hold for a while. So we're hoping moving forward to just kind of get back out, get recording again. But definitely been busy. Definitely have been keeping busy and kind of trying to get these new songs out for this year.
Cool. Speaking of being in the studio, we've got a question from Grumpy Sapper. It's sort of like going on sort of like the tech side of things. Do you reflect to the 70s with the plain sounds with the little tech like likes of Jimmy Page, for example?
I kind of feel like, well, just like, and I'll give you a say on this as well, obviously, but I feel like personally for me, even on stage and stuff, I'm not very much of a pedal guy. It's always been that old school plug in and play, and I kind of like to take that into the studio as well. So when it comes to plugins and things, we'd prefer amps. We prefer a more, like you say, a more older kind of sound. But yeah, like you're always, when we're in the studio and things, and we're sitting recording, and you've got, say, just what you would consider, a plain song, just loud guitars, hard hitting drums, good bass lines, like strong heavy bass. Sometimes we do throw a little bit of something in, but we tend not to overdo it, just because maybe where our roots are, and obviously the kind of bands that we were brought up on and stuff was just kind of pure raw sound. But obviously, nothing against any band that does it. I think some of the stuff that comes out with like all the new tech stuff and is really cool. But it's never really been something we've considered, Lachlan, has it?
No, digital's becoming very, very convenient. The way the technology is moving on, and there's a lot of stuff I don't understand. And
Yeah.
I've got a very simple pedal board that I use, which is basically wireless, a wah pedal, an overdrive, and a tuner. And that's it. The wah gets used for one song if it's in the set that night. But like if we're traveling super light, it's just take the heads, plug into a cab, and Ryan's much the same, depending on which amp he's using with his Black Star box. And
Yes.
I've got a selection of cabinets and heads that it's just depends on how much space is in the car. Lug it in, turn everything up to 11. Cool, that'll do.
Yeah, it's exactly the same in the studio as well, isn't it? Like we record obviously just down in Dundee, and the sound tech, he's done a lot of our stuff even from when we were younger, and he knows it's kind of a no mess around sort of deal. You go in, you put your tracks down, you put your drum track down, and it's right, okay, guitars, bass, vocals. Do you want anything over the top of it? Nah, cool. And it's just that we've always gravitated towards more of a raw sound, and whatever comes out comes out.
Might be a bit of phaser on it or something like that.
Yeah, but it's nothing spectacular. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for that, Grumpy. Much appreciated. So, it just mentioned that you had just been in the studio to record a couple of new songs. Could you tell us a little bit about them?
Lachlan, you want to go ahead, or?
The ones we've just done. Yeah, the Taylor Martyrs and Heathens. Yeah, that was. They've done it a wee while ago. We've been holding on to them for a wee bit, and how do I put it? Basically,
They were like Chebs is kind of farewell. We obviously with kind of Chebs' unexpected departure, we thought we'd already started recording, some songs hopefully to make an album with Chebs, and when he kind of took the step back, we thought, right. So we all three of us, we sat down together and says, what's the best way to play this? And we thought, you know what, let's go and perfect these tracks that we've got, and we'll just push it out as an EP. Anything further to that, we can worry about that down the line, but let's get these ones done, get them solid. These new tracks, as I say, we're kind of... What are you saying, sorry, Lachlan?
It's like record some tracks with Chebs, and then have to go in later and then, take Chebs' stuff out, because you don't want two drummers on one album. It would be too much contrast in sound. They could use exactly the same drum kit, use the same skins, hit exactly the same power, and it would still sound different.
Yeah.
Guitarists playing slightly different. Every bass player plays different.
Mm-hmm.
So, we really didn't want to be, recording with Chebs and then being like, oh yeah, sorry man, we've taken you out. It was like, it was a mark of an era. It was the end of
it's the end of an era for the band, wasn't it? Yeah, and obviously on to new things. But yeah, like as I say, we're in the studio now. We're back and forward, kind of just releasing some more stuff. But as I say, the more we're developing, even as people, the more we're developing as songwriters. Like there's all this different sort of sounds coming out, and as I say, we were quite quiet. Obviously, we kind of released like the first self-titled again. Well, it was around 7. We just released an EP. When was that? Is that 2023, Lachlan?
What, the Taylor Martyrs? No.
No, the one before. Insult to Injury EP. We released that, and then we did go quiet for quite a long time because we were out on the road for so long.
Yeah.
Where we're back and forward, and obviously we've got jobs, we've got lives, but our main passion was getting up on stage and playing music. And we kind of turned around the country for a little bit, and trying to get back and forward in the studio and between everything else was difficult. But we went quite quietly, and we've just released a Taylor Martyr Than Heathen, so we're hoping this year to just kind of keep a good flow, keep some tracks coming out so that when people are coming to shows, there's all these new singles coming out at the same time, and you've got this opportunity to fill a set with, what do you think people are going to want to hear and stuff this time around, rather than, so can't wait for that.
Don't want it to be the same set list at every show.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Cool. Grumpy Sapper has just made a sort of a comment. He says you should try and hit the circuit over here in UAE, like Durban area.
No, I'm not very educated on geography, and could someone tell me where UAE is, or if it's?
That's in next to, if I'm not mistaken, next to Saudi Arabia.
That would be cool. Yeah, I'm not very cultured, which is obviously something you would expect with a rock band, see the world.
Yeah.
But no, that would be really cool. I mean, given the opportunity, we'd love to come over, like do an actual world tour eventually, even if it was just smaller places. And you got to have a dream. You got to have some hope, right? But yeah, if we are ever over, we'll be sure to try and book a date if we can. Yeah, it'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Next logical step.
Yeah, gotta be.
Yeah. He also says get in touch with Flash Entertainment here in Abu Dhabi.
Nice. We'll pass it on. We'll go through whatever connections we can. Yeah, that would be really cool. I think as long as he's aware that he's going to have a band sleeping in his house as well, because I've heard Abu Dhabi is quite an expensive place to be. Never mind to stay in a hotel. So if you're up for a band, we can play some songs for you if you like afterwards. You can get your own intimate show if you're going to put us up in a hotel. That'd be fun.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you for that, Grumpy. He's got another question from Lisaboo. She asks, do you have a favourite venue, and do you have a dream venue to play at?
Lachlan, on you go.
Oh, favourite venue. I'm assuming that's one that we've played. Do you know what? Dublin Castle was class down in Camden.
Yeah, down in London, yeah. That was a great kind of trip through history, wasn't it? That.
Yeah. We watched the night before we'd played there, and I was like walking in and seeing, just looking at the stage, going, "Madness is played here." This is insane. Like the amount of artists that have played in that venue, it was phenomenal. Yeah. Then again, I like a good hometown show like Church or Beat Generator.
Mm-hmm. My favourite venue probably at the moment that we've played so far, and it's nothing to do with people, it's more the sort of eerie feeling of it, is Banshee Labyrinth in Edinburgh. Only because we played in the basement, and it's so small and so intimate that 20 people can make that place like bounce, and it was crazy. We played there for a pop punk night a while back, and yeah, it was really, really good. But obviously it's got a lot of history to it. It's meant to be, I think, is it the most haunted venue in the UK, Lachlan?
Yeah, I think so.
But they've got cinemas, they've got amazing bar staff, like the friendliest people in the world. They have amazing drinks and concoctions that could keep you there for hours. Yeah, they also serve Trooper, which we're a fan of. In terms of places to play, we don't really know venues out with Scotland. I mean, there's that many of them. But not, to play an arena would be really cool, or given the opportunity, of course. But yeah, I don't really have a dream. We want to come over to the States. We've kind of been talking about that. Like if we got the opportunity for the States or even Japan, like just go out, be cultured, go see places, see different venues, kind of just do everything we can. Yeah, be wherever we can, really. A dream's to play anywhere that you get asked to. So yeah, it's an honour for us to come and play. So.
Brookie said cheaper than the UK, and I have home bar as well.
I don't know if he's saying there that he's cheaper than the UK, as in as in for alcohol, as in for accommodation. But he's saying he has a home bar, which makes me think I'm not paying for accommodation. So if that's the
You
case, then
pay for accommodation if you go to sleep, and if there's a home bar, there's no sleeping.
yeah, exactly. So we won't even have to pay the accommodation, and we'll leave in the morning. We promise. Yeah, we'll come. We'll do it. We'll do it.
Grumpy says there's a huge metal and rock following in Abu Dhabi.
It's good to hear. Yeah, it's really good to hear. We're kind of, the thing is in Scotland. I mean, things are changing over here. Personally for us, I mean, they've started a new sort of system now where every pound from a ticket sold in any big venue. So even like you're talking like arenas, you're talking even the Hydro in Glasgow and things like that. Every pound of a ticket sold for a big artist is going back into the grassroots venues, which is amazing here. It's kind of, we're slowly seeing it starting to revitalise the sort of the following over here. We know there's people, obviously we know there's a following for music and whatever kind of music it is, but it's just, you know, I think with everything that the world's gone through the past couple of years and everything that venues are even going through in the UK at the moment, everyone's struggling, you know. Even bands, like I say, bands don't make any money, the bars don't make any money, you know, and it's hard going. But I mean, if we're coming over to United Arab Estates, yeah, that's really, really cool. Metal and rock following. Well, we'll hope it stays that way. We'll be over soon. I'm lacking. I'm really struggling why we don't just go and do it. I'd really struggle to see a point against it, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing that because I've heard that I've heard that up in Scotland there were a little bit of the money from the ticket sales are actually going back into the grassroots, which is a good thing.
It's amazing. Like the amount of venues that struggle around here, you know, even like your bigger venues that have shows on most nights and sell out most nights. I mean, obviously the world's just a crazy, crazy place at the minute. Especially with music and things like that, you know, everything's very uncertain, but a little bit of news like that kind of goes a long way for, you know, places like that. So it's definitely things are on the up anyway, which is great.
Yeah, they should be doing that something like that in England as well.
Well, we've been saying it for a long time. Like, where do you think all these big bands came from? Big artists, like they had chances to play at places like we play, and places like hundreds and thousands of other bands all across the UK play. You know, they had to start somewhere, and it's scary. Like we've always thought, you know, how long is it going to be until there's no one left? There's no big bands anymore because nobody can even afford to either go out and see them or there's no place for them to play. You know, it's really sad. You know, it's really, really sad. So, but hopefully this kind of, you know, brings something back. So we'll see.
Yeah. Another moderator of mine of the challenge, Carbonized Stardust, another Canadian. She says we need to go back to the days where artists are supported so they can make art.
Could not agree more. Could not agree more with the statement. There's exactly like I say, we've just went over. Myself and Lachlan, we talk about it on a daily basis, don't we? Yeah. Like there's just nothing left. Yeah, there's nothing left. I mean, if you think of all the costs, and we're not trying to, you know, this isn't like we're not raising a GoFundMe, so don't worry. But like even the cost for us to jump in our cars for our equipment, for our starters, you know, your equipment, you know, you jump in your cars, hop on your bus, your train, whatever you need to do to make it to a practice, to sit and sweat in a room, you know, with however many other people for hours and hours and hours and hours on end before you come to a venue, see a band stand up on stage to give it their all, to maybe not even get paid at the end of it. You know, that's what you see. But the amount of money, the amount of investment that we put in ourselves is ridiculous. Like, it's so, so crazy. We do it because we love it and it shows a passion for it. Otherwise, we would have stopped a long time ago. But you're absolutely right. Like, you know, I don't know how I would figure it out personally. But like I say, even this grassroots thing, like, it's a massive, massive development for us. Because for a long time, everything was just on the down for live music. Unless you were already a big artist or you had the support behind you already, or you know.
Yeah, true. Got a lot of comments about bands and had a lot of artists had big donors like Da Vinci and Beethoven to do their art. And Grumpy said there, Ticketmaster has been banned here as it's greedy. Guns N' Roses tickets were 10 quid. That's a great price nowadays.
That's phenomenal for for Guns N' Roses. That's crazy. I mean, our um, like that's what I'm saying. Like, you pay £7. It's just great. Like, you hear all these massive world tours from all these massive artists, and the money that you pay to go and see them, and the money that people think, their hotel fees, their travel fees, their ticket fees, and we get it. Like, we understand we have our big bands and we have all these massive people we'd love to go and see as well. And we do, to be fair. But even like Sum 41, for example, like quite a big band, we went and seen them. I can't remember, Lachlan, I think the tickets were like £40 or something. Something like that. And me and Lachlan and a couple of us went down not long ago to see them, and that was a reasonable price gig because they put on an amazing show, and obviously you always wanted to see them. But then when you can see someone paying like £250 for a ticket for a venue, but then you've got, and like I say, you've got venues around here that are struggling to even open the doors and turn the lights on. There's something wrong. There is something wrong there. But as I say, we do it all the time as much as we can. Just encourage people to go out and give it a go. Go out and see the next live show instead of sitting in the house in front of Netflix. And yeah, okay, it might be a bit cozier. Yeah, okay, you might have to buy a beer or two. You might have to wear earplugs even. But you should definitely go out and give it a go because, like I say, how do you think all this happened for big bands in the first place? Big musicians, it had to come from some.
You could go out to your local venue and find your new favourite band, and you wouldn't
Yeah.
even know.
Yeah, honest to God, yeah, that's crazy. So we'll always promote stuff like that,
And we've got another question, another thing from Grumpy. He says, I have worked in event VIP close protection here for years. A lot of the bands overlook the Middle East. It's a great place.
You know what? It sounds like we've got somewhere to stay. We have a home bar. Apparently, the money's quite good over there. Everyone's able to go and see because the tickets are reasonably priced. And we've got VIP close protection. Then, yeah, we'll come. We're promised. This is a promise. You can quote me on this one. We'll come over at some point. We'll arrange it.
Cool. I've got a question from our good friend and moderator down in Australia, Ocean 2025. Would you visit Australia?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm terrified of spiders, but I'd do it. Terrified of spiders. I've heard some crazy stories about Australia. Like you drive too far off a back road and you need to watch because there's alligators out here. It's like we see a deer. Like we've got deer that will run away from you, and you've got like a stray cat that's as dangerous as it gets around here, But yeah, no, we would absolutely come over. The weather's beautiful, the people are meant to be lovely. And I guess you guys would go pretty nuts for live music over there too, with enough alcohol and a good time. Yeah, we definitely come over this year.
Australia's doing pretty well for the new EP, so that's
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, our EP seems to be kind of
top 5 cities are in Australia.
Yeah, our top 5 cities for people listening to our music right now is two actual towns in Australia. I think one's Melbourne, to be fair.
Yeah, one's Melbourne.
Yeah, so absolutely. Like I say, we try and push ourselves all the time. And if we need to fly to the other end of the world to see, then to play some live music, then we'll absolutely do that. Yeah, even if we drive, we'll drive out.
Drive into Australia.
Why not? We'll make a road trip. We'll just stop everywhere. Yeah, we'll make our own tour this time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, get back into some of the questions. So, what have you been? Obviously, you've been in the studio writing a couple of new, getting everything sorted for the EP and songs put out. Is there any new material coming out? Are you writing new material, I should say?
No, I can go ahead, man.
Yeah. Right. So myself and Ryan, whether we're planning on releasing, for a set date or not, we're constantly writing. We'll occasionally call each other at 9 o'clock at night. Oh, here, man, I've got this song. I'll be sitting on the Xbox. Oh, well, listen to this, or I'll get sent, voice messages on WhatsApp or something. It's a constant, so we're always writing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get a lot more music out because, as Ryan said earlier, last year it was sort of a bit dead on the release front. I think we only had 1 or 2 releases last year. So this year we're going to release a lot more music.
Yeah, definitely. We're always, like I say, we're always writing, aren't we? Like, there's always something, whether it's something that we wrote 6 years ago that's like, oh, we've not done nothing with this yet, or whatever else. But like I say, we're this year, keep your eyes peeled. Keep an eye on Spotify and all the sort of streaming services, whatever you use. Even check out our socials. We're very, very active on socials. So if you're curious and to say, oh, it's been a couple of weeks, I wonder if something's coming out, you'll probably see either a release date or a teaser for something. You'll know something's coming soon. But this year, expect a lot out of us, definitely.
We've sort of got a comment from Carbonized Stardust. She asks, what's the handsome ginger bearded gentleman player?
I play bass.
Compliments. Let me tell you something, okay? Anybody that's watching this right now, right? No, I'm going to say this. Every time, he does not need his ego inflated any more than it already is. Trust me on that.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But yeah, I play bass. I also sing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh. I've got a funny story about this because I can't remember when it was. I think it was last year at some point, and we were in our local supermarket, and we're just shopping for some food, and this guy came up. I saw him walking down the aisle towards me in Lachlan, and this guy walked around me, kind of barged past me a little bit. Was like, "Oh, sorry." Went over to Lachlan and was like, "Oh, how are you doing? How's the band?" So I just kind of stood there. I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And he turned around to me and he's like, "Here, I don't know, have you ever seen this guy's band play?" And I'm looking at him yeah, I'm the singer, but there's just something about, I don't know, there's just something about it, I don't know. But I always just end up getting pushed to the side, even when it's involving me. The band, it's happened twice. Somebody else came up and was like, "Oh, you're in around 7, can I get a photo with you?" And gave me the phone to take the photo of him and Lachlan. And I'm like, oh, I just get ignored for it. It's great, fantastic. I must just have a plain face.
Frontman more than the bass player.
Yeah.
We're always forgotten, but no.
Apparently not, yeah, apparently not. Take it as a compliment, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I've been getting told off here by Carbonized. Sorry there, Carbonized. Carbonized said, bass, okay, he's, so he gets all the ladies.
All the ladies, yeah.
All of them, whole lot. Every show.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
cool. Question from Grumpy. If I sent you a song I wrote 20 years ago, would you do your version?
Absolutely. Send it to our socials. Our socials are at Around7UK on Instagram, Facebook. Send us a message. Get in touch. Absolutely. And then, yeah, we can get it done. Yeah, we could try anyway. And if not, we'll come over and just do it together. Yeah, but absolutely. I'm always up for here. Look, a couple of people have sent me versions of my song before, and believe it or not, I was like, why didn't I do it that way? That's a much more beautiful version. That's a much better version of the way I did that song. So yeah, absolutely. Send it over, and as I say, get in touch on Instagram or Facebook or something. Definitely have a look at them and check out. And follow up on the tour. Follow up on the tour as well.
Cool. What is your latest single going to be?
Well, we just released Anything From You as our main single from the EP, Taylor Martyrs and Heathens, which has gone across really, really well. And as I say, it's literally just plug in and play old school pop punk rock. But our newest single, we haven't actually announced anything yet. I don't quite think we're in the position to. It should just be kind of finishing up tomorrow, as I've said. But we reckon it'll be out, did we call it March time, Lachlan?
Something like that, yeah.
Well, it'll be around about March time, we're reckoning for it, so keep your eyes peeled for stuff like that. But as I say, it might be something moving more towards metal, it could be pop punk, it could just be anything, you never know. It's a massive contrast. But like I say, we're trying to get stuff out as fast as we can as well, with the help of Sodi Records, who are, they're really taking care of us, they're really helping us out, keeping us right. But I'm sure we've agreed. We're going to hope anyway. I won't hold my breath on it, but I'm definitely thinking March time will be kind of when we've planned to start kind of going out and knocking out releases again. But while you're waiting, obviously go check out A Tale of Martyrs and Heathens. Check out any singles that came before it off the Insult to Injury EP for more of our older stuff. Funny thing about Insult to Injury, that stuff was actually written back near 2011, 2012 time. And it's only just a couple of years back we got around to properly recording it and finishing some of the songs off. Yeah. So, but yeah, keep your eyes peeled for in March time.
Yeah, cool. Grumpy Sapper has just said, I just sent you a message over on Instagram, and the song is called Echoes of Regret.
Nice. Love it. We will check out when we get off this call, man, and we'll give you a message and we'll follow up on it.
So, going on to sort of like merchandise, I've got your YouTube channel up on the screen there. So, if anybody wants to check out any of the any Around Sevens music, please go over to Instagram. Over on YouTube, you can find the music there. So, going on to merchandise. Is there any new merchandise coming out?
So we try to release a T-shirt every year, or some sort of new patch or bits and pieces. I think because we were so quiet for the last half of last year, and we've not been doing many shows, we've basically got last year's stuff that will more than likely at some point be or some point soon be another run of T-shirts, and we'll come up with a new design. We've not got anything that's for the new EP yet.
I was just about to bring that up, Lachlan. Yeah, we're always open to ideas. We're always open to kind of designing our own sort of stuff and kind of just seeing where inspiration draws from at the time we're making T-shirts and things and merch. And as I say, we're kind of, we do all the funding and stuff ourselves, so we're always trying to come up with something new that's either like more kind of money friendly for people at gigs and stuff. You're already paying for tickets and stuff, so totally get it. We've given a lot of stuff away for free just because it's like, the amount of memorabilia you'll have even going to see bands and stuff, it's a little keepsake, it's this, it's that. But yeah, we do a lot of patches. We've got patches, badges. We do also have our stuff online. If you're interested in any T-shirts and stuff, we have a whole world tour T-shirt of the UK, our world tour that we did. We have Melvin, who's our sock monkey. He's our latest design on one of our T-shirts. Lachlan, do you have the details of where people can find online orders and stuff?
I think it's on our Bandcamp, which
on Bandcamp.
Yeah, I can't remember the address.
Yeah, so if you hit up our Linktree on Instagram, you'll have a link to it there, and you can go and see all our merch and stuff there. Hopefully, we'll get more stuff out as the year progresses, and obviously with Tale of Martyrs and Heathens just coming out, hopefully we'll have more designs and stuff coming soon. But yeah.
Now, my life won't be worth living if I didn't ask this question. Is there any plans on putting your music onto vinyl?
I would love to. I would love to make a vinyl. Like, I've seen so many how it's made videos on how to make a vinyl, and like some of the designs and some of the stuff you can get, like you could do with a vinyl. Absolutely. I mean, if it was requested enough, like we'd love to do it. Obviously, we might have to save for a little while. I know it can be pretty pricey nowadays to get them done because they're not in mass production anymore. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. If we were able to, we were thinking about doing something like that this year anyway, weren't we?
Yeah.
Kind of just, even if it's just singles, or even if it's an EP, or if someone's wanting something like that, then absolutely get in touch and we'll see what we can sort out, you know, for stuff like that. That would be really cool. It would be really cool if we got the order to do it. Yeah, would love to. Yeah.
Playing vinyl sounds so much better than everything else.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Like there's so much choice nowadays. See, like if you go on whatever streaming service or YouTube and you try and think of a song and you're like, okay, cool, I've played a song by that band, and you're like, oh well, I don't know what next, you know, like I don't know what next. But see, like CDs and vinyls, you stick a vinyl on, you clean the house, you go out for a run, you do whatever you need to do, and it's just there's no ask, it's just play. And oh yeah, I like this song. Oh, I've only heard the song a couple of times, I'll leave it on, and you get what I mean? It's totally different, isn't it? It's totally different sound as well.
I've always been a sucker for a physical copy of something, you know,
Yeah.
like a CD or the record.
Yeah, I'd love to do it. So yeah, definitely. Hopefully, anyway, we can get something sorted like that this year. We can source the right sort of people and the right company to do it for us. Maybe that would be really cool.
Cool. All right. You said that you are getting ready to release an EP. You've been in the studio. You've been doing a lot of writing. Is there any sort of like plans on doing a tour of say Scotland, or coming down into England or into Wales to do tours?
Lachlan, you know dates, you're better where you're.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're playing a couple of times next month. There's 2 Glasgow shows, 7th and the 25th of February. There's another show that's not been announced yet, so I don't know if I can talk about it in February, which will be a little bit further north than Glasgow. And March sort of time, we've got a show down in Edinburgh with a couple of other bands, and I think we're down in Berwick the next day, and we're trying to sort something out for heading a little bit further south. But after playing Camden last year, we love the English crowds, so heading back would absolutely out.
It would be really cool if we got like the opportunity, even like for a festival or something this year. That's something we've kind of not ventured into either. But yeah, obviously England's quite busy for their festivals and things compared to up here. So given the opportunity for something like that would be really cool. So as I say, we've kind of been thinking around the idea, stuff like that. As I say, with everything being up in the air, you know, this is us kind of got us back together now, and we're thinking, right, okay, this is the plan for this year. So let's do some shows. Let's see when we're needing to take a break. Let's see when we're needing to go to work, you know, whatever it is, and let's just try and get back out on the road. But we've always been that band that, you know, even Jay, like at Reaction Management, our management, you know, they're like, I've never met a band who just want to be on the road as much as you guys. And he loves us for it, you know, 'cause we keep bits so busy. But he's like, you guys just have this burning passion to just get in a van and go. And we're like, yeah, absolutely. Because it is that old school way of going out, meeting people, meeting bands, you know, kind of getting the name out, having fun, you know, sleeping wherever in the world you can find, you know, you can just find somewhere to sleep. Cool, move on to the next one. Let's do it again. You know, you come home absolutely burnt out, but it's so worth it. And the memories you make as well. You know, the amount of people you meet, the bands you meet, we're still in contact with, I think, almost every other band that we've ever met. We always keep in contact with people like that and other musicians. So it's really, yeah. So hopefully, as Lachlan was saying, we'll get down past the border this year. Definitely come down and play a couple of shows in England. That'd be really cool. And maybe even a festival if we get the chance. That would be cool.
Cool. Would you, obviously you mentioned earlier, you would love to go over to sort of like the US. Would you, if you got the opportunity, would you actually go over to the US and Canada?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah.
It's one of these things. I think we said it the other day that all American bands want to come across to the UK and all British bands want to go across to the States.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like each other know we've made it, you know, like we'll wave to each other on the plane and go, oh cool, we'll do a gig swap, you know, like. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things. I think in Canada especially, you know, a lot of people have branded us with, oh, you're a pop punk band, or you're a pop band, or you're this or that, and now obviously things are, you know, we don't consider ourselves anything. We're just an alt rock band. We'll just go on and we can play with metal bands. We can play with pop punk bands. We don't mind. We don't care. We've got quite a big like quite a big category wise. We don't categorize ourselves. But over in Canada, especially, I think the pop punk scene's really quite big over there. And obviously in America, you know, kind of all types of music will have their home and have their place over there. So yeah, absolutely. Just to go over and see what the crowds are like, just to kind of see what the differences are from, you know, little villages and towns in Scotland compared to, you know, some of the bigger places in the world. It'd be really, really cool. Yeah.
That's it. The first tour, well, second tour that we did, the UK one, that was amazing. Just seeing the contrast between Scotland and England.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So like going to a different continent.
Yeah. Even like I think we played Dublin Castle in London on a Tuesday night, and there were still like 70 people just out for a drink, but still came and seen bands. I mean, up here you would need to get like quite a big act to get 50 people even out on a Tuesday night, you know, to come out. So it's, yeah, and obviously there is like the same amount of people in London as there is in Scotland. We understand that, but it's but yeah, it's just I don't know, the contrast of people. Yeah, definitely.
Cool. You definitely got a couple of people saying, Paul when I saying come to Canada. Lisaboo says would love to have you in Canada. Grumpy said collaboration is key. You know, get you to get you pushed out there. So
yeah, definitely is. We were we met actually just on that. We would love to come to Canada, by the way. We would, as was just said, we would love it. It'd be really cool. But there's always plans for the future. You know, you never know what the next thing for us is going to be. But yeah, definitely the plan is be everywhere. Be everywhere and anywhere that we can be. That's exactly what you want to do with music, you know. But as it comes for collaboration, you know, our last kind of busy period with gigs and stuff, we met bands from Ireland and things, and you know, they were like, it would be really cool if, you know, we came over and did a couple of dates with you, and you came over to Ireland with us and did a couple of dates over here. And it's exactly that sort of thing that sometimes helps. I mean, most bands, you know, newer sort of bands rather than the old kind of classic bands that everybody knows now, they all came from touring with another band or speaking to another band and going playing with them, and they got their crowd. And you know, so definitely it's whether it's small scale or big scale, it's definitely the way to go. And like I say, support local music, support other bands, you know, like it's an amazing thing to do. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've had that. I've seen that, and I've actually witnessed it. Where there's a couple of bands that I've known personally have basically hit up other bands. They've actually said, "Oh, come down to London," and they said, "Oh, brilliant! That's a brilliant opportunity." Then they played London a couple of times, and that those bands they said, "Come up to Sunderland," and say, "We can we do some do like massive collaboration between the bands."
Yeah, it definitely works, doesn't it? Like that's you then open the door for, say, like you were saying about that band coming from here to there. That opens doors for that band there and other venues around here about them. You know, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's the best way to do it. Best way to get your head around it.
Yeah. Grumpy has said, I don't know. I think you've been a bit too young for the reference. I wanted to share with you something funny. I went to school with the son of Dave D. Do you know the 60s band from Dave D? It's like all the guys' names in the band. Did a couple of songs in the 60s. He also says spoke to him the other day and asked if he would if his dad would join me on the live stream, but his dad died in 2009. So unfortunately, he was going to get him on, but yeah.
Jeez, it's amazing, like the people that you know, and then like it's just crazy. Yeah, the people that some people know, you know, like they've met and they've got all these fantastic stories. Like we're in obviously Kerrymuir in Scotland, and just if we're doing story time. And obviously the lead singer from AC/DC, Bon Scott, he was born here before he went to Australia. And every year they throw local Bon Fest, which they get like AC/DC tribute bands. People come from all over the world. Like there's thousands of people in this tiny little village. And, you know, it's amazing for the economy. Like the economy of Kerry is, and everyone's just so happy. You know, they're drunk, it doesn't matter. Everyone's just buzzing about it. But there was one year we went and we were down at the main sort of tent at the festival. And just standing off to the side was this guy, and I'm not joking, he looked a double Bon Scott. And I'm looking at him thinking, he's standing there all on his own. So, like, I went over with a beer, and I was like, oh, would you like a beer? And he's like, oh, yeah. And the Australian twang came out. And I'm like, oh, you came all the way from Australia? He's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, cool. And we sat and chatted for a bit. And then I can't remember how we got onto it, but eventually he came away with, oh, yeah, like, that's my dad. And I was like, who's your dad, sir? And he says, oh, Bon Scott. I'm Bon Scott's son. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. You know, cool. You're Bon Scott's son. And it wasn't until the festival announcer was like, oh, we have a very special guest with us this year. It's the son of Bon Scott. And he came up on stage. And I'm like, I've just been sitting there having a beer with one of the greatest living non-living legends of rock and roll, Bon Scott's son. And I've just been standing speaking to him. And he was so genuine, so nice. So, you know what I mean? And then obviously he came back off stage and I rushed over to him. And I'm like, I am so sorry that I ever doubted you, you know, like... And he was so genuine, so nice, so sweet. But the amount of, like, obviously we're kind of getting to that age where all our, like, big influences and big people, they're either that big that you're never going to see them again. They're never going to come over to the UK again or whatever. Or they're just, like, they're getting to that age where they're just, you know, putting down their instruments and stuff like that. Which is kind of sad, really. It really, really is sad. But, you know.
Yeah.
But I couldn't believe it. I was totally miffed by it. You know, I was like, I can't believe I just did. And that's my claim to fame. That's the only, you know, celebrity that I've met, you know. But it was still really, really cool. But what a likeness to him he was, you know. It was so crazy.
Yeah. Grumpy said, Bon Scott is my hero.
There you go. Yeah, he's very, very. We've got a statue actually, like a big bronze statue of him that got erected. I think it was last year, or the year before, like right in the center. Yeah, right in the center of our town. Like for Bon, it's a statue, a life-size statue, and you go up to him, you don't actually realize how small he was in person. Like he was really, really small. Yeah, but yeah, he kicked up around here and stuff. There's streets named after him. There's a massive following every year, and it's brilliant because it just shows you, like, even a band like AC/DC, that, you know, you can't lie, they are getting on. You know, they've done their time, and
they're definitely getting on.
Yeah, they've served their time well, and, you know, they've served rock and roll very well. But, you know, a festival like that can still bring people together, and there's still people all around the world that'll still come and see their music. And
the bands that they get playing now as well.
Yeah, like the bands come from countries all over the world just to want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You know, to have a legacy like that is like, that's a dream. That's a dream for any band, I'm sure. But like, if you were nearly on that level, you know, geez, like, you can imagine, you know, it'd be amazing. Amazing.
Bill Campbell and the Bastard Sons up.
Yeah.
Girl School are playing this year.
Mm-hmm.
Arts, you know, it's getting pretty big. There's a lot.
Yeah, I remember we played it like 10 years ago, and it was just in our little town hall in Kerry. There was maybe 200, 300 people there. That's all it was. That was the big event. But now they've had to move it out to a field just on the outskirts of Kerry. They put up this big, massive tent. They've got all this security. They've got, like, it's a festival now, you know, and it's only gotten more and more popular over the years. So if anyone wants to come over to Kerry, you know, Around 7 can try and get a support slot one year, you know, and you can come over and see us. That would be pretty cool too. But yeah, it just shows you that, like, the heritage of bands like that, they'll just live forever. It's crazy. So crazy.
Yeah, cool. We've got, we've asked this question before, the Corvinized. She asks, if you gents had to pick a musical inspiration, who inspired you to create music?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's not the only thing that's really come out your mouth tonight, Lachlan, isn't it,
Steve Harris, just
yeah. Like I say, there's so many, isn't there, though? Like, even between yeah, like, between the two of us, we're quite intertwined with our bands and our styles, and, you know, all these sort of people. And there's so many, like, things we take from both, from whether it's the guitarist, the bassist, the vocalists. Like, there's so many big ones. Obviously, my biggest one just for being a frontman, is Billy Joel from Green Day. I kind of was him from when I was like 14 till I was like 16 years old. You know, I kind of went through that phase. But yeah, ever since, you know, as my music developed, my songwriting developed, you know, I've kind of learned more towards like Simon Neil from Biffy, Dave Grohl from Foo Fighters. I think the thing with Dave is like he's got so much like contrast in his songwriting. Like they're one of them bands as well that have never been at, okay, we play hard rock, let's play hard rock. Okay, we play kind of lighter sort of radio rock, you know, like you've had such a contrast, and they don't care. Foo Fighters just do their own thing, release what sounds good, and that's them. And obviously, with being a drummer beforehand, like I was, and then picking up a guitar and singing, you know, it's kind of I can relate to it quite well. So yeah, songwriting wise, kind of just the mix of our influences really laughing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bands that, especially with like when I'm writing a bass line, you know, as much as I'm like, yeah, Steve Harris, you know, there's not a lot of playing that I do within around 7
Mm-hmm.
is it's barely similar. You know, I use a pick a lot of the time. He obviously didn't. There's a lot of like faster playing and, you know, a lot of octaves jumping around, whereas it's a lot more pop punk. So yeah, your Green Day, Fall Out Boy. Recently, it's like with the likes of Change for Me, it's been getting a bit heavier. So I've been probably getting more of a Johnny Christ from Avenged Sevenfold, that sort of like dirty growl.
Yeah. Obviously, I think like when it comes to songwriting in general, like I take influences either from life, like what's going on around you, you know, that can have a big impact on everything. And even like us going to see Sum 41 not long ago, like they've always been a massive band for us anyway, but going and seeing them not that long ago really kind of made me think like, you know, and you find yourself starting to kind of write riffs that kind of sound like that because, oh my God, that song's amazing. Right, what can I do? How do they play fast and hard? And oh, they've got a riff bit here. And, you know, you just take it from whatever. You know, so our inspiration-wise, it could go on and on and on. You know, and that's the amazing thing about music. It's so good. I mean, I could say Johnny Cash was an influence. You know, like, it's crazy. Like, it's honestly crazy. The amount of inspiration that draws you into the musician you are. It's crazy.
Like, I mean, the only people I've mentioned so far are just bass players. I mean, there's plenty of other guitarists that, you know, have inspired me to play guitar more. And, you know, it doesn't have to be just the instrument that you play. You can be inspired by anyone creating any sort of music or a band as a whole. You know, it's a wonderful thing.
Cool. Corbin said, kudos to you guys. I love music and I can sing, but writing music is a talent beyond me. Pat yourselves on the back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we thought for a long time like songwriting and stuff was beyond us, to be honest, didn't we, Laughing? Like,
yeah.
I remember like the first song we ever written was absolute garbage. Like even we play it now and we laugh at ourselves. We still laugh at ourselves for some of the stuff we write and some of the stuff that comes out in practice. But that's the best thing to do. Don't you know, you can't sit there and think to yourself, right, okay, this is how the band I want to be like, this is the sound I want to have, this is just pull it in from wherever it comes from, write about what you want to write from. If you think it sounds cheesy, maybe it is cheesy, but there's a lot of cheesy successful artists out there, you know? Or you think that, oh no, nobody's gonna like that, it's too depressing. Doesn't matter. If it's how you feel, write music for yourself. That's the way we've always done it. We literally said that tonight, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like, you know what, it's amazing. It's as amazing as fulfilling it is that people enjoy your music. And they're like, you guys are really well, and we're picking up a following with what we're releasing and stuff. Like, just write your music for yourself. Give it a go one day. You know, you should definitely sit down. If you could sing, if you could play guitar, give it a go. Use what you know and go for it and just try it, you know. Like, that's what we did. We were like 13, 14 years old, didn't have a Scooby about life really yet, and here we are still trying to make it happen. You know, it's one of them.
Ruby Silver has said, I write songs and put it together with AI. Now, Grumpy has brought the question a couple of weeks ago. What are your thoughts about AI being in music?
It's going to take over the world. No, I don't know, Lachlan. Do you have any thoughts on it? Because I mean, we've never touched on it. Like, we've never thought about it.
I'm not a massive fan of the concept. However, it can be a fantastic tool if you're struggling with a certain thing. Then yeah, but a lot of, especially what we write, will come from experiences and it'll come from the heart. And we don't use AI, and we never have. I doubt we will. But you never say never. But personally, for what we write, I would use AI.
I mean, I completely get it from a standpoint of, you know, if people use drum machines, that's common. People use, you know, a lot of, like, I guess you can class some pedals as AI. You know, if you've got like octave pedals, if you've got, you know, you're slightly, that's not fully authentic, is it? It's something in the background that's enhancing your sound to the way you want it. And if somebody's sitting playing on their own, I can completely understand. They're like, this would sound so cool if it was a full band thing, but I don't have the capability, or I don't have a drum kit, or I don't have this, I don't have the pipes, or whatever, you know. But it is a really, really useful tool for some things.
Absolutely.
And obviously it's the modern age, and sometimes you just have to accept that. But we are very much like a old school, authentic. We play what we play, and if we can't play it, then we'll try and play something else. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's never, we've never ever, we've always went into the studio with the same thing in our heads. If we can't do it live, and it sounds authentic, we're not going to do it. So I think, you know, for AI, it's going to be a hard thing because we don't travel with a lot when we're gigging. We tend to keep everything natural as we possibly can. But like I say, absolutely nothing against it. The same as you, Lachlan. Like, it's a great tool, and it can be a great tool for a lot of things. You know, you hear a lot of doing covers with people who might not be here anymore, and, you know, different artists singing different songs and stuff. That's sometimes cool. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, it's not something that's ever interested us. But yeah, if you're using it for yourself, man, then absolutely. You know, if it works for you, it works for you. Is literally all it is.
And if it's helping create art.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we've drawn ideas from it.
Yeah.
We've drawn ideas from, like, you know, right, okay, we want a logo to look this way, or, you know, we're kind of thinking about some new artwork and stuff like that. Where can we draw inspiration from so that we can then take it further? And we've used it in that way. But yeah. That's just all my opinions on it, really. That's all I've got to say on it.
Cool. Thank you for that. So, going to start wrapping things up. Where can people find you on social media?
So all the usual platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, if it's still alive. I don't know if it is or not. I've not checked. Twitter, all the fun stuff. All at around 7 UK. All one word. No underscores, no hyphens. Around 7 UK.
I know you we sort of like touched upon about sort of like any advice for people, but have you sort of like, can you expand on like any advice for people who want to become a musician?
I'm gonna go with Van Halen here, and just play. Just play and play and play and play and play and play. I mean, if you're into music, if you're into one type of music, great. If you're into another type of music, great. Find what you want to do. You know, like for me, I used to sing along to the radio all the time, and I loved it. It just gives you a sense of euphoric sort of fun, innit? It's what you enjoy doing. You might be like Lachlan and love metal music and love these bands and think, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna work hard until I can do that. You know, everyone that says like talent is natural, I don't believe it. Like, I genuinely don't. Even some of the biggest artists in the world will tell you the same. Like, you've got to work at it, and it's hard. But if you want to do it, if it's what you really, really want to do, then just do it. Doesn't matter. Like, it's literally just, you need to just do it, don't you, Lachlan? Like,
Yeah.
for me, for guitar, I never ever thought I'd be a guitarist, ever. You know, when I first started out, and I thought, this is too difficult. My fingers aren't big enough. This, that, all the usual excuses. But if you have a love for it, if you really want to do it, I mean, if you know other people that do it, great. Go talk to them, get advice from them.
You find people like your friends, or when your friends are a great start. That, like, if you're playing with other people that have the same musical interest and the same sort of drive to get somewhere, then you're gonna go far.
What is it they say? 10,000 hours, isn't it? 10,000 hours. Yeah. Or become a jazz musician, because jazz musicians are ridiculous. Like, study jazz music. There you go. That's all I can advise. But yeah, just play and play and play. It's literally it. Take anything you can. Any show or anything. Yeah.
We played in our first couple of years. I mean,
Yeah.
we'd done about 200 shows before we were 16, 17, something like that.
Yeah. I remember our first ever show was at our guitarist's mum's birthday party in our living room. Like, everyone's got their start. Everyone's got to make a start somehow. And it was embarrassing, and you'll get nervous. But I've always thought that if you get nervous and if you get scared or if you get embarrassed, that usually means that you love what you're doing that much that you're nervous that people tell you not to do it anymore. So it can sometimes use that as fuel. But yeah, just pick up a guitar, pick up a bass, hit some sticks on some worktops, do whatever you need to do. If it's what you want to do, just do it.
Sound advice there. Sound advice. Right, we're going to be starting to wrap things up. And any final words before we go?
Not really for me. Just keep an eye out on whatever you use to access your music nowadays. I'm sure you'll see our faces in the next kind of couple of weeks. If we're out and about and you want to come and see us play live and you want to come and say hi, or even just want to come for a beer, give us a shout. We're going to try and now go plan a tour to Canada and a tour to UAE, and yeah, so it should be fun. But hopefully we'll see you all this year at some point, if not at some point. Yeah, that's all from me, really.
Remember to check out the new EP, Taylor Martyrs and Heathens. 4 tracks, all available on all major streaming platforms.
Support local music. Support local music. That's what I will say.
Yes. So, Lachlan, Ryan, thank you so much for coming on and doing this. It's been a total pleasure. Total pleasure.
Much the same. Thank you very much for having us. It's been great.
Cool. So until next time, guys, and don't forget, all the links are down in the description. So please go check out Round 7. They're an amazing band. And yeah, guys, thank you again for brilliant interview. So
thank you very much.
Right. Until next time, guys, we'll catch you on the next one.
Cheers, man. Take care.
Bye. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with Claudio from the band Awake the Demons. So, welcome Claudio.
Greetings everyone. Greetings.
Now, just before we get into the interview, if anybody's got a question for Claudio, please ask away. So yeah, right, Claudio. Let's dive in. Before we start dive into some questions, could you introduce yourself and what you do within Awake the Demons?
Sure. So, once again, hello everyone. My name is Claudio. I'm the singer, the lyricist, and the composer of Awake the Demons. Started this band back in 2016 as a solo project. Had a bit of help. This band has a bit of history behind it. And now I'm super happy and hyped to have released our first EP called Trials.
Cool. So let's dive into some questions. As a child, what were you listening to?
Well, that's a funny story. Actually, till I was 16, 17 or so, I wasn't listening to music. My father was the one playing music in house, bands like Queen, Rolling Stones, Iron Maiden, that was actually the first band I managed to see live back in 2018. But when I was younger, I wasn't actually listening to music. I was more of a sports guy, to be said. But my father was the one playing music in house, doing the DJ stuff, so to say.
Yeah, cool. What was it your dad that got you into listening to music?
He was also an important part, yes, of course. But then, I don't know, something inside me has changed, and then it just appealed to me more and more and more. Also, after seeing Iron Maiden live, I was like, damn, I have to do this one day, you know? Have to try it.
Yeah. So, who actually inspired you to become a musician?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't really have an idol, but when it was a tough period for me, Ivan Moody from Five Finger Death Punch motivated me to go on. I actually had the chance to talk with him once or twice, and that he answered some of my questions, and he was the one pushing me forward. Also, I got inspired by Woods of Ypres, a band that sadly its singer died in 2013, David Gold. Me and my band actually perform. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead by Woods of Ypres at every show as a tribute to David Gold. So yeah, those two singers and those two bands were the ones that inspired me and helped me in my musical journey.
Yeah, cool. Were you in sort of like any bands prior to Awake the Demons?
No, but Awake the Demons itself had a few lineup changes, so I can say I was in 3 or 4 Awake the Demons, so to say. But in this period, from 2016 to this point, I've actually been in 1 or 2 side projects, some made by me, some, especially one, in which I was invited. Those were going nowhere. Universe is Ours, which also had 4 out of 5 of the actual Awake the Demons members, and Silver Dream, with whom I did the last interview with you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So, what has Awake the Demons been up to?
So, we've worked hard to release this EP, Trials. We are planning, actually, we have planned, and we are preparing to go on a small national tour to promote our release. We've played our hometown, Constanța. We're invited to a private party in Năvodari, another town. We are preparing to go to Iași on the 9th of September this year, and then Cluj-Napoca on the 15th. We are trying our best to promote this album as much as we can with the budget we have. We are also working on new material, of course, like we released an album, okay, but we won't stop here. We won't stop here, that's for sure. I also have a physical copy of the album. This CD, I don't know if you can see it well. This is it. And we are working hard on delivering, like fans listen to our stuff, and now they want to see us deliver. We need to improve our singing, we need to improve our show, and to make everything better and better.
Could you tell us a little bit about the EP Trials? What any songs are there on on the EP? That type of thing.
So the EP itself has a nice story. Like, we had to make a choice between wasting a year because 3 of our members had exams to take and prepare for those, and had to prepare for those exams. So we were put in front of this decision. Do we try to do something in this year and a half, or we just wait and then start and try something? And I was like, no, no, we are not waiting. Nope. I've waited for far too long. Had enough. Time to do something. Time to do some work. Low budget, as I said before. Tried our best, and this EP came out. Now, the process of writing this EP is again quite interesting. Um, as our artworks may say, or our song titles may say, this EP is based on Greek mythology. Everyone is talking about the fallen angel Icarus, like everyone knows the story, but how about his father? How about Daedalus? Our EP is focused on the story of the father of Daedalus. Like, just imagine the strong feelings, the connection someone could have with that story. Like, for example, in our song Eclipse, it's so quiet in here without you. Just imagine the father walking in his son's room after holding his dead son in his arms. Like, that's a touching story. And it's not like we wanted to use that story and okay, they felt that, we think you'll feel this, take it. No, we wanted to say our own story, but hidden or mixed, so to say, with that legend. And we used the legend as inspiration to try to transmit our own message, our own story.
Yeah, cool, cool. So, you did mention that you are writing some new material. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, so as you already know, this is just an EP. Just 8 songs done however we managed to do them. Something way bigger is coming, like we're trying to make a 14, 15 songs album in the near future, the next 1-2 years or so. But what I can say now, two things. The title of the album, Legacy, I think that says a lot. I think that says a lot. And we are working on a song that will connect this EP to the album. It's gonna be called In Denial. That's the next release we are working on. Plus, some of the covers we are performing live, we want to record them because we know fans sometimes like to, I don't know, they want to hear our stuff that we play live at home. We cannot play in everyone's house, you know. That's impossible. I would love to. I swear I'd love to, but I cannot. So we are working on recording some covers as well, starting with Smells Like a Freak Show by Avatar. That's a spoiler.
Yeah, cool. So, is that like you mentioned? That you are going to a couple of concerts. Is there any plans on touring Romania or branching out into further out into Europe?
Actually, yes, yes. As I said before, we had these 2 shows already, Constanța and Novodari. We are preparing to play Iași and Cluj. One more spoiler for our fans, if they are listening. I hope they are. Amen to that. We will be playing on the 15th of October in Galați with Anteos, a bigger band from Romania. They invited us. We said yes right away. How could we miss this chance? Like, come on. And about going international, yes, we are planning that. I bet some of you, at least some of you, know about Wachen Open Air. That was the biggest metal festival in the entire world, if I'm not wrong, until this year when Hellfest, I think, was the first one. But Wachen will be back, trust me. And we are planning to go to the metal battle in Romania and maybe in some foreign countries as well. As I spoke to the Wachen officials as myself, and they told me that we can participate in any country we choose, and more than one country, so we can go and try our luck in Bulgaria, in Serbia, in Hungary. I don't know, in Hungary. Sorry, told you my English was a little bit rusted. So yeah, we're to go beyond Romania.
Don't worry. Right, Romanian. I've got a comment from Romanian Rock. They ask, how about old school hard and heavy metal bands? He will try some covers of the great ones. So they ask, would you do sort of like some cover versions of hard and heavy metal bands songs, say Metallica's Enter Sandman or Black Sabbath's Paranoid, that type of thing? Would you be willing to do some covers?
Well, of course we would. Like, we respect those guys. They opened the way for us and for every metal band group to be said. So we might do some covers. Right now, as I said, we're working on our own stuff as we want to to expand our brand and create our own identity based on what they left for us. But we might. I cannot promise that we will, but we might. We might.
Cool. So, is the EP trials has it been officially released yet, or have you got it for the release for the EP?
The EP has been released on the 24th of August, and since then it's been available on all streaming services. The release show, I have behind me the banner from the release show. I'm taking this opportunity to thank Lovebite and Out of Spite for joining us for this show, and the police after the show, but that wasn't our fault, we just saw them there. It's okay. But yeah, the EP has been released. It's available everywhere. You can also buy it from Reverb Nation or Bandcamp. If you want, you can support us by joining our Discord server or Instagram, Facebook profile, subscribe on YouTube, everything. So yeah, it's everywhere. It's basically everywhere. Like, spread it like wildfire. That's all I have to say.
Cool. So you said that the EP on like Bandcamp and Refurb Nation, that those types of places, which I have put your links to the band Awaken the Demons in the chat there. Plus, it's also in the description as well. So my question is hello. No worries. So my question is have you got other types of merchandise such as t-shirts, caps, that type of thing?
Yes, we have everything you can possibly wish and more. Like I said, we have the physical form, these CDs, I'm showing it again, buy it. We also thought, like, most of our fans are smokers, why not do some lighters? The Awake the Demons lighter. Now I'm feeling like some kind of
cool.
We have shirts like this one on me and more models from the EP. Stickers, which we are giving away for free at our shows because it's the least we can do for the fans who come and support us again and again and again. And more. We are planning on doing way more than this. When the budget will allow us to, we will surely expand. We are working on a website. As you asked me about the future plans, we are also working on a website. My father is helping me. Romanian Rock, saw you. He is the one. And we will have everything on the website.
Yeah, cool. So this is probably going to be sort of like my last question. If anybody else wants to ask a question in the chat there, please do. But my last question is, any advice for people who want to become a musician?
First of all, and I think I said that before in our last interview, I have the same vision, the same opinion, the same. don't give up on your dream. Just don't. Like this EP for me and for us a year ago was fantasy. We were like, no, that won't happen. It's gonna take 2 or 3 years, lots of money and stuff. It took a lot of time, a lot of effort. And with this, I'm gonna take a small break and send my thanks. And I'm speaking for my band right now. Thank you to each and every parent that supported us. Thank you very much to Crossover Sound Studio. Thank you very much, Radu Mazaranu, Deadly Records. He was the one mixing and mastering this stuff. He did it for free. For free. Without him, no EP for us. No. Thank you to my girlfriend, Elisa Tripon, for editing our stuff. Every thumbnail on YouTube, every artwork, everything you see, every photo we post on social media goes through her hands, so thank you. The artwork, she edited them. But Mihai Lupu from my ex-band, Abstract Grave, was the one designing them, again, for free. He's an amazing designer. He sells this stuff. But for us, he did them for free. This as well, this banner behind me was made by him. Elisa placed the logos and everything and edited, but Mihai was the one doing them for free. So thank you very much, Mihai. Thank you very much to Abstract Grave overall for supporting me and for believing in our vision. And last but not least, thank you, ATD family, each and everyone buying something, coming to our shows. I don't know, supporting us in every way. Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. It means the world to us and more. I cannot even start to express how exactly I'm feeling about this, but thank you. Thank you very much, and we'll try to deliver. We'll try to deliver each and every time. Now, about the question. As I said, never give up on your dream. It might seem impossible. People will tell you, nope, you have no talent, you cannot do it. They are haters. Don't trust them. Nope. This nope. Just follow your dream, do your best, and work hard. Okay, don't listen to the haters. Don't listen to them. But work hard and prove them wrong. That's the mentality I want to promote here.
Yeah, cool. Romanian Rock said, yes, I am his father, bro. He's sort of kind of domestic Aussie. I think that might be my last question. So again, Claudio, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. It's been an absolute pleasure. Been an absolute pleasure talking to you again. Yeah. So guys, if you my pleasure. So guys, go check out Awake the Demons. I've been following this band for a couple of years now, and they are amazing. Really, truly amazing. So go check them out. Literally, go check them out. And like I said, I have put the links to Awake the Demons social media pages in the chat and in the description. So go check them out. You won't be disappointed. Literally, won't be disappointed. So, Claudio, any last words before before we sort of wrap things up?
Once again, I want to thank you, El, for having me and for having the patience to talk slower for me. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And to the ATD family, first of all, hope to see you. First of all, hope to see upcoming shows. And then, El, hope to do this again soon. I'm really liking this. It's the second interview with you. I'd like to make this a tradition. So,
oh, yes. You're more than welcome to come back on. It's like I said, it's been a pleasure. So if you've got any more things you want to talk about, i.e. promoting any of your concerts, or you got any news on upcoming releases, just just hit me up on a message and I'll sort something out.
Sure, sure thing. I'll let you know as soon as we have something. I'll let you know.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, so guys, until next time, catch you all later.
See you again soon, ATD family.
Good.
Right, guys, we're here again with in the club in Newcastle with brilliant Badger.
You're too kind. So yeah, we're Badger. We're two-piece old pop spoken word
in there, yeah.
True.
Spoken world.
We kind of do sort of lo-fi experimental beats that are a little bit pop informed, but they're still kind of pretty out there and different if you kind of listen to them. And this gentleman here does the vocals, the words. So I mean, like, how would you say, what do you say your like sort of vocal style is, or like, you know, what?
I suppose I try to look at things I've done earlier in my life, spoken word, performance poetry without music, and take that across to what we've done in previous sort of acts we've been in together, making sort of pop-inspired beats, I suppose, and putting that together.
But just a little bit different at the same time, not trying not to be a sort of, I guess, your mainstream take on pop music, or, you know, hip hop, where you're trying to avoid that kind of that label a little bit, because it gives us a bit more freedom, basically.
It's about 5 years worth of bedroom jams with some experiments done over the top of it, I think would be the best way to describe it.
We used to share a house, so we had like a studio set up in the spare room, and we used to just jam when we were hungover, basically. So we've been out the night before.
Kick me out of bed 9 in the morning, put the bass in my hands, and just be like, "Come on, let's write something."
Yeah, we didn't really see it going anywhere. Well, we kind of did, I guess, but we had
ideas.
We had ideas, but we didn't really push it for about 5 years, and got 5 years worth of music put together, and then decided it was probably good enough to do something with. And that's Badger. That's where it came from.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, essentially. I mean, the name was a working title we had for the project when we met in sixth form about 10 years ago.
Yeah, it goes back that far.
Anything we'd worked on that didn't have a name or a place just went as Badger, and it got to releasing the stuff and getting it towards being ready, and we're like, oh, it kind of couldn't be anything else at this point.
Yeah, it just felt right. We were, we had this conversation just before we started, like, should it be Badger? Should we think of better names? Like, nah, man,
it's us now, yeah.
Yeah, it is, it's Badger, that's what it is, yeah.
So, what's
Yes, we do. Yep, so we've got a single in the pipeline for August. We're playing Northern Electric Festival. Which
and maybe another sort of not single but new tune out around the same time as well.
Yeah, we just write a lot of stuff, and we're like, we should schedule this properly and then we just kind of release it. So there'll be one in August at Northern Electric Festival. We're playing there, and there's another one. It's maybe going to come out beforehand. Depends how long we can sit on it for, basically.
Yeah, we're playing with Holy Grail down in Whitchurch in Wrexham in September.
I guess that makes us international because it's Wales, isn't it? So yeah.
I think we're on the English side of the border, unfortunately.
I've been telling people it's international tour. Like,
Check Google Maps, puts it like 6 miles in New England.
Oh well, never mind. So yeah, near Wales then. Yeah, that's about what we've got coming up. But we do play quite a lot, and just keep an eye out for us on the local sort of Facebook pages for gigs and stuff. And
a few things in the works that just aren't totally confirmed yet. Around about October, November time, which will be up and running shortly.
Yeah. So,
right, good man. Cheers for having us on.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Can you tell us the name of the band and your names of who are you and which instruments do you play?
I'll go first. My name's Jack. My long's course. I'm a drummer.
My name's Morgan. I play guitar. My name's Ryan. I play the bass.
My name is Dylan and I sing songs.
My name's Sam and I play guitar.
Right. The first question is, could you tell me about the history of the band and how you all formed, how you met, etc., etc., etc.?
You're probably best to start with that one.
So me and Sam used to be in an indie band together called White Label. We used to play the standard love songs, boring stuff. None of that. And we're sitting there one day and we're like, why does no one ever make anything like politically and socially aggressive anymore? Like a grunge avant-garde splash on it. Everything's just boring. So I decided we'll sit down and write, and we'll try and write a new album and see what comes out of it. So we got Morgan on the phone, and we're like, Howard, come over. He was like, alright then. And we wrote and recorded the whole thing in 1 week, just in my dad's 1-bedroom flat in Lawrence Court. That's how we named the band Lawrence Court. And then after we got it all together, we decided we need to get a bassist and a drummer. So we run these.
Yeah, I've got what's on the phone.
Get the band now! And then we just started hitting the road, shouting at people's faces.
Causing a racket,
Causing a racket.
Yeah, that's the best way. Right. Obviously you've got some music written your own music. Is there anything recorded?
Yeah, we've got one album out called Introduction. How many songs is on Introduction?
13. Yeah,
13.
That's the one.
It's a roller coaster, if you give that a listen. It doesn't compare to the live stuff, I don't think. It doesn't do it justice, because it was recorded before we even got it into practice. We're just like recording as soon as we had an idea. But then the second we got on stage, it was just a whole different story. Yeah, completely different. Now we're moving on to other things.
Yeah, definitely.
Moving on.
Interesting.
Yeah, some interesting. New stuff.
After that, we're taking a bit of short break as we sort of wrap up with the new stuff, get ready to go back out again during the summer. So that'll be the last chance for a little bit to see us.
So that's in Newcastle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Right. You mentioned you've got doing some new music.
Yeah.
What's that? When's that going to come out, or do you not know yet?
There's
no set date.
We don't have a date as of yet. We're sort of just taking as it comes.
Yeah.
But it's going to be this year at some point.
Yeah.
We don't really know exactly when, but when we sort of wrap it up and what
I'd
have
say before August.
Before August.
I'm saying it's still right now, right? Yeah. Before August is when it's going to happen.
With the new music that you're going to be coming up with, are you doing any tours or any gigs or?
Again, nothing set in stone.
But nothing's out of the question.
Nothing's out of the question. But it's going to be pretty big, and it's going to be pretty amazing. It's going to be pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, one final question. Any advice for aspiring musicians?
Said this on the first interview that I was Spotlight. Just be you. Like that sounds so cliche, but every single band has so much aspiration to sound like something they love. But the thing is, that thing that you love already exists. So do what you do, even if you don't feel like it's as good. It's you, and it'll grow on you. It'll grow on everybody else as well. That's what I think. That's what we discovered about
Yeah, it grew on me. I didn't even like the music when I joined the band.
I think it grew on the audience as well. Yeah. It's one of those things that we just didn't expect people to enjoy, and then we're just like, what are we doing? Is it even going to work? And people just loved it.
One of those things that translates to the live shows as well. It's like whenever we start performing, it's like nobody knows what to expect. Nobody knows sort of what we're even about, but then they listen to us and they go, all right, okay. And as the gig goes on, it's sort of the same with the album. It's like, right, I understand what this band's about. I finally get what they're going for here, and I think it's probably a lot better to approach music as sort of something to open up people to your world, I suppose.
Yeah, don't like just limit yourself to thinking, oh, I've got to be in this genre and I've got to create this sound and that's what I had in mind. Don't be so precious. If you feel like you're going towards one direction and that's where you're going, just go with it, and then just, you know what I mean? Just feel. I thought you were talking about one direction.
If you want to be one direction.
If you want to be one direction.
There's 5 of us. It's not too late.
Yeah. But yeah, just do whatever, as long as it sounds good to you. Even if one song's reggae and one song's metal.
Well said, Dylan.
I mean,
well said.
Thank you.
All right.
Right, cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Right, could you tell us about about you and whatever your name, station name?
Right. Well, full name's Joshua Hodgson. My stage name is pretty much Josh Hodgson.
Yeah.
And I'm currently a solo acoustic act.
Yeah.
Very soon, hoping to become a band with some people that I've together.
Yeah. What basically makes you start to become like an acoustic guitarist or acoustic act?
Well, I'd say my primary inspirations for that are probably Newton Faulkner when he brought out his first album.
Yeah.
I mean, I think his main hit song off that was Dream Catch Me, but I listened to the entire album and it was like absolutely excellent. I thought I really loved his like percussive style, but it was primarily his like just style of songwriting and his voice. It kind of like over the years, it kind of like just influenced me to make that decision where I would ultimately try and do this full time.
Have you got any like sort of like recorded music, or are you looking to go into the studio to record music?
My plans for recording music in the studio are that I very much want to come to fruition, because as soon as I finish my current music degree, I basically just want to get everything out there, and get on the right path. But I have currently just got live covers and originals on my Facebook page, Music of Josh Hodgson.
Have you got any upcoming gigs after this?
Yes, there is I do cover gigs all the time, just like in bars, pubs, restaurants, as in the background, but I have one which I'm really pushing at the moment, and it's on the 5th of April at Port of Call in Park Lane in Sunderland. That's basically going to be my first full band headline gig, where I'm going to be doing all original stuff. With maybe 1 or 2 covers chucked in, but it is going to be extraordinary, I think. I hope.
Yeah, cool. After you finished since you've done a degree in music, what's apart from doing trying to get something recorded down? What else is in the future for you?
I want to get of all establish myself on a local festival scene. In Newcastle, for example. If I were able to get a place at Hit the North Festival, where the likes of Jake Bug and the Mouse Outfits do their gigs, well, that would be absolutely fantastic. And then basically, I just want to carry on networking, carry on doing this full time.
Cool. Right, one final question. Any advice for any aspiring musicians?
You don't achieve anything unless you get out there and just do your thing. No one will come to you ask you to do things, because you have to go out there and do it yourself. And you're always going to be aspiring to network with as many people as possible, you're always going to learn new things, meet new people, and that's always going to lead to new opportunities which you never thought that you could be capable of doing.
Yeah.
That's all really.
Yeah. Yeah, I found that it's just like, a lot of people just like need to get out there and basically make your own look.
Yes. I mean, 1.5 years ago, before I started my music degree, I never thought that I would be also composing and arranging, for example, for a musical which is going to be staged in summer at the college, of course, but that's just opened up new pathways as well, as inspiring macaron kind of original stuff. So
yeah. Right. Yeah. Thanks again, Josh.
Thanks very much. Sorry if I sounded too pretentious.
Yeah. It's alright. Right. Could you tell me about the band and your role within the band?
Well, we're called Thieves of Liberty. We being all the people that are with us. Well, my name's Lydia, I'm the singer and like rhythm guitarist of the band. There's usually 4 of us, and we're all from Sunderland, mostly, but from Salem. We're all local, we do like rock music, inspired by like Royal Public, Hailstorm, that kind of stuff. It's a bit of like an upbeat rock band.
Yeah. Since the last time we saw you, I think it was the Hiddleston up in Newcastle. What's any updates or any?
Well, we're now recording. Well, we're actually in the process of recording that EP that we said we've been bringing out for God knows how long. So now that's actually underway.
Yeah.
Almost finished recording that, so that's happening soon. We did have a gig coming up at Bar Local, but unfortunately we had to cancel that due to different ownership. And we do have a few more things in the pipeline, but we can't actually tell anyone about. It's top secret stuff and we're not allowed.
Yeah.
It's very annoying, but I promise it's big. It's a big one.
Something coming out.
Yes.
Right. Is there any more gigs coming up? Are you planning any more gigs?
I'm trying to think when our next one is. We do have quite a busy schedule because we do like covers set outside of this as well. So we've got like a couple of covers gigs going on some Saturdays. We're playing the Mallard with. We've got like such a tight schedule, but we do have a lot of gigs coming up. Like if you check our band page, you can see like where they are. Because I haven't got to play. I have the memory of the goldfish with a head injury. So.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Right. You said that you're recording that EP that you said last time.
Yes.
Do you know when it's coming out, or do you not know? Or?
Hopefully, we're going to try and get it done by the end of April at the latest.
Yeah.
But we'll have a habit of saying these things, and then something happens, and then it never actually like comes out on time. So we don't even like to put dates or anything. We just say coming soon, and that could be anywhere from like next week to like next year. So hopefully by the end of April, but
hopefully
maybe not.
Yeah. I said this to you. I think I asked this the last time. Any advice for musicians, upcoming musicians?
Just always. It's going to stay pretty much the same. Like always put stuff out there. Like no matter like if you think it's going to be like shoddy, like just do it.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? People don't like it. And then if you do get like feedback, you can always just like grow from it and be like, oh well, people didn't like that, but change it. And just be yourself. Like don't let people say like, oh I don't like this, but you know if that's who you are and that's what you want to do. Obviously like be open to criticism, but don't let people be like, I don't like the sound of this at all. It's like, well, don't care, sorry.
Yeah.
Because there will be other people who will like it. It's just you gotta be open to people's opinions.
Yeah.
But at the same time, not let them completely change like who you are and what you're doing.
Yeah. That's probably the best piece of advice I've heard.
Thanks. I am wise. I have listened.
It's I've heard different people have different standpoints and pretty much stay the same. Pretty much
stay true to like who you are and like what you want to do. Don't let people like throw you off the track. Like I say, like obviously like take in the criticism, but don't let it get to the point where it's like fine, like I'll just stop.
Yeah. Right. Thank you for that.
No worries. Thank you very much for having us.
Right, guys. Can you tell your name of the band and what instruments do you play or do?
Well, the band's called Volume, do heavy grunge.
Yeah.
Grunge keep it notch, really. Harmonies all over with both strings and vocals, syncopated musicianship.
Yeah.
Goes quite well.
Have you recorded anything, any music, or planning on going into the studio?
Very soon, definitely very soon. There's work in progress. We've got a few tracks ready to record.
Yeah.
We've got a few shitty demos, but they're proper shit, so we don't put them anywhere.
They're really full recordings, but
After the joys of recording. Right, after this gig, or is there any gigs planned?
Got
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah, I've got 2 more in March on the 21st, 22nd.
Believe so, yeah. And we've got one in April, I think.
One in April, one in May.
Yeah.
We've got a few lined up for the next few months, so keep active at least.
Probably more coming.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We've just been offered more dates for the festival thing, so it'll be good. Play that in a couple of different venues, which would be nice.
We've been asked to play down Leeds as well. We haven't got a date set, but hopefully that.
They do like the music down in Leeds.
Yeah.
I've seen a few bands down there. You said you were going to be going into the studio to record a bit more. Is there any plans after the recording session to release and tour with it? With the music?
We're planning on recording the EP and doing a bundle with some shirts and a merch and disc set. And then, I don't know, maybe if we can get...
Probably do like an EP launch gig sort of thing.
Yeah. If not, followed by a couple of gigs around Newcastle, Sunderland area. If we can get further, we can get further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we get offers, we'll definitely do it elsewhere.
We
All
like
the
the
gigs
thing,
are good gigs, right?
having the EP will sort of open up the floodgates.
Yeah, definitely.
Because when people know what we sound like, we won't have to give promises. We can give them facts.
It's not just word of mouth. It's actually some evidence.
Yeah. I'll definitely play you guys on the radio and give them 2 other DJs to play on other stations as well. So you're going to get a really broad sense of listenerships. I'm going to be doing something with another DJ who's just getting 2 new stations to so you can broadcast them, and that's in 2 in Europe. So hopefully, plus I'll be doing something with him as well. So
Yeah, that's really good.
Awesome, all exposure is good exposure, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, right. Musicians,
take the risk, try.
Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah, because I mean, take any gig you get offered as well. Literally, a gig's a gig. Doesn't matter how big or small, just take it.
Yeah,
you never know who's going to be there.
When me and Rich first started the band as well, we were just doing shitty little covered record. And I never took music in school or college or nothing because I was too shy, and I didn't ever think that would perform doing gigs and shit like that. But now I'm really, now we're really happy. I've just been sick, but I'm still fucking doing it. But it is fun. It is good. You won't regret it. If you do decide to do that.
And pretty important, I think it's what we'll be able to show them.
Oh, hell
taking
yeah.
3 gigs and taking half of people is great, but sometimes people will see that you run doing stuff and just completely rip you for it.
And don't trust everybody as well. They'll say that they'll do all this stuff for you, that they're gonna get you far and all this, and half the time it's full of shit. Just do it yourself.
I think
probably the best way.
I think as well, just taking the chance for definite, because I mean, if you just live in life and you really want to do something, but you just don't have the confidence to do it and stuff, you'll just be miserable and just constantly be wondering whether or not you'll ever be able to do it. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if you just do it, then.
And even if it fucks up, it doesn't matter. It's just like an experience. It's just a learning ball.
Just go having a good time, don't you? Really?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
If it goes tits up, just do it again. You know what I mean? It's like it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, everyone fucks up the stage.
Yeah. Everyone.
So we've got some listening on the bar. Sorry? What are you saying?
Right, guys, can you tell me with what band you are, who's in the band, and what instruments you play?
You can start with.
Right, hi. So we're Dutch Elm. I'm Matty and I play guitar.
I'm Cam, I play bass.
I'm Liam, I'm drums.
I'm Davis, I play guitar.
Four piece.
How did you guys meet and start the band?
Well, me and Matty we like played in like different bands prior, just like messing around pro bands and stuff. And
Pretty pop punk band.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we started like trying to write stuff ourselves. Just the two, but it didn't work out. And then we got Callum in, he played bass, and then I started playing drums. And then we had like a bit of a spell. It was a three.
It was about 6 or 7 months, wasn't it?
Yeah, so we had like a short stint, wrote a couple of tracks, and then Lewis joined to obviously as a guitarist, and then we've just been full about from there.
Me and Mike played in a band like before Dutch Elm for maybe a year or something.
So we've all like played music roughly there or thereabouts. Yeah, before we got together.
I've done something we actually enjoy.
I mean, how long have we been going now?
It's been like 3 years.
Like 3 years. We've had what?
A lot of hiatuses. A 3-year hiatus.
Yeah.
Have you got any recorded music, or you planning on going into the studio to record music?
Both, to be honest with you. Yeah, we've got like a demo. We've got a couple of demos up on Bandcamp.
Recorded at the garage in South Shields. Done the drums there, and then we recorded the rest of it. And that was like, it took ages for this day. I don't want to go through that again. The home recording part, but it was mainly just to like try and get gigs and stuff, like just to show that I have something recorded and do it.
Watching with the garage. So
no, we've literally just got them like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. So
that's like a mix.
It's exclusive. It's not even out yet. So we've got stuff to release there next week. I think we're gonna do that. Next week we're gonna do that. Plenty more to come.
Yeah. After all this EPs and stuff that was recorded, are you planning on doing any any more gigs, tours, anything like that?
We'll take what we can get at the minute. And then
available for
so once that sort of we'll sort of ride that boat a bit, and then afterwards we're gonna sort of start putting our own on that, and hopefully we'll feel like UK tour might be on.
We were taking the piss out of ourselves there. We've done a gig in Newcastle, now we want to do one in Sunderland, so we're like, don't shout.
We'll call it.
Few members start doing
No, but I think long term aim for is probably to get out of Newcastle or get out of the North East.
Yeah, usually someone like Bruno.
One final question. I normally ask this to all the bands and musicians. Any advice you can give to these aspiring musicians who want to become musicians?
I think a key structural point in sort of writing music and being the key thing for, because like I say, all we've played in bands, like wherever with different people and do different stuff. But I think if you can take criticism, constructive criticism, then I think realistically you'll go a long way with being obviously as a form sort of
I don't think there's a right and wrong way
there's not
to do it. I think
do it.
the best advice is probably just do your own thing. DIY if you have to, like put your own gigs on, record your own stuff. That's what we've done.
There's no wrong with falling for it.
Just don't get into anything musical wise that you don't enjoy. Is then
Don't do any agency gigs.
I was in like a Black Sabbath tribute band. Shit.
You're not in the way, not
I think like Birdie says that like we're taking criticism, we don't have any vocals, like we don't have a singer or any vocals at all, so we do get people, you know, sort of kind of waiting for the vocals or, you know, asking us like when do you start singing, and we just don't have it. So do your own thing, like there's no right and wrong way to do it. Like if you want to gig by yourself and play guitar by yourself, do it. If you want to be in a 7-piece, you know, super band, go for it. Like just
play Russian music like next door.
Exactly, there's no right one way to do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just get out there. More importantly, enjoy it though. Definitely not do that.
Enjoy it.
Right, cheers, guys.
Thank you.
I feel like
could you tell us about the band?
We're a 5-piece band from obviously Northeast called Kicking Lilies with an N, not a G, and basically play our own spin on rock music, really, like, you know.
Yeah. How did you get all started?
Well, we were both in 2 different bands. Me and him were in a band, broke up, and they were in a band that broke up, and just at the end, Al just came together and just stole each other, like, just stole each other from different bands and just made a band.
Super group, innit?
Have you recorded any music or plans? Got like a few little demos.
We've got a very slight demo, but we're planning on doing a lot more, something more official. It was just a demo to show like anyone who might want us for a gig, and that was it. But like nothing that would be having out at the minute. But very shortly wanting to.
All for an EP this year, hopefully sometime. Then it's gonna be smashing, like.
Is there any gigs?
We've got a gig coming up at Independence on the 23rd, is it? 23rd of this month, playing with Jarpsy.
With trying to get in the studio and recording, is there any future plans?
Probably just write some more songs. Is that probably try and get some recordings done, the ones we've got at the minute, and write some more tunes. Got some in the works as well, so be having like a full original set soon and being able to do longer sets and that shortly. So
what hope to smash the gigging scene like as well. Like I hope we've got people like us. I'm sure they will. I've no reason not to. But we'll hopefully smash the gigging scene. Hopefully get a few fans on the boat.
Well, I tend to ask this with any band or musician. Any advice for up-and-coming musicians?
Just fun, but like fucking try and. Everyone needs to have a similar goal at the end of it. You need to all be just as involved as everyone else in the band, putting all the same effort in, wanting the same goal and having the same type of general sound at the end of what you want to sound like, and just make sure. Fucking have a good night out when you do it.
Right. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
It's okay around here. Awesome, man. Tell us when. Alright, so I'm Lunchy.
And I'm Ethan, and we hosted Lunchfest.
Yeah, we hosted Lunchfest, the first one. It's been an absolute success.
6 bands, 6 quid.
Yeah.
Absolutely rocked it.
It's been amazing. The best turnout of the bar scene in a long time. We've already been confirmed more dates. It's gone so well. For a uni project, I couldn't imagine anything better, to be honest. It's absolutely smashed it. Everyone's enjoyed the night. The bands have been amazing. I'm really grateful for everyone who's took part in it and done everything. You know, it's been amazing.
Still got more bands to go.
Yeah, we've still got 2 bands to go, and it's unreal. Downstairs is packed. It really is. It's just bouncing all over the place. Seen nothing like it in a long time. And it's surprised by the first event we've put on together. It's been unreal. Definitely more to come there. Yeah, there's definitely, like I say, more confirmed dates, so it's gonna happen again, and it's been unreal. It's just Lunchfest, isn't it? Yeah, it's Lunchfest. Yeah, it's the next big thing, right? Grab some fucking lunch and go. Yeah, exactly. Fuck Glastonbury. One day we'll have tents. One day. One day. We'll be in a field. Yeah, fucking too right. Next time hopefully we'll be outside. So we'll definitely have more bands on next time. 6 bands today. Meant to be 7. Yeah. But we'll have about 12 bands, I reckon. Next time there's been ups and downs, but we'll get it all sorted. We'll sort it out. It'll be good, mate. That's about it. You got any more questions or?
Just let's go. I'll post it up on the social media.
Yeah, awesome, man. Much appreciated for the publicity and everything, man. For Digital Revolution, it's great. Thank you. Much appreciated. Cheers. So, thank you.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host El Young, and we are here with a band called Barrel Smoke, which are absolutely brilliant. So welcome guys.
Hello.
Hello. So guys, could you introduce yourselves and what you do within the band?
I'm Junior, I play guitars.
I'm Dom, I play the guitar as well.
I'm Rob, bass guitar.
Ricky, I'm the vocalist.
And I'm Dante, the drummer.
Cool. So guys, a little bit, right, sorry about this. Let's start off some questions. As kids, what were you listening to?
As a kid, yeah, a lot of metal stuff. I think the new metal was very popular back then. The kind of thing you try to get right now.
I was more kind of Sum 41 and Blink 182, and then that kind of skate park punk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always been into like classic rock, hard rock, heavy metal.
Yeah, same for me. Yeah, me too. Stuff from my dad.
Yeah.
Back in his younger years.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so who actually got you to listening to music? Was it a family member, or was it a friend, or was it a journey of self-discovery?
For me, as I said, it was my dad. He used to play on a heavy metal radio show, and one day I found this record collection, and I liked it. Without knowing that the sound that I loved was guitar. I kind of knew that it was guitar. It's really weird, and that set me up to go and play guitar and then bass in the band. So that sparked everything, I guess, at a young age.
Yeah, for me as well, it was my dad. He got me into Led Zeppelin and AC/DC when I was a young kid, so it started.
Maybe it's not my dad was really into dance music and all that club stuff, so for me it was total self-discovery.
I understand as well why my dad let me listen to after kind of stuff, a lot of blues rock as well, punk a little bit, funk also, like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and stuff like that. So it's a great mix actually.
Yeah, for me it was more my neighbor. He took me to my first concert, then my first mosh pit, first stage dive. So I got into punk rock, and that evolved into what we make now. So I think I gotta thank my neighbor.
Yeah. So who actually sort of like inspired you to say pick up the guitar or to be to actually sing or to actually play the drums?
A friend of mine, I was never interested in guitars, and I was like 14 years, I think. And a friend of mine got a guitar, and he learned me like a simple song like "Smoke on the Water" on one string, you know. And I was instantly sold. I got myself a guitar, and I never stopped playing. So that's nice.
I don't know. For me, it was like my uncle gave me the DVD of AC/DC live in Donington, and I first saw Angus Young, and I never looked back.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Angus Young, you know, before YouTube, and then you had to let your computer download from Napster or LimeWire for 2 days, and then you would have downloaded a crappy video clip and that
20 viruses.
Yeah.
Midget porn.
Wrecked your parents' computer, and then Thunderstruck video clip, or and then later on that evolved into Metallica and things like that. But seeing Angus Young for the first time, running around stage, playing like a maniac, going nuts all the time, that little schoolboy uniform. Yeah, that was yeah. I want to be that guy, but I got the same height, but that's it.
Yeah, playing baseball.
Yeah, my influence. First band I ever listened to was the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So my main influence is John Frusciante. I like his energy. I like his way of approach to the guitar. But I also like the main legends like Angus Young, Malcolm Young, Jimi Hendrix. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually started playing later on. Was a year of 20, I think, before I started playing drums. But when I started, I had to look up some videos, people who played drums, and that's how I discovered Bonham. And I think he's the main example and the main reason why I played drums and then practice my drums and want to sound like him, but that's nearly impossible. So, yeah, that's a bit it.
Cool. We've got a question from the chat from our good friend and moderator, our head moderator, Lisaboo. She asks, "What is your favourite song to perform?"
Ooh, I think for me, it's after our own song, of course, it's "Crime, Cocaine, and Bootleg Whiskey."
Yeah, for
Yeah,
me as well.
I love that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you see the crowd get pumped up.
Yeah, I love the energy of the song.
Yeah. Crime, cocaine, yes.
Yeah. And there's a nice dueling guitar also. And
Yeah. Switching the solos.
Yeah. When the bass starts and then the old band falls into it, it's like
yeah, bam, something exploded.
Yeah, kind of an explosion,
Yeah.
Cool. So, were you in any bands before you started Barrel Smoke?
Couple, yeah. I was in the Insumers first. It was like a punk oi band. It was kind of my first band. We had a band with us two together. We performed once.
Yeah, we're almost playing 10 years now together.
Yeah.
So
Switch Play Society.
Yeah.
After that, we had with Tom. We had a Psycho Jugend. But that
punk rock and roll.
That died. So that's why we started Barrel Smoke.
I've had a metal band myself. Like 80s inspired.
I was playing a Johnny Cash tribute band.
Living on.
Yeah, it was pretty cool actually. And I was just in a typical school band. So I'm very thankful they asked me to play guitar in their band with Psychounit. So yeah.
Cool, cool. What has the band been up to, especially over the last year or so?
Last year it kind of exploded, I guess.
Yeah. We did a lot of recording.
We signed a record deal.
We signed a record deal last year.
In Canada.
Yeah. The Soda Records. Sam.
Played quite a lot of nice shows.
Bigger shows.
Bigger shows than your local bar or
Yeah, like a couple of days ago we played a really cool festival in Belgium.
Yeah.
So
3-day festival.
really on Saturday we do play another cool gig, so
Yeah.
The type of gigs we can play now surely evolved over the last year.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, we're busy with the release of the next album.
It's coming up.
It's coming out in
October.
So
we've been quite busy.
Yes.
Trying to keep up with the making content and stuff.
Yeah.
Keep being relevant, you know.
Do a fine interview.
You mentioned that there's a new album coming out in October. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you can find the already released singles,
Yeah.
Spotify and Apple Music, YouTube, etc.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a different album than the last one.
Yeah, it's heavier than what
Yeah.
has been put out before.
It's heavier, faster. We all did the recordings ourselves. We did the mixing, mastering. We did everything ourselves on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's going to be called Death Trap.
No.
Yeah, cool. You said that there's like a couple of singles off the new album. Is there going to be any more new singles off the album before the album's released?
No,
I don't think.
maybe one that don't count on it.
No. That's that last one. We're still hesitating to drop it because it's quite a special one.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we drop it, it will be only on YouTube to see what it does. So we have,
Alright,
to,
cool.
we have to wait until October.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there that's a slightly different question. Are you sort of like writing any new material as we speak, or are you just planning on doing the promo work for your new album?
Yeah, when the main goal is the new album, of course, but when we rehearse, somebody comes up with a riff and that evolves into a song naturally. So we have a couple of them on hand. But
some of our best songs are written in like 10 minutes. Like,
yeah,
I have a riff. Oh, I write some text, and it just clicks, Yeah. So we're always writing, actually.
Yeah.
So yes, there will be something new after the new album.
A lot probably.
Yeah.
It goes pretty organic, like.
Yeah. It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens.
Mm-hmm. So, is there any gigs, any concerts tours coming up in promotion of the new album?
Yeah. We've got one show in Hasselt, Belgium. The release show.
On the night it drops.
Yeah. On Halloween night.
Yeah, it drops on Halloween.
Doing a release party we set up.
Yeah.
And the our booking agent is still working on some extra shows.
Yeah.
For a promotion tour to promote the new album, but the dates aren't there yet.
Yeah. So if if everything is lined up, everything is sort of like in place, would you sort of like tour Europe, South Africa, North America, places like that? If everything was if everything was lined up and everything was in place,
Can you repeat the question, please?
would you tour? Yeah, would you tour Europe? Like UK, South. Would you go down to South Africa to tour, or over to North America to tour? I should say.
Yeah, if possible, yes.
If we get an offer, of course.
If we get a cool offer,
Yeah.
and but it's financially also like break even, you know. Of course.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a hard business, and we all got day jobs and families and stuff, so
Yeah, got a kid coming up, so yeah.
so it's like yes, of course, if the possibility is
Yeah.
there and it's cool and it's worth it, of course.
Yeah, but I
Sure.
think we should start in touring Europe, Northern Europe,
Yeah.
like Belgium, Holland,
France,
Germany.
maybe. But then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Cool. So, is there any sort of like merchandise lined up for the new album?
New T-shirt, no?
Records, T-shirts.
Make new T-shirts. Maybe some new vibrators. I don't know.
New stickers. Yeah. That's the whole package, actually.
Yeah.
So, we
If you come over to Belgium, you can have a T-shirt too.
Yeah. We received the artwork 2 weeks ago, and we can work with that to make some new T-shirts and stuff like that. So there will be
It's pretty
merchandise.
cool,
Very awesome.
Cool. Has there been any sort of like talk about putting the new album onto vinyl records?
Yeah,
we're gonna do that.
It's gonna be except for the streaming services, it's gonna be vinyl only. So no CDs, probably.
No CDs.
Same as the last one.
CDs, the last one we didn't sing because CDs don't sell anymore, unfortunately.
Cool. So, where can people find you on social media so they can actually keep up to date with what's going on within the Barrel Smoke?
They can find us on Facebook under the name Barrel Smoke Official.
Instagram,
also Barrel Smoke Official, I think.
Spotify.
You're on Spotify.
Apple Music.
All the streaming platforms. We're on TikTok as well.
YouTube.
Bandcamp. Bandcamp as well. Yeah.
There's no way to explain.
So, this is probably going to be sort of like my final question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Don't quit your daytime job. Don't do it for the money. Do it for the passion.
Yeah,
Don't
never
do it-
expect to be rich.
No. But go for it and
just have fun.
Just have
And
the
don't
most fun
stop.
you can have. Yeah.
Don't stop.
Yeah.
Just do what you believe in and what you love, and then
No matter how hard they try to take you down and then talk shit about you and say it's don't work, but just keep going.
Yeah.
Someday you will get there.
Yeah, of course.
there's nothing better than playing the music you love with the people you love, and just having great times, and whatever comes.
And say a big fuck you to everyone who say it will not come.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. That's the thing I enjoy the most.
Just
showing them wrong, you know.
Just
prove them wrong.
Just do what you want to do, you know. You have fun and find people like I
Like-minded
found.
people.
Like I found these 4 other knuckleheads just like me, and this, you know, like Lemmy said, you know, you'll die soon enough anyway, so you better have some fun. You know?
That's having fun.
That's everything.
Yeah, sound advice. So, before we sort of like sign things up, any final words before we go?
Buy the record.
Yeah. Buy our stuff. We're poor.
Stream us on Spotify.
Yeah.
Come to a concert and have a beer with us.
Have a
Chat
laugh.
with us.
We love meeting our fans and people and stuff. And
Don't be
talk
shy.
about music. Yeah.
Don't forget, we live for rock and roll, not kissing ass.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. It's been absolutely brilliant. It's been absolutely brilliant. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thanks for having us.
It was a great time. Thank you.
Yeah. So, guys, go check out Barrel Smoke. They are absolutely brilliant band. So, all the links to their social medias down below in the description. So, again, guys, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure.
All the pleasure was all ours. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Adios.
Catch you later, guys. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with the brilliant Jeff Westlake. So, Jeff, welcome.
Thank you very much. Great to be back with you.
Yeah, I can't believe we've just been talking up there behind the scenes there. I can't believe it's been over 3 years since we last spoke.
Well, it goes back to what we were just talking about. Time flies when you're having fun. we need to make sure that we connect more often.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. So, Jeff, could you introduce yourself and what you do?
Sure. My name is Jeff Westlake. I live in the Mid-Atlantic in the United States. I am a guitar player, songwriter, music engineer, music producer, and a videographer for music videos and things like that. So I know that's a whole bunch, but that's what I do.
Yeah. So let's start off with some questions.
Sure.
As a kid, what were you listening to?
Well, as a very young kid, up till about 5 years of age, the only thing that I listened to was Johnny Cash. Country music star Johnny Cash, and I really dug his vibe. I think I dug his vibe more than I did so the music, because he just had a real rock star kind of vibe. He was bigger than life, and that's what I did. And then there was that ill-fated day I walked by my sister's bedroom and heard Iron Man coming out of the bedroom. And from that day on, I kind of started bleeding myself off of Johnny Cash, although I still listen to Johnny even to this day. But I kind of started bleeding myself away from him and going into rock. So it was Sabbath and Purple immediately. And then when Kiss came out, I immediately gravitated to Kiss. And then, of course, I like a lot of other people, too. I love UFO. Ronnie James Dio is my absolute favorite. I don't care what band he was in, Elf, Rainbow, Sabbath, Dio, didn't matter. Absolutely my favorite. Big Aerosmith fan, huge YNT fan, big Motorhead fan, Saxon. I mean, I've got a huge plethora of music that I love. And as you can imagine, I listen to music all day long.
Yeah. Who doesn't really? Because I know music is like part of the soul, shall we say.
Absolutely. I actually think that music probably drives the majority of people, and they don't realize that it does. But you tend to gravitate toward the music that your soul needs, and so I personally think that music is the life force.
Yeah, true. So true. Yeah. So who actually got you into sort of like listening to music? Was it sort of like a family member, like a sister, or from a family friend, or was it sort of like partially sort of like a journey of self-discovery?
Well, I'd have to give complete credit to my love for music to my grandparents, Ann and Jim DeLauder, because I grew up in a house. I grew up at my grandparents' house, and I grew up listening to music from day one. They, like I said, they were, we're in middle America, and so country music at that time was a big thing. and they were like huge Johnny Cash and Hank Williams Jr. and Roy Clark and Glenn Campbell and all that stuff. And so that's what I grew up listening to. I mean, music played all day long. And then as time went on, like I said a minute ago, when I walked by my sister's bedroom and heard Black Sabbath coming out of it, that's where things started changing. I love the aggression and the heavy guitars, and I was blown away by the sounds that I heard. So my grandparents initially, my sister, who will be hearing this for the first time, did it without knowing it. And then once I gravitated into the rock field, then I just started soaking everything up from all over as much as I could.
Cool. So out of all the musicians, bands, groups, who was your sort of like main influence to say, I know what, I want to pick up guitar and I want to become a musician? Who was your main influence?
There was probably two of those. I would have to go with two, and then it very quickly changed and adapted from there. But the first time I laid my eyes on Ted Nugent, I was like, what in the hell is going on? Here's this wild man who just plays this incredible guitar and all this energy. And you probably remember as well as I do back in the day, Ted was all over the stage, running back and forth and just a wild man. And then, of course, Ace Frehley, from Kiss, the whole vibe that he had and the guitar that caught fire during the guitar solo and the way he swaggered through the stage. That was my initial thing that made me want to play. And then once I got into it a little bit more, then I started picking up on how great Tony Iommi was, Michael Schenker, Rudolph Schenker, and then I've got other people too that I love. I love Dave Menichetti, Adrian Vandenberg, John Sykes. The list goes on and on of people that I admire. But those two are the two that got me kickstarted.
Yeah, cool. Cool. So, before you started BFD, were there any other bands you were in before you started all this?
Oh, yeah. Back in 2004, I started a little band called Hydrogen, Hydrogyn, that did quite a many things over in Europe and there in the UK. And we had good success over there. So we did that from 2004 to about 2021, I think. There was 3 different incarnations of the band. There was Julie, the original lead singer, Erica Perrott, who is the second lead singer, and Holly Hines Freed, who is the third lead singer, who all brought something different, but they all brought amazing things. But last year, it just ran its course, and I was just tired of it. And so we shut that band down, and I didn't know what I was going to do. And now here we are at BFD. But in the meantime, while that was going on too, during the Hydrogen thing, I also played in a band from Canada called Audio Porn with Azrael St. Michael. We did a band here in the States that was called Urakai. It's URA-KIA. And that was with the leader of a ghost hunting program called Deep South Paranormal. His name's Keith Ramsey. I also, in that band, was my brother in arms, Jeff Boggs, who I started Hydrogen with. And that was really the main things that I did as far as band-wise until this. I did some solo stuff, too, under my own name. So I've got a lot of product out there, and I've been really busy, and BFD is just a way for me to re-kick with fresh talent, young kids, and so far it's going really, really well.
Cool. Yeah, so now that BFD is sort of like doing, you kickstarted BFD, I should say. So what have you been up to since you started the band?
We've been writing and recording. The whole thing happened by chance. It was a mistake. A buddy of mine that I just recently met and was working with him in production, kind of teaching him how to engineer and produce, and how to train his ears and stuff. Called me up one day and said, "Hey, I've got something I want you to listen to. Do you mind if I come over? And I'm going to bring somebody with me." I was like, "Yeah, come on over." So he came over, and he had this girl in tow who happened to be Sammy, and played a demo of his. And I was like, "Oh, who's that girl singing?" He was like, "It's her." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And I kind of turned around and looked at her, and I go, "So you sing, huh?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Let me hear you sing something, like really belt it out." And I did, and it completely blew me away. And within a week, the video that you saw that your co-producer likes so well, "Don't You Walk Away," that was the first song that she tracked. And what you heard was her very first track. And it was the first time that she'd ever sang rock music, and the first time she'd ever been in the studio. It was amazing.
Cool.
But we just been doing a lot of writing. We got 3 products that I'm going to have out by the end of spring in 2025, so we can get on the road. And we're going to be heavy with video. We've already released 2 videos, and we've got works for right now for 2 others going on. But it's just a lot of writing, and before that, I was doing a lot of producing for other bands. A band down in New Zealand called Mojo Alice, produced an album for them, and a few other people. I can't really tell you who they are yet until the products come out. But I've just been really busy. But with BFD, it's just been writing, and we start rehearsals in late spring for a live show.
Cool. So going back to the 2 videos that you sent over, "Don't You Walk Away" and "I've Seen the Devil."
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about each of those songs?
Yeah, "I've Seen the Devil" is a song that I co-wrote with a buddy of mine by the name of Tony Phillips, who lives just about an hour west of me. And when he had some stuff and he sent it to me, he goes, "Hey, can you do anything with this?" And so I came up with that whole situation. And then Sammy heard it, and she just really loved it. And she's like, "Can we do that song?" And I was like, "Yeah." So we did. It's a song that, basically tells about everything that's going on in the world today. The last thing it says in the song is, "I've seen the devil, and she looks a lot like you." Basically saying you don't know what's going on behind the people's faces that you see, in the facades, and you're talking about all the different things. If you listen to the lyrics throughout the song, you can figure it out for yourself. But that's a song just talking about basically the debauchery of the world in its current state. And then "Don't You Walk Away" is just a great song. And that's a song about, somebody, for whatever reason, leaving a relationship and realizing after it's over with, it was too late. They should have never done it. And the other person just looking at him going, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And so that's kind of the premise. And if you watch the video to "Don't You Walk Away," you can see that whole longing for somebody leaving you. I always go back to the 2 crows that are sitting on the phone wire, and the one flies off and the other one's looking at it like, "Where are you going?" But that's the premise of those 2 videos. And the whole album's full of a bunch of really cool topics. It's a very thematical album. It's not a concept, it's just thematical. And I think some of the other videos are going to come out are going to trip some people out.
Cool. So how many songs are on this album?
There are 9 songs on this album, and for a short period of time, there'll be a bonus track as well. So I guess you could say 10 for right now, but that's not going to last long. That'll only go on for the first initial run of the pressing of the CD. And after that, it's going to go down just to 9.
Yeah, cool. So going on to sort of like, you said that you are in the process of doing the second album. If you can, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. The first album, let's kind of set it up here, Ella. The first album is very modern heavy. It's got a really modern feel to it. It's very aggressive. The second album is still going to be somewhat aggressive, but there's going to be a couple surprises in there as well. And the third album is completely something different than the first 2. It's still going to be heavy just because I'm involved in it. You know, I like music that's just got, you know, good thick substance, but we're bringing a lot of different elements into it. You know, Sammy comes from a background of blues and R&B, and she was in show choir and all this other stuff in school. So, you know, I don't want anybody to get bored with what's going on. And I did the same thing with Hydrogen. No two albums ever sounded the same or even close to having anything the same. And I continue with that theme throughout all this stuff, just to keep it fresh and to keep it what it needs to be. So that kind of tells you what the 3 albums are going to be like. Now, the second one's coming out. It's only an EP. I think there's only 6 or 7 songs on it. So, but the third album that's going to be done is probably going to be more like 10 to 12 songs.
Yeah, cool. Is there going to be a sort of like a theme running throughout each release, or is it just going to be just like a standalone?
Well, the second album is going to be less thematical. It's going to be we're going back and retooling some Hydrogen songs to kind of bring them into the here and now, to kind of get some of that fan base, you know, interested in what Sammy's doing and showing that she has the voice to handle it. She's got the most amazing voice ever. But, you know, I've been very blessed by the girls that all sang in Hydrogen and Sammy. All 4 of them are just amazing. And the third album, I have a feeling, might end up being a little bit of a concept. If not heavy thematical, it might be conceptual. She's already kicking ideas around, so we'll just have to wait and see what she decides on.
Cool. In the meantime, you did say that you were going to be doing some gigs after the third one was released in April.
Right.
Are you sort of like going to do like a one-off shows?
I'm not really sure. We've been approached about doing a tour in the Midwest in America, starting from Nashville and working all the way up to the Canadian border. We've been approached about that, so that's a possibility. I've also been approached by a couple people over in Europe about the possibilities of you know, doing some touring over there. So there's a lot of things that could be going on, and there could be some one-offs. It's just going to depend and see what transpires, because the record's just now starting to get out there. The music's just getting out. So we'll see how it all happens and how it all, you know, comes together. But there's already interest, so let's just hope for the best.
Yeah, cool. Now, if there is sort of like major interest, and you do sort of like get sort of like the backing to do an East Coast tour, would you jump at the chance to do it?
Oh, I would do Vakken in a heartbeat. I don't care what's going on. You know, I don't care what I could be digging a ditch and they call and I'd pack up and leave tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, yeah, any of that stuff, Vakken or Download or any of the big ones over there, I would do those gladly in a heartbeat. I don't have to be on a tour to make that happen. If we were on a tour and that came up, I'd reroute what's going on just to play that, and then we could resume the tour afterwards.
Yeah. I know this. Wacken, and I know this Hellfest, Bloodstock, Download, and quite a few others in and around Europe who sort of like. I know there's been like a lot of bands who would love to go to like say Wacken to actually.
What's the festival that Bruce Mee from Fireworks puts on?
Oh,
what is the name of that festival?
Oh,
I don't know. I would play for Bruce too. I really like Bruce. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah. I can't remember, to be honest. There's that many.
Maybe he's down. Does he do Download?
Is that Castle Donegal?
Maybe. I'm having a brain fart, man. We'll figure it out later. So
I know you're writing. I know you're writing for for the second and the third album. Is there any other sort of like material you got that you sort of like keeping in reserve? You might think, oh, I might add that to like say the second or the third album.
Well, there's always stuff in reserve. I've got terabytes of riffs, terabytes of like a minute's worth of music and stuff like that. And what happens is Sammy comes into the studio and she sits down and she'll go through stuff. And she just picks out, oh, can I? And she always goes, "Can I have that?" You know, and I'm like, "Of course you can have it," you know. And so I'll put it on a thumb drive for her or send it to her in an email so she can have it to write with. So that's always a possibility. Now I can tell you that the third album, I've got a buddy of mine who I've been friends with for decades, and we've never worked together until now. And his name is Adam Stevenson. We call him DJ Keybreaker because he's a phenomenal keyboardist. Him and I are writing together for the third album, and it's just, this stuff is so cool and so fresh. There might not be anything in the archives that make it to the third album just because all this stuff is so great.
Yeah. So, now, have you sort of like got plans on doing any merchandise for the three albums, like T-shirts and stuff like that?
T-shirts are almost done for the first album. We've actually already started putting the artwork together. Well, the artwork for the second album is done too, so we're going to produce T-shirts for that as well. And then the third album is going to be a little more involved because I think it's going to be a big deal. It feels like a big deal, at least what we're doing. So I went out this past weekend actually and hired a graphic artist to sit down and start working with some of the ideas that Sammy has come up with. And what I've come up with, and just to see what happens there. So yeah, there's going to be an extensive line of everything that's going to be available for all of it. I'm hoping to have the T-shirts for the first album up on the website and ready to sell by the end of next week.
Yeah. Now, I do have to ask this question because there's a few people in the who watch these interviews, and they literally would lynch me, and I literally got to ask this: is there any plans on putting the three albums on vinyl?
There is not just a plan, but I am seriously considering doing all three on vinyl. I have already been hit by it too. I mean, I got people sending me messages in Facebook and Instagram and sending me messages through the website and all kinds of stuff. And I've also got people begging for some of the, we did Bombshell on vinyl with Hydrogen. And I had somebody over in the UK that just messaged me last week and said, I would love to have Deadly Passions on vinyl. And so, private sessions, there's been a couple people in Germany that asked for private sessions on vinyl. So I'm probably going to end up doing it all just because it's something that people want. And I mean, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah. That's the thing. If there's a market there, why not?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And make them special. Don't just release them for the sake of releasing them. Make each one of those things special. Like with Bombshell, we put a 6-page color booklet in it and a poster and stickers. I mean, we did it like Kiss used to do the albums back in the 70s. That's exactly how we did it. And we had to do 3 runs of that album because we sold out because people just loved it.
Yeah. I know when I made released, which one was it? The X Factor. They put like a big massive poster. They had the Eddie on the vinyl and everything. And it's sort of like, it was sort of like a big deal type of thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got to make that stuff special, man, because it really is special. I don't think people of the generation now realize until vinyl became popular again in the last couple of years exactly why it was such a big deal until you get a package and you open it up and see what's in it, and then you're like, whoa. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Love vinyl. Always
Yes.
have. And I don't care. I don't care about analog versus digital. I'm a producer, and I can honestly tell you that analog doesn't sound better than digital. It's what you talk yourself into liking the most. I think generally as a person, but the packaging and the overall experience of vinyl crushes digital.
Oh yes, especially when you got like the cover notes and the artwork, and whilst you listen to the music on the vinyl, you sort of like it sort of like helps you all of that sort of like takes you onto a journey, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, a big journey.
So,
and I don't know about you. I always used to love tearing the plastic off the vinyl and getting the smell.
yeah.
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. It's a vinyl over a CD or part of the streaming service. Vinyl wins big time for me.
Every time.
Yeah. So
totally agree.
And Lisaboo, my co-producer, says yes, me too. So
nice.
Yeah. So speaking of Lisaboo, you mentioned earlier about you might get up to like on the border of Canada for like a tour or a gig, or Lisaboo's in Alberta. Would you get up to Canada for if it's like financially possible to get up into Canada for a tour?
Yeah, I mean anything's possible. Anything, from what I was told, from when I was approached about this, is the tour would start in Nashville and work its way all the way up to the southern point of Canada. So now, does the southern point of Canada mean we're going to Green Bay, Wisconsin? Does it mean we're going to Detroit, Michigan? Where exactly is that at? And I don't really think that they knew yet, but the tour is already being planned. So I have to answer this person in the next month or so as to whether I think we can pull it off. But, I mean, it's a whole different monster, when you start thinking about going into these different countries, because now you got to have work visas and all this other stuff. So, it's something that you have to consider. You have to make sure the money's available for you and, and do your thing. But I'm willing to go anywhere that we can go. I was the same way with hydrogen. We went all through Europe and invited down into Mexico and all these different places and everything. So you just got to do what you got to do. If you're serious about your art and you're serious about what you want to do, you'll do whatever you have to do to be able to go tour someplace.
Yeah. So speaking sort of like of like venues and playing live, is there a favourite venue that you totally love to play at?
Yeah, there's a couple of them actually. There's a couple places I can't remember the name of the casino, but there was a casino in Green Bay, Wisconsin that we played. That was just really a cool place. And every time we played there with hydrogen, we packed the joint out. And it was really cool. I really like playing the Nueve Casino in downtown Paris. It's about an 800 standing room only, but it's got such a great vibe. It was really, really, really cool. There was another venue in Cognac, France that was very cool. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. There's just been a whole bunch of them, Mel. The Tunnels in Scotland was great. That was up in Aberdeen. Just a bunch of other, cool ones that we've done. Trying to think what my absolute favorite venue would have been. I think my absolute favorite venue was Nueve Casino in Paris. Just because the vibe was so alive and so rabid. I take that back. the underworld in London was amazing. We had such a diverse crowd there. People came in from Egypt and Saudi Arabia and a bunch of places. We didn't expect that to come in just to see us. And that was a really rabid crowd. Had Dave Ling. I'm sure you know who Dave Ling is. He was there for the show, and a couple other notables as far as the rock press were there for the show. And that was really, really, really a cool venue. And the reason I picked these venues is not so much because the venues were great, but the crowds were phenomenal. You know, like playing CBGBs in New York City. It was a hole in the wall. But, man, the crowd was unbelievable.
Yeah. Cool. Now, continuing the theme of venues, obviously you mentioned Wacken you would love to play at. Is there any other sort of like venue that you would love to play at but you haven't played at yet?
I mean, I think there's some really big ones that we'd like to play at. You know, Hydrogen probably could have earned that right to play those venues if we would have had the other people in the band would have been focused. Especially with Julie. Julie just didn't stay focused to get the band to that level here in the States. It happened over there, but it didn't happen here. I'd love to play Madison Square Garden. You know, who wouldn't want to play Wembley? You know, those are a couple places that I would really, really, really like to play, just because I think they're so cool. And I'd like to play the Budokan in Japan. That would be great. Yeah, that's iconic. In Japan, it's iconic venue because I know Ozzy Osbourne played there when he toured Japan. Yeah, when he was, I think it was 90s, I believe, mid-90s. Yeah. So yeah, it is an iconic venue in Japan. No, so, very iconic. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So I've got another. Well, thanks to Lisaboo, because she normally asks these questions. Is there a favourite song that you totally love to play live, whether it be your original or a cover? Yeah, there was two songs, especially during the Hydrogen days, with Julie, that we did that I really highlights of the night for me. And one of those songs was Blind, which was a Hydrogen original. That song had just so much energy. People loved it. I just liked the song in general. It just got a really good driving beat. And we used to do a medley of Rainbow in the Dark, and it would go into Still of the Night from Whitesnake. I look forward to that every night because the crowd would lose their mind. They didn't expect it. And we'd always break it out. And it was just a highlight. It was just something that was just very, very, very cool. And you're just surprised at the people that gravitate toward both of those songs. Cool. So yeah, it was very, very cool to play those two songs. But like I said, Blind was very cool too. That was a lot of nights. That was our opening tune. So that would happen really quick, and I'd be like, okay, what's next? Yeah. I know there's been a few bands that I've seen over especially the unsigned bands that I've seen over the last since 2016. As I've got to know the songs, there are certain songs that people totally loved and they expected them to play, these bands to play. And one of the bands who's unfortunately it's not in existence anymore unless they revive it. But one of the bands is Pussy Willow Furry Venus, and one of their songs is Sticky Vicky. And every time they played that, the crowd just went absolutely berserk. They literally went.
tore the place, pretty much, not literally tore the place up, but literally like sort of like went off the chain, if you know what I mean. It just went absolutely berserk. So
we had kind of a similar song like that. We had a song called Big Star, and I liked the song, but it wasn't one of the ones I looked forward to playing. But the crowds, when we played the Underworld, there were some Russians there. Those people went insane over Big Star, like just lost their minds. And it was just kind of like, but all the crowds did, because that song has a sing-along part in it. So they got into it, and it had a really, an up-tempo beat, and everything was really good with it. So yeah, I get it. And because in that song, in the chorus, at the end of the chorus, they would say 1, 2, 3, and everybody in the crowd counted. It was amazing.
Yeah. It's good to see when the crowd totally loves the song, and it's just when that first note plays, everybody knows it instantaneously, and everybody says it's sort of like that cue to basically lose their shit, really.
Yeah, exactly. I think every band probably has that, whether you recognize it or not, in your own stuff. But I remember one time we played Big Star in an all-female festival. No, it wasn't an all-female festival. We were playing a show with another band. I can't remember who it was, in Brussels. And we started out Big Star, and the promoter that was there that night just lost his mind, found me right after the show, and he goes, "How do I book you?" I gave him a card and said, "Call this person." So yeah, those things, they have their way of finding places with bands, really good songs, and it's songs that you never anticipate. That's the ones everybody latches onto.
Oh yeah. True, so true. Yeah, so true. Where can people find BFD on social media? Really, where can people find you?
You can find our music, whether it be Hydrogen, Urukai, Audio Porn, and pretty soon, here within the next week or so, you'll be able to find BFD, iTunes. I can't say that you can find us on Spotify because I just haven't made a good decision on Spotify yet. People are out there listening to your music and doing all this stuff, but it's a real bummer when they don't pay you. So we're thinking about that as well. You can find the music on Amazon.com across the world. You can also go to JeffWestlakeMusic.com and order the music there. It's available on the website. There will be more things. BFD's website's about ready to go live. So there's all these different ways to find it, but the most commonly place to find it would be by going to JeffWestlakeMusic.com, because I carry everything from Hydrogen to Urukai to Audio Porn, and anything else that I've been associated with is almost always on and off available there. If you get there and you don't see what you're looking for, send me an email and I'll make sure you get it.
Cool. So this is probably going to be my second to last question.
Okay.
Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
I think that my biggest advice is, if you're getting in this to make money, if you're getting in this to become rich, and I'm not saying you're not going to make money, and I'm not saying that you might not become rich, but if that's your motivation, you need to find something else to do, because this is a passion. This is not something that's fleeting like rich and famous. If you really apply yourself to your passion and you really do this thing the right way, people are going to know you, and people are going to come to you, and people are going to buy your music You know, my whole thing about doing this was passion. And when Hydrogen got geared up, Michael Wagner, the producer of Metallica, Ozzy, Skid Row, Accept, so on and so forth, tons of millions of, over 100 million albums sold. Told me when we first got there, he said, look, you don't want to sign a record deal. Here's what you want to do. This is how you need to do it. And we did it, and it worked. You know, I was making more money a year than some of your most favorite musicians who were selling, going platinum and selling big amounts of albums. But I did it without the overhead and without everybody grabbing into my pie and taking my money. And so we did that, and it was successful. And I still do it. I'm still going to continue to do it. But if you don't have the passion and you want to get rich and famous, it's not ever really going to work for you the way that you want to, or you're going to end up trying to get rich and famous and working some little odd job and being miserable while you're doing it. But you got to do it to pay your bills. I think music should be your passion. It should be something that's just into your DNA that you want to reach out and grab a hold of and do. Otherwise, I don't know, man. Go to college and get a job. I don't know.
Yeah, sound advice there. Sound advice. Unless anybody's got any questions, please ask away before we start wrapping things up. Before we start wrapping things up, any final words before we go?
Final words. Anybody and everybody out there that happen to see this, where they've seen it live now or seen it on the link later, know that I thank you for all the years of support and all the years of keeping me doing this, because your continuing buying of the product and sending messages and buying the merchandise and all the stuff that everybody's done throughout the years all over the world. I couldn't even begin to tell you the amount of packages I've sent to Japan, and things like that. I appreciate every one of you. I thank you. You have made my life a very enriched place, something that I am eternally grateful for. Eternally grateful for being given the blessing of having the talent that I do to do what I do. All of you, thank you. Yourself, sir, thank you for interviews and mentioning me throughout the years, even though it's been a while since we talked. I'm sure it's come up somewhere sometime, just like you've come up with me before in conversation. Just gratefulness. Just thank you very much. I don't think that I've even tapped into my best stuff yet. So I think that's happening now with BFD, with Sammy. She just texted me and said, I'm still in traffic. So, I think it's going to be the best yet, because she is so over the top talented, and she's wide open to any ideas and everything, which is very cool. But thank you to everyone. And I hope going forward in the future that there's never a letdown. And I hope to always be able to give everybody something to enjoy.
Yeah. I've been been following Jeff for a good few years now, with the Hydrogen and now this, and I've listened to his music for quite a while now, and absolutely stunning. All that you do, and I can see why a lot of people still come to you and say, "When gimme when you do like a new release."
Yeah, I never have a problem selling music. We never go with anything left over in the warehouse. I have people all the time say, hey, do you still have this? You still have that? And I'll go out and order it again just to help one or two people, because to me, if they're wanting it, you got to give it to them, man. That's why I'm doing it in the first place, because people desire to hear what you're doing. I never did it for the money. Never did it for the fame, never did it for the girls, all those things that you hear from people. I did it for the passion and just simple love of it. Yeah, now the girls and some of the money hasn't been bad. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to sit here and say that didn't happen. But, you gotta love what you do, and you gotta love the people who you do it for. And that's exactly my attitude.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you haven't got the passion.
Yeah. I think you're wired. I think when you're born, from the minute you're born, you're wired to do this. I mean, I knew when I was like 5 years old, I was going to do this. This is what I was going to end up doing. And I had no questions or qualms about it. I told everybody through school, all the way up till the time I graduated school. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I guess nobody believed me. They thought it was just a bunch of BS. And here it is all these years later. And I have people walking up to me going, you really did do it. I'm like, I really did. I wasn't lying to you.
Yeah. So, Jeff, thank you so much for joining me. It's a pity that Sammy couldn't make it.
Yeah, she'll be. I mean, hey, we'll do this again. Maybe in a month or so, when the next one comes out, and we'll have her here, and I'll step to the side, and you can just interview her. She's a great interview, and she's very interesting. But there's been a lot of road work going on around here lately, and just something was unavoidable.
Yeah, well, sometimes shit happens, basically, but what can you do?
Right. Yeah, we'll make it up to you. We'll get her on here sometime before Christmas, hopefully, and you can grill her.
Yeah, I would love that. We'd love to get her sort of like her side of things and how she started.
I want you to do me a favor when you get a chance later, before you go to bed tonight, sit down and send me your mailing address so I can send you a package.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, I will do. Yeah,
absolutely, excellent.
Yeah. So, Jeff, again, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure. And guys, I have put the 2 video links to Don't You Walk Away and I've Seen the Devil in the description there. Go check them out. They are brilliant.
Thank you so much. Great seeing you again.
Yeah, you too. And again, Jeff, thank you so much. Thank you. So, guys, until next time, we'll catch you all later. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Ion, and we are here with Shane Diamond from Black Opal. So, welcome. So, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, El. Thanks for having me. So we're a 4-piece band based in Belfast, and I am, I guess, the main sort of songwriter and lead guitar player. So the other lads are just guys that I've kind of grown up with. Singer is David McCann. Interesting story about how I met Dee. So we were both in the same class at studying pharmacy. This is like 20 years ago. Really good friends, and probably knew each other for about maybe 5 years. And then we happened to be out one time, and just in the course of conversation, we realised that we both had a friend in common. He was a friend of both my dad and David's dad. And through this conversation, we discovered that our parents were kind of like best friends, going back to like when they were in their 20s, which was really pretty odd because by this time I'd known Dave. I'd known for a good 5 years before we actually figured this out. So that was a bit of an odd one. So David looks after the vocals and plays rhythm guitar. Phil on bass. I've been playing bass. I've been playing in different bands with Phil since 2003, I think. So we know each other inside out. Phil's an unbelievable musician, and he knew Sean. They were working together. So Sean is on drums and backing vocals. So yeah, that's the kind of lineup we're working with.
Cool. So let's dive into some questions. As a kid, what were you listening to?
Metallica. Absolutely obsessed with Metallica. Somebody played me the start of Battery when I was about 6 or 7 years old, and I just completely and totally lost my mind. I remember it was like somebody had like plugged me into the electrical circuit of the universe, just zapped me with it. I remember just taking off and just running around the house. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was the most powerful thing. I still, but if I put on the start of Master of Puppets, it just transports me back to that. Absolutely loved Metallica. But this was when Master of Puppets was like a current release, if you know what I mean. It was like 1987 or something. So getting to hear it when it was just, like nowadays it's like a classic album with all this kind of, prestige attached to it and, all the rest of it. But back then they were just a cool new band, and I was lucky enough to have an older brother who was a massive Metallica fan too, so I kind of nicked all his music. So yeah, that made me want to learn the guitar really. And I guess from that then progressed into Nirvana, obviously with the next big thing. And then obviously in Belfast, then Oasis were massive. And so, yeah, that was probably the start of my own kind of musical journey, really, because it felt like Metallica and Nirvana. I was trying to just get from my brother, whereas when Oasis landed, it was the beginning of my own kind of musical taste, I feel like. And obviously, like Oasis were a great sort of portal into the past, so through that, then got into the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and stuff like that. And the Stone Roses. Yeah, Stone Roses being another big one. A big fan of John Squire on guitar. Yeah, a lot of those bands they're all kind of linked. They're all interconnected. And Smiths. And then kind of from like current bands, I suppose would be maybe the Queens of the Stone Age. Big fan of the Queens of the Stone Age. Saw them playing in Dublin a year or two ago, and they're absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, but like in a nutshell, I guess we're pretty much anything with a guitar in it. Anything where the songs are driven by the guitar, hooks, riffs, guitar solos. That's my jam.
Yeah, cool. So apart from your brother, was there anybody else who got you into listening to music, or like such as your parents or a friend or?
It was always in my family, like, and I remember, like, when I was really young, my dad, I was just being driven around with my dad, and he'd be having like Jimi Hendrix on the stereo, Rolling Stones, stuff like that. So yeah, definitely my dad was instrumental, and he did get me my first guitar. I think I must have tortured him for for a good few months anyway, and so I got a guitar. I think when I was about 6 or 7. Something like that, and was just obsessed with it ever since. Best decision I ever made in my life, without a doubt.
Cool. So, you mentioned that you, around about 6 or 7, were heavily, your main influences like Metallica. Was there anybody else out of all the bands that if you listen to turn around and say, I want to become that?
Well, at the time, it was also actually, I should have mentioned Iron Maiden. When I was a kid, I was really into all that as well. I don't really listen to Iron Maiden that much anymore. I do still like some of the tracks, but I don't know if it's aged as well, by comparison with like, Master of Puppets and Ride the Lightning and stuff. They just last forever. Like, but, 80s Iron Maiden was kind of very much, sort of its time, I think. So, but I loved them when I was a kid, and it was really just the thing that has in common with Metallica is that there's a real emphasis on, I suppose, a technical mastery, of the instrument. They're all really like phenomenally technically gifted, and they're able to play so fast and with such confidence. I think that's probably what I was getting interested in at the time. But yeah, I seem to have sort of gone out. I seem to grew out of Iron Maiden. I should actually have to mention there was another influence when I was at that age. Was my older brother was a big fan of the Clash, so it got us into like the first Clash album. I remember listening to that just non-stop when we were kids. Yeah, I still love that album. Actually, it's fantastic. Yeah, so big fan of the Clash.
Cool. Were you in any bands prior to starting Black Opal?
Yeah, I was playing in bands from I was about 17. Different formulations of it, but mainly myself and Phil, bass guitar player, would have been at the sort of a constant throughout the different incarnations of the band. It's funny, like my own kind of role within the band has really sort of evolved over time. Like when I first got into it, I didn't really intend to be writing songs at all, or like lyrics or anything like that. I just wanted to stand in the background, play guitar solos. But then just over time, I don't know how it happened, I just found myself, I started to come up with more and more music, and I sort of had an idea of how to construct the sound, that, and maybe I just built from that experience, just taking on a little bit more just as time went by. It seemed sort of natural. But when I think back, it was never really my intention to be writing the material. I just thought I'd be doing the riffs and guitar solos and stuff.
Cool. So, what has the band been up to, especially over the last 12 months?
We have been trying to get ourselves organised to get back into the studio. So we are going back in at the end of next month to start working on the next album. So we're hoping to have that well progressed by the end of this year. It's a tricky one because we're all kind of working full time. So, just to try and get everybody organised and get the time set aside. So have families and stuff too. So, but yeah, we're going to get started anyway. There's enough material to record probably another 3 albums. If we had the time, we'd make a triple whammy. But yeah, that's what we've been at, trying to organise and rehearse and formulate trying to evolve the sound a little bit. I think when we do go in to record this next lot of music, it's very much it'll have a different sort of atmosphere, different sound, probably a slightly lighter and less heavy kind of vibe. So yeah, that's what we've been at.
Cool. So, could you tell us a little bit about the album that you just released?
Yeah, good. So it's 12 tracks, 1 instrumental. It's kind of, as a lot of people have noted, it is a sort of a nod to the past bands. A lot of them I've already mentioned. The sound's constructed just from the influences that I was talking about. So there's a sort of emphasis on sort of riffs being the basis of most of the tracks. So there's like a kind of Britpop kind of a vibe to some of it. There's metal involved in there somewhere. And then it's a difficult one for me to answer really. Tricky to assess your own work. But I think it's just it's an amalgamation of all of those bands. It probably doesn't sound that much like Metallica, which is slightly disappointing from my point of view. Although I will note that track 4 is entitled "Hit the Lights," and that is a reference to, as I'm sure you know, great Metallica song.
Cool. So, is there any singles that you brought out off the album?
Yeah. We have released 3 and planning to release a 4th. The first one was Beautiful Confusion, and then we followed that up with a song called Feel Free. And to coincide with the release of the album, we released the 3rd single called History. And we're planning to release a 4th, it's called Giving In. So a total of 4.
Cool. We've just got a question in from Aussie Ann 2025. She asks, any plans to tour in the future? And if so, where would you like to go?
Well, yes, potentially. We have some contacts in Norway who sort of half jokingly, half seriously talked about trying to do a small series of shows in Scandinavia, which would be very cool. We've been doing gigs around Belfast as well, but it would be so cool. It would be very cool to get the guys all across to Norway for a spin. That'd be cool.
Cool. Expanding on that, obviously time, money, the financial thing. Would you do like your sort of like tour of the UK or down into Ireland, or possibly going over into like expand it out to Europe?
To Europe? Well, yeah. I mean, that's the dream. As you say, though, it is difficult when we're everybody's working. Like I'm a pharmacist by day, and it keeps me pretty busy. So yeah, watch this space. You never know.
Cool. So thank you, Ozzy, for that. Is there any merchandise for the album and singles, such as T-shirts?
There have been some made, just distributed kind of amongst ourselves and amongst our friends and family. There is a website that makes really, really random stuff, like like key rings and like clock faces, teacups and stuff. So we had been looking at those too, like with the album artwork printed onto like a clock and stuff, like mad stuff like phone covers. But we're actually looking at getting some of those done. They're very cool.
Cool.
But some have some t-shirts there.
Cool.
The artwork is stuff that I've made over the years. I do a little bit of painting in my spare time, and so the imagery that you'll see it up on Spotify. There's all paintings that are kicking about my house, so that's what the artwork is.
Cool. Staying on sort of like the merchandise, will there be sort of like physical media, such as CDs, for the album?
Yes, I think, but not a CD, but I think vinyl. The only issue with that is you have to have the thing remixed for vinyl. So the way that the music is recorded has to be altered in order for it to be pressed on the vinyl. But yeah, that's something definitely want to get done, so that there is a physical copy that we can use.
Cool. I know there's like quite a few people in the chat who follow the channels. Always keep asking or saying, "El, make sure you ask about vinyl." The low vinyl.
Yeah.
So, is there like sort of like a Bandcamp or website, like band's website to where you can actually sort of like see?
Yes, we have. It's in construction, so we will have in the next couple of weeks have just blackopal.com, just to kind of keep people updated on gigs and new releases and stuff like that. So yeah.
Would there be sort of like a merchandise shop there on the website, or?
It's a good idea. I haven't really given it much thought, to be honest. Though, potentially. Although, yeah, now you mention it, it's a great idea.
Yeah, I know there's quite a few people. Yeah. I know there's a bit, as Lisaboo, we had more said, there's a bit of audio, a bit of feedback on the in the background. I know. I was going to be with the merch store. I thought people like such as like people in Canada, US, Australia would have thought that if you can get like order a couple of CDs or like some merchandise, would be like ideal.
Yeah, cool, good idea. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, El. Yeah. Must look into doing that actually. Yeah. Although with the way that with the way that the Spotify works, I mean, it is kind of tricky to get to earn any money from the music. So I suppose that might be a good idea.
Yeah. I was just like thinking, if you put like merch store on either on Bandcamp or a website, we thought you could earn a little bit money from that.
Potentially, yeah. Although I have to be honest, like I don't really see the band as a vehicle for making money. You know, it's more like it is really like a kind of what's the word, like a vocation. I guess I would happily just do it for free because I love the whole process of recording music and making music with my buddies.
Yeah. So, is there where can people find you on social media?
Oh, well, I guess Spotify would be the easiest place. We are on Instagram and Facebook. The handle, I'll have to send that to you because I can't remember it off the top of my head. But we are on there on Facebook and Instagram. Phil, who's the bass guitar player, he is our man for social media. So yeah, that's his job, along with playing the bass.
Cool. Yeah. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
It's weird. I suppose it'd just be a question of really sort of thinking about what I suppose just it's hard. Like, because I didn't really want to. I just found that I couldn't not be involved in it. So it was just sort of a compulsion. But like within that, it was also very easy because it was something that I loved and I suppose was really passionate about from when I was young. So the only words of advice I would perhaps offer would be just to really stick at it. It's a lifelong journey, I suppose, and you have to. I suppose you do need a certain amount of dedication, but I mean, it's the reward is unquantifiable. I can't imagine my life really without the guitar in it now. So yeah.
Cool. Lisaboo, who's my head mod, she normally asks, what is your process of writing music? What comes first?
Oh, riffs, just, usually on an acoustic guitar, and just kind of, just get a vibe from that. And it's funny, like, because, you might come up with something on the acoustic guitar and, but immediately know what it will sound like when it's on electric, and it'll sound very different. Like, you could take there's a song, Beautiful Confusion, which is the first song on the album, has this really, really distorted, fuzzy guitar sound. But I made that song up on the acoustic guitar, but whilst I was doing so, I knew what it was going to sound like. It was going to have this humongous kind of guitar sound. But yeah, that's the way I kind of set about it. Really, just idly strumming an acoustic guitar.
Cool. So we've got like I said, Lisaboo normally asks these questions. What is your favourite venue to play at, and what is your dream venue to play at?
Have you ever been to the Paradiso Club in Amsterdam?
No.
I'd love to play there. That's a cool venue. I remember just visiting it one time, like 20 odd years ago, and it's like a phenomenal, legendary venue in Amsterdam. But like loads and loads of really, like Nirvana played there, and I don't know, like you could list like an endless list of all the greatest artists of our time have played there. So I'd have to say the Paradiso Club in Amsterdam. That would be my dream gig. Or Nebworth. That Nebworth would be nice too.
I heard Nebworth's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Got a question from Craig. Yes, what merchandise do you sell?
Well, I haven't really actually thought about it very much. I'm going to have to give it more consideration. As you say, like with the website there, we should be able to take advantage of it. So at the minute, Craig, I have to say, unfortunately, I don't have any right now. But we watch this space, as I said.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Craig. So, any sort of guys in the chat there? Any more questions? Please, let's go here. So, my final question, before we start wrapping things up, is any final words before we leave?
Final words. I would say, to quote my own song lyrics, the song "Feel Free" finishes with "All men are brothers. Why can we not just love one another?" So on that note, I'll leave you with that.
Cool. We've just got a question just in time from Lord Jim Dandy. He says, "What is your all-time favourite guitar riff?"
Yes, I love that question. It's how long have you got? All-time favourite guitar riff. I'm going to have to just say Battery again. I'm sorry. But the beginning of Battery, I think, is the greatest piece of music recorded in the last 50 years.
It's a cool riff. For me, it's got to be Ride the Lightning.
Ride the Lightning, yeah, that's cool as well. But there's so many riffs in that song, you know what I mean? There's like 10 of the greatest riffs you'll ever hear.
Yeah.
I actually did that live in Slane. I saw them in 2019. And it's mad actually because James Hetfield's voice is actually better now than it was back then. I thought because there's a part of that song's like in like a really high register, and he just absolutely nailed it live. It was so cool to actually see him do it. I was kind of like, Jesus, is he going to try and sing that? He's like 60 something, and they absolutely nailed it. It was amazing.
Yeah. It's another one for me is like Call of Cthulhu as well.
Lovely, yeah, lovely. I love that song. I love the way that it has like a really unexpected ending. The ending of it always kind of catches me by surprise. It just does this sort of riff that comes out of nowhere, and yeah, I'm with you on that. That's a cool one. There's another kind of a bit of debate about the way that like those two albums end very differently. about whether they'd have been better off ending Master of Poets with Orion, you know, to kind of go out on like the instrumental. But I think, I personally, I think that they made the right call. I think Damage Incorporated it just goes out with with a blast, like, and you know, it's just non-stop power. That album.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely love it.
Lord Jim Dandy said his favourite riff is Deep Purple Smoke on the Water.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, it was on the radio today, and I was just enjoying. Yeah, it's fabulous. Like, just everything about that song is fantastic. There's a great guitar solo to it as well. Like Richie Blackmore's absolutely amazing. Great guitar sound as well. You know, like just the actual tone of the Strat sounds. I mean, it sounds as good today as it, you know, would have done at the time, and it still will 50 years from now. That's the thing about great riffs. Live forever.
Yeah, there's so many great riffs, especially over the last since the 1950s. There's so many great riffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, Jesus, I could give you a really exhaustive list, but no, I'll just leave it at battery.
Yeah, cool. So, Sean. Shane, I should say, I've got another Shane on my head. So, Shane, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you very much. Please give the album a little blast and stick it on. Let us know what you think. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, I will do, yeah. So, guys, if you haven't checked out Black Opal, I'll put all the links down in the description, so please check them out. I've listened to some of the band songs, and they are absolutely amazing, so please check them out. So again, Shane, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a complete pleasure.
Thank you. You too. Likewise, Al. All the best. God bless and good luck. Thank you.
Yeah. So until next time, guys, catch you all later. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with the host El Young, and we are here with the brilliant Baz Rose from the Black Rose. So, welcome.
Thank you, Al. Thank you. Lovely to be on the show, and great to see you again. It's been a good couple of years, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. So, Baz, for people who don't know who you are, what you do, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Baz, the guitarist from Black Rose. Obviously, I've been on your show. I think I've been on your show a couple of times. Normally, Vixen's with me, but she's on her way back from family thing, so she might pop in if we're lucky. Guitarist, sort of like, and also general dog's body. I do everything, you know, managing and videoing and audio stuff and radio stuff. Vixen normally sort of gets involved with the audios and the videos, but like I say, she might be here, she might not. But, general dog's body and guitarist.
Cool. So, since the last time we spoke, I think it was about, 2.5 years ago, I think?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So, what have you been up to?
Wow, I mean, that's a lot. So, did we speak before the last album? I can't remember.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously we released our album, which was insane. We got to number 3 in the Amazon rock charts, album rock charts, and we was only actually kept off the number 1 spot by Metallica and Hawkwind. So big thank you to everyone that downloaded our album. You know, blew us away. You know, we was blown away by it. And on the back of that, we've had a few singles. We've all gone to the number 1 Amazon downloads on the singles charts. We got to number 65, I think it was, for in the iTunes charts. We had a great album, and it went down amazing. Loads of great reviews. And so that was 23. So 24, we had a quieter year, quieter than we thought we would. And we still done, a fair bit of travelling around. I mean, my poor car. I took it to the guy that does the MOT, and he says, "So right, you still done 12,000 miles this year?" I'm like, yeah, it's just up and down the country, But no, sorry, I'll rephrase that. The 2023, after release, the album was gigging wise was a quiet year. 2024 was off the scale. It was insane. So after we released the album, it was a little bit quiet, gigging wise. And then 2024, it's sort of like every sort of couple of weeks we were getting offered festivals and really good top-notch stuff, We did Made of Stone Festival, which was absolutely massive for us, and also great because it was on our doorstep. It was like 40 miles away. We done Margate Rocks, which was a brand new festival. Well, that was amazing. A big shout out to my good friend Jake there. That was a fantastic video. We done SOS Festival up in Manchester. Done Heaven and Hell in Rotherham. We played at the Canada Underworld with Collateral. We supported Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons down in Dover. We was on BBC TV on the news. And there's a lot of other stuff we did, but it was bloody insane. Last year was off the scale. It was absolutely insane. I think what happens is there's this little area. When you release your album, so you release it. So I think we released it March or May, and then there's this little dwell where because people obviously have to get used to hearing the songs and do I like that? Do I not like it? And then so the little dwell of not gigging that much was obviously that time. So obviously once the album got into people's minds and people promoters and stuff were hearing it, by 2024 it all come in, and it was absolutely. Yeah, what fantastic! Yeah, and I say, and we ended up the last gig of the year. Every time it was that was our last gig of the year. It was something else would come up, but the last gig of the year was, do you want to be on the BBC? Want to interview you about this venue that you play at? And what a way to go out, for a fantastic year, And I've also recorded it, so I'll show my grandkids. Actually, no, I won't.
You are just about to release a new single.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the single, a new single. It's called After Party. So it's all about basically, everyone does it. I'll probably do it tonight because I'm going out for drinking in a minute. So, you go down the pub with your mates. Happy birthday for him, by the way. You go down the pub with your mates and you get to the end of the night and the last orders go and you think, I just started getting going, bloody hell. And so everyone always looks for the after party, whose house are we going back to then? Oh, well, I've got a few beers at home or blah, blah, blah. So you always go back to someone's house and then that's it. It's all debauchery and you wake up in the morning, you're like, someone's sofa, you go, what happened there? So yeah, it's a good punk song. We wanted to punk it up a little bit because Black Rose, basically we're a mixture of everything. We're like sleaze, goth, punk, and even a bit of sort of like hardcore rock on occasions. The new stuff we're writing at the moment is a bit more, it's a lot more heavier. And so it's all about that, the after party and going back. And I spent a lot of time on the video, which is why the delay was released. The release was delayed. Sorry, I meant to be one. The release was delayed probably about 6 times because I ran out of time to do the video. Because every time we had a bit of a break, we'd get off at another festival, so we'd be full on rehearsing for that. And So the single itself is out on March the 8th. And I have finally finished the bloody video. So, so thank you to Jane Cook and Lucinda Davidson for some footage. Excuse me. And also Matt Hayward as well. I used some of their live footage from concerts. So I've done a little bit of AI and a few snippets here and there. And it's a good, fun song, upbeat. It's a party song. It's a punk song. And it's a little sort of, I wouldn't say it's an end to sort of like sleazy side, but the stuff we're looking at writing now, we're going to go a bit heavier. We're going to go a bit more heavier, just for a change. We're going to sort of like, we're doing a few more drop C sharp songs now, and just to have a bit of a change. Because Vix had opera training years ago. And so we might bring a little bit of that back, not obviously full on opera, but just sort of like more sort of clear vocals, and then bring in a bit more sort of like the screaming type stuff with like, so keeps it fresh, we've done everything else. That's why no one could ever pigeonhole us, because we're everything, we're sleaze, we're goth, we're rock, we're punk, we're a bit of everything. So I think the next thing to do is we're going to get a bit heavier. So watch this space.
Yeah, cool. I was going to say that about are you writing any new material for like a new album or even an EP?
Yeah. So everything we're writing will end up on the next album. But we possibly might release an EP. It's hard. I think until we get sort of 4 songs that are finished, and that and then we'll decide what to do. And also, again, it's sort of like if you're going to do an EP, you want at least one video, to go along with it. And we could easily do another lyric video. We might well do, because that doesn't take up a lot of time. You can probably get it done in a couple of weeks. So yes, we're going down a heavier route. We're looking at different styles. We had a rehearsal Thursday, today Saturday. But we had a rehearsal Thursday, and we were like, there's a few things we've heavied up a little bit. Our next gig actually is at Leo's in Gravesend. We're in the playoffs to play at Bloodstock. So a lot of the bands there are a lot heavier than we are. They're sort of like very heavy. And we did that last year, and we got to the semi-finals. We didn't expect to get to semi-finals because we're not really that sort of band. We're like sleazy goth, punky stuff. But it was sort of like it was good to see a different style. It's not the sort of thing I would normally go and watch. Do you know what I mean? We was amazed we actually got through to the semi-finals. But afterwards we were discussing, we could actually maybe do something like that. And what if Vix's sort of classical trained voice? We could have the really prettiness of it all, and then they come in with that, the thud, shall we call it? The thunder. So we did a bit of that rehearsal on Thursday. So watch this space. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, cool. Now, have you got any sort of like gigs planned for this year?
Yeah. So this year we are we're going to focus on writing. More so, because our last album was released in 2023. I don't know, we got a single out in March, but we actually recorded that last year. So yes, and we had such a busy year last year. We just, you've got to have time to focus. You can't just jump in and out. So we're going to focus a lot more on writing, probably after about May, because we've still got. We've got a couple of festivals. It's weird because we actually said, all right, we ain't going to do much this year because we want to focus on writing. And then some people are getting hold of us. Crazy Cowboy, who are at the festival in Reading, I've always wanted to play there. And we got a message from, the promoter there, do you want to play our festival? And everyone was like, oh, play there. Yeah, that's all good. Then we got another festival in Bexhanger in Kent. We're on the Fear of the Dark stage, as it's known. And then we've got the Bloodstock qualification rounds, which we're starting next, not next week, the week after next. So already you can see how it's right. Well, okay, we're going to focus on writing, and then oh no, we're not going to play there. Rehearsals, play there, more rehearsals, play there, more rehearsals. And before you know it, you're halfway through the year and you're thinking, I haven't done much writing again, have we? We've got a few things coming up. Nothing like last year at the moment. But we're not expecting that. We've got to put some more material out. 2023 was the last album. New single out in a couple of weeks. But we need a new album to sort of like to bang it back in again, let's hope we can get there. Hopefully we'll do so. Hopefully we'll have an album out in 2026. I keep getting mixed up because it's 2025 now, isn't it? I keep thinking 2024. Yeah. So hopefully 2026. Hopefully there'll be an album, but there will be an EP at the very least. So
Cool. Now, is there going to be sort of like any merchandise for this new single, After Party? Or is it just going to be...
Well, that's a good question. There isn't. It's actually quite strange because we stumbled across an idea about it. In the video, there's like this group of people with... one of the people in the video got a massive bunny rabbit hat on their head, and they're all smacking the bunny rabbit man on his head like that. So Vixen's gone out. Vixen's gone out and typical Vixen, drama, stage stuff, So she's gone out and bought this bloody rabbit's head with blood coming out of it and stuff like that. So we're going to debut that rabbit's head at Leo's in Gravesend for Metal to the Masses. So it is possible we might do a one-off little thing with the rabbit's head because it's like seems quite a thing there. Because I sent the video to my friends who I'm in a punk band with, and the drummer said, a great video. I really like the rabbit's head thing. So, okay, we'll get something to do with a rabbit's head then. But I think it'll be. It'll either be that or someone being sick in the toilet.
So I usually ask this question as, is there any plans on putting your music onto vinyl records?
Well, I mean, we would absolutely love to. Even from our first album, we wanted to. The problem, I mean, when our first album, when did that come out? Was it 2019? I think it was 2019. We looked at it then. God, it was ridiculous money. Absolutely ridiculous. They wanted, I think they wanted a minimum order of 1,000. I could be wrong because it's a long time ago. But I think they wanted a minimum order of 1,000, and they were like £100 each then for us to get printed. Things have got better. From what I can make out, things have got quite a bit better now. It's like vinyl's coming back again, and people have been saying that for years. But I do think it has got more of a resurgence now, because we looked at it for our release of Penny for Your Sins in 2023. We looked at it then because we'd love to have that double gatefold, and like us, I mean, you're similar age as me, we would have probably. You would have probably read all the lyrics that you used to get in them days, and it was all of it, it was great, all this physical thing. So, I mean, we would love to. And we noticed prices had come down, but they were still, it's a lot of outlay for a band, and you might not sell them all, but you might not sell 50% of them. It's a chance, isn't it? If we ever win a lottery, definitely. But yeah, maybe one day, if things carry on getting better, I don't know what the latest prices are. All I know is things have got a lot cheaper from our first album, when we released our first album. So it is possible we might actually do like a reissue, and we'll probably have to remastered for a vinyl copy anyway. But it would be nice for us just to have it. You know what I mean? Because I grew up with vinyl. Everyone in Black Rose grew up with vinyl. And I think Vix. I think she was more CD. She's a bit younger than the rest of us. But yeah, the vinyl and opening that double gate hold up, and I've still got Hemispheres by Rush and all that sort of stuff. That you can't beat it. It's much better than looking at a little stamp like that on your MP3 player or whatever it is nowadays.
Yeah. I'm of the similar age where I loved just putting on the vinyl, listening to the vinyl, and just looking at the actual artwork, and looking at every single little bit of detail and everything.
Exactly, and you never, I'm not going to harp back and sound like an old boring old fart, but them days when you wouldn't even know what the songs were because it wasn't available. You had to get it home, put that needle on the record, and then that was the first time that, apart from maybe the band had released a single, that was the first time you were ever going to actually ever hear them songs. And then while you're lying on your bed as a kid or whatever, and you're reading the lyrics and you can hear the actual song play. I know 1,000,001 people have said the same thing, but us old bastards, it is true. It was very organic, wasn't it? It was nice.
Yeah, it was. So, where can people find you on social media?
Well, normal place. We haven't changed. Facebook, we're pretty good at keeping up to spec. Me and Vixen are in charge of Facebook. She has been quite busy recently, though she's left it to me. So we haven't done as much this year as we did last year. It was great because last year, obviously, we were playing festivals. We had 1,000,001 photographs and some amazing photographers. I mean, it's great because, when you play festivals, not only the crowd and everything else, you meet all these talented people who are the photographers as well, because and they send you their work, and they don't get much money, if any money, from it. They're the unsung heroes of going to see a band and a band's play. So yeah, Facebook. I've been a little bit quieter this year because I've been trying to get a bloody video done after party. Instagram again, Facebook's our better one. Instagram, I could be much better on. YouTube, so I've done the video for After Party. That's going to be a new YouTube video going up. And what I've got is I've got all our little vlogs from our festivals from last year. And when I get a clear run, I'm going to load all them up to YouTube as well. And just trying to get the momentum going again. Because, it's all hard work. It's not just about playing the guitar and going home and going to bed. It's like there's other stuff. There's one good band who they're amazing. Asthmaville. Do you know Asthmaville? Have you heard of them? They're Sporting Airborne, and basically I follow them on Instagram, and when we played Margate Rocks, they were in the dressing room next door to us. I'm a great fan of them, and because their social media was absolutely amazing, like literally every day they're putting out new content, and I'm like, bloody hell, it must take so much time. And they've admitted that what they do is they concentrate on social media And they've gone against the grain of like, the old school of touring around the country to playing, like, trying to play in front of 3-4 people in a pub and bring it up that way. Obviously they've been playing to loads of people, but they've concentrated on the social media side of things. So they do a gig and they do the lead up, what equipment they're doing, and it's all fun and it's great. And they've literally become huge now. Like they've actually got this they've got this sports lot we're doing around Europe with Airborne, and they've used social media to basically elevate themselves, and they have done bloody amazing. And I give them so much respect for that, because for me, it's hard work. I'm a guitarist, I'm an organizer of everything else. To keep doing the social media, that's also hard work, and fair play to them, because they have really, really banged it in, and it's worked. It's a sign of how to do it properly. So good on them, and I love them. Good on Ralph and the boys. Have a good one, lads, because you're awesome.
Cool. Yeah. So brilliant shout out. That's brilliant shout out. Before we start wrapping things up, any sort of like final words before we go?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to all our fans. Last year especially, we did all them festivals, Made of Stone, and such amazing sports lots with Phil Campbell. I played the Underworld Collateral, Margate Rocks. I'd just like to say thank you to the promoters for having faith in us, and thank you to our fans. Thank you to the Black Rose family. And if you can, March the 8th, everyone out there, go to our Amazon link and download our song. It'll probably be 99p. Our new single, After Party. And let's see if we can get number one again, because if you could, that would be bloody awesome. I think we released 5 singles, and we've had 4 out of them 5 singles that have gone to number 1 on the Amazon Rock charts. So, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, guys, if you haven't checked them already, go out and check out Black Rose. These guys are bloody amazing. I've been following these guys for a good number of years now. And
thank you, Will, as well. You've been a great supporter, a great reviewer, so thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, guys, until next time, and Baz, thank you so much for coming on, and been a total pleasure catching up again.
And you, bro.
So, until next time, guys, we'll catch you all later.
See you now.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with the legendary Bob Mitchell. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you for having me back. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you, Al. Thank you, everyone watching.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, Bob, could you introduce yourself and what you've done over the years?
Oh my God! Introduce myself again?
It's just for people for.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just joking. Well, for the benefit of those of you who may not know who I am, my name is Bob Mitchell. I'm a recently retired performer. I've been a front man for many bands for about 47 plus years. And I suffered a stroke 2 years ago. And I'm here surviving and alive and well and talking to my friend Al and all of you. So it's wonderful to be here.
Cool. Yeah, so it's just sort of like being sort of like a little catch up.
Sure.
So what have you been up to?
Well, like I said, I'm going through my recovery from stroke, and it's been a grand blessing. I go to great therapists at least twice a week, and my doctors are beyond impressed with my progress, and I feel great. And after 2 years, I'm walking around the house without a cane, without any sort of assistive device. And I get to do interviews like this, like I have been all of last year. Um, and life has been really fantastic. And since our last interview, my fan base has been increasing. So, word is getting around, and I'm still here, and I'm here to tell the story. And the great blessing about what happened to me is this. I get to look back and have the privilege of realizing all that I've done all these years. And as I've also mentioned before, there is no greater, I guess, for lack of a better term, conquest than becoming a father. That has been the greatest. And I survived the stroke, and I'm living now. We had the blessing of seeing our first grandson. And I want to announce now that my eldest daughter is about to have a little baby girl. So I'm going to be a grandfather again. So I'll have a grandson, and now soon, July, I believe she's due, I'm going to have a little granddaughter, and I can't wait to see her. I'm so happy. And this, to me, is the greatest accomplishment, is watching the family grow. And now certain members of my little children are now becoming parents, and that just makes me very happy.
Yeah, congratulations on the grandchildren.
I can't wait to see her. She's due in July, so it's going to be a big party. I'm on my way to a full recovery, and my greatest inspiration are my children, of course. And my great motivator is my grandson. I see him walk, I got to walk. So it's a wonderful feeling. So I've been very blessed, and my fans have been terrific and supportive. And I just love all of them very much.
Cool. Glad you've doing well and getting inspiration from your grandson.
Yes.
So yeah, for full recovery. So
Yeah,
congratulations.
He has been a great motivator. Yes.
Yeah. So this is yeah.
Say again.
Cool. Yeah. There was a couple of questions I was been meaning to ask since last time, and I was like, considering that you are sort of like you are basically retired from the music industry, say 5 years down the line, if you get sort of like this is purely about songwriting. Would you, if you got any ideas for songs, would you start songwriting again?
No, because I would have to find musicians to translate that. And to make things perfectly clear, I will always be in my heart an entertainer. I love to entertain. I miss performing. I miss my audiences. But I do not, and I repeat, I do not miss being in a band. So whatever ideas come up, they may not see the light of day, because right now I'm enjoying my life the way it is, and becoming a grandfather, and overall being a goodwill ambassador for heavy metal. So I'm good with that for now. I have about 42 or 44 commercial releases. I've done a lot of music in my time. So I figure if anybody wants to hear me, the music is out there. And even if I do get ideas, I would have to put a band together to get it all going and quite honestly, I don't want to go through that any longer.
Yeah, yeah. Especially like if you want, especially when you got a couple of sort of like grandkids, and you want to spend time with them as well.
Spend time with them. I love hanging out with my kids, my family,
Yeah.
and my dog who's here. And I'm extremely happy. I did the rock and roll thing for 40 plus years. I honestly have nothing left to prove.
Yeah, yeah. So for those, it's for those people who sort of like don't know what bands that you were in. Would you tell us a little bit about those bands, so people can find you if they want to actually listen to your previous work?
Well, as it stands now, a lot of my career is on Spotify. So if you're looking to listen to Attacker, Sleepy Hollow, Scepter, it's all on Spotify. If you're looking for Mind Assassin or Savior from Anger, you can find that music to which I sang on YouTube. There's so many videos out there, so I'm not hard to find. And of course, last year on Dark Age Records, they released an album of demos that I've done between 1986 and 2016, and the CD was called Unearthed, and it did very well for the label. And they also did my first commercial post-attacker band, which was Night Hunter, and we released that EP last year as well, and it did tremendous business. And I didn't think people cared enough to buy it, and I'm proud to say that those two releases were the fastest selling albums of that label's young history. And the label is called Dark Age Records. And the CDs did so well that this year, I believe in spring or into summer of 2024, both of those releases will be out on vinyl. So I look forward to that as well.
Cool. Excuse me. We've got a question from Lisaboo, one of my brilliant mods here. He asks, what was your favourite song to sing?
I'm guessing she's asking what original song I wrote that's a favorite of mine to sing.
Whether it be one of your songs or one of the bands that you were in.
Okay, well, let's see. When I sang for Sleepy Hollow, my favorite song ever will always be Spiral Effect. I love that song personally. With Attacker, it's Devil's War from the Unknown album, and Disciple from the Battle at Helm's Deep album. And from the Soul Taker album, I would have to say Until We Meet Again. Those are my absolute favorite songs. One of my favorite bands that I've been in was a band called Alchemy X. That band made me a better singer, and there's some great music on there. And you can find Alchemy X on Spotify as well. So I love all that stuff. I'm very proud of everything I've done. My personal favorite cover song was a song called Deceiver by Judas Priest. And I was in a band called Vindicator, and we did a remake of that. And what we did was we slowed it down a little bit, and it came out really super heavy. And I used to perform it live, and people just loved it. So to answer your question, those are my favorite songs, Lisa. Thank you for asking.
Cool. She also says, I love your music, Bob. So
thank
I think you got a fan there.
One of many. I love
Yeah.
it. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Continue. Please enjoy it.
Yeah. 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 So, let me see. You mentioned you got a couple of there's some stuff on Spotify, such as Alchemy X, and have you do you know if these bands have got YouTube channels or have you got sort of like your own Spotify playlist?
Just go to Spotify. If you're interested in listening to Alchemy X, just type in Alchemy X. 11:59:59 is the name of the album, and the whole album's right up there. And anything by Attacker is up there. The Sleepy Hollow album that I sang on Skull 13, that's also on Spotify. So it's really cool. It's nice to have all that music on Spotify. And from what I see, from what I'm gathering, people are truly enjoying that music now. So it makes me feel good. I mean, I'm not making millions. I'm not making much money, but I'm proud that I was able to do that and people are now enjoying it. So that makes me feel good.
Cool. Sweet. I've put a link to Alchemy X 11:59:59 in the chat there. So if anybody wants to listen to it, by all means, go check it out, guys.
And I can tell you personally, that is my personal, of everything I've done, personally, that is my favorite album that I've done, is Alchemy X. I've said it for years and I'll say it always. I loved being in that band, and making that album is one of my proud moments.
Oh. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I've got a bit of hiccups there. Just getting the links there. So, are you any sort of like running? Trying to think here. So, Bob, just before we start wrapping things up, if there's any more questions you want to ask Bob, by all means, please do, and I'll read them out for you.
Okay.
Any? So, Bob, what any sort of like final words to you want to say to the fans there?
Well, I'm just happy to be here again, and I was able to make the announcement of my granddaughter coming, so I'm happy about that. And my album Unearthed will be available on vinyl this year through Cult Metal Classics, as well as the Night Hunter EP. That'll be on vinyl as well through Cult Metal Classics, and I implore all of you to go out, check it out. There are many of you that have the album, and I appreciate you buying it, and I love the feedback I've been getting. Many of you watching have enjoyed the music, and besides the bands that I'm known for. So it's really, truly an honor. And I enjoy it so much, and I enjoy all of you. And thank you for allowing me the privilege to entertain all of you for all of these years, really.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, guys, check Bob's career out. He's got some couple of new finals coming out, and go check them out.
One other thing too, I have a
So, Bob, thank you again for coming on and doing this little interview and making the. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a. I was about to say I have a SoundCloud page if anybody wants to check it out. A lot of my other bands are on there too, so you can go enjoy that. And any videos of me performing can be found on YouTube. I mean, there's videos of me performing with Attacker in Europe, with Sleepy Hollow at the Gramercy Theater in New York City. My final performance in November of 2019 with the Hounds of Hasselbalder. So you can all check that out. It's all on YouTube. Not hard to find, just like I'm not hard to find. And life is great. Truly a blessing, and I'm happy to do shows like this and talk to you, Al, and all of your podcast followers, if you will. And I wanted to ask you, Al, do you have any questions for me? Seems to be a delay.
Not off the top. Bear with us for 1 second.
Sure.
I think there's a problem with the. Yeah, just trying to sort the thing out there. Right. Yeah. No, not off the top of my head, there, Bob. I think I've had.
Don't wake me up at 3 a.m. when you come up with stuff.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not that bad.
We'll come off here and you'll be like, "Oh yes, I remember."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've got to have a laugh.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, show business is nothing but one big laugh.
Yeah, true. Anyway, Bob, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Anytime I can come on, I'm always happy to do so. And talking to you and everyone watching, thank you. Again, I may have said this already, but I'll say it again. Thank you for allowing me, this kid from New Jersey, to perform for all of you for all of these years. Continue to enjoy the music. You have any questions, you find me on Facebook. I'm not hard to find. I'm always ready, willing, and able to speak to any one of you. And I thank you so much. Al, you're the best, my friend. Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So, guys, if you haven't already, please go out and check out the legendary Bob Mitchell. He's absolutely the best. So, again, thank you so much.
Bless your heart, Al. I appreciate the kind word. You take care of yourself, okay?
You too. You too.
And when that grandbaby comes, you're going to know it.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Right.
Yeah. Ciao, Giandiano. I'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Okay.
Finally, hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with the absolutely amazing Bob Mitchell. Welcome, Bob.
Al, thank you for having me on your show. I deeply appreciate it. It's great to talk to you and all of my friends and fans in the UK, as well as around the world. So I'm looking forward to a good time with you, boss.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Glad to have you on. So, Bob, could you introduce yourself?
Introduce myself? Well, I just happen to be your favorite singer. I'm Bob Mitchell. No, I'm Bob Mitchell. I was born and raised in Hoboken, New Jersey, the same town as Frank Sinatra, Jimmy Roselli, Pia Zadora, the Cake Boss, and Joey Pants, who played Ralphie in The Sopranos. We're all from Hoboken. We're all proud. And me, I am just happy to be here, like I said before. And I thank you for having me.
A pleasure. So let's dive into some questions. So,
Ask
as
away.
a kid growing up, as a kid, what were you listening to?
Well, I got into singing for one reason. Dean Martin. He's the reason I became a singer. And it's a simple story. I've told it before. Anybody who's followed my career, they know this. I was watching him on TV with my grandfather one day. I was 5 years old, mind you. And I'm watching him, and he's sitting on this couch, and he's surrounded by all these women. And I looked at him, and I said, I want to be him. So that was it. I got the bug to be a performer and a singer. And fast forward a couple of years, I think I was 12 years old in 1977, and I had my first band. And we were called The Blast, and we would do music by the Beatles, the Monkees, the Hollies. We would do some Grand Funk, any heavier type of song that was on the radio at the time we would do. And we had a nice little run there, and that's what began for me. I had my first show May 17th, 1977, and I've been in show business ever since. It's been a fantastic run, and I wouldn't change a thing for the world.
So, who actually got you into into music? Was it a parent, or was it Dean Martin, who you watched on TV with your grandfather?
It was Dean Martin. I mean, we listen to music in the house, of course. Every Sunday. My grandfather would play all my singers, like Jerry Vale and Matt Monroe, Tony Bennett, Jimmy Roselli, who's from my hometown of Hoboken, Sinatra, but Dean was it for me. And I was encouraged to follow my dream. That was the one thing about my grandpa. He was very old school Sicilian man, but he was not set in his ways in as far as others achieving their dreams and wanting to do what they wanted to do. He was my biggest cheerleader, him and my mother. So they encouraged me to pursue. If I wanted to be a singer, go pursue it, but keep it clean. That's what I was told. And I have, I learned very early to respect our business and treat it as a business, and never ever fall into the trappings of what this profession can bring you, meaning the bad stuff. And I never did.
Yeah. Was Dean Martin the only influence on you to become a singer, or was there somebody else who inspired you to say,
no,
Dean Martin's my main inspiration?
Yes, he is from day one. Dean Martin's the reason I wanted to be a singer. The reason I wanted to be in a band was the Beatles. I mean, they are now and forever the most prolific, most important band in the history of music, perhaps the history of the world. And I'm not the only one to say that. I first got into the Beatles watching the cartoon show as a kid. And I didn't think they were real people, but I thought the music was great. And then my aunt, she came home with a Beatles album, and she says to me, you know those guys you watch on TV, the cartoons, the singing group? I said, yeah. She goes, well, here, this is them. And I looked at the album. I said, these guys are real? I think I was 6 or 7. And she said, yeah, they're real guys. I'm like, wow. So I got into the Beatles. I'm like, I like this. So, it just evolved from there. And then as the years went on, I discovered the rock singers that I've idolized, like Ian Gillan, Paul Rogers. Who was the other one? Oh, God, his name escapes me right now. He was the lead singer for Uriah Heep. Anyway, those guys right there, they were, for me, masterful. And I still listen to all that music to this day. And then as I got into metal, I got into Halford and Dirk Schneider and so on and so on. And John Oliva from Savatage, and it just evolved. But it all begins with Dean Martin.
Cool. So, I did, as I was saying before we went live, I did a little bit of research on some of the bands that you were in. Could you sort of like tell us a little bit about them?
Which one do you want to know about?
Let me see. I've got five bands here. The first one, sort of like Attacker.
Yes, Attacker was my most successful venture in the business. I have success because of Attacker, and I'm forever grateful to have been in that band. We don't talk, we're not friends, but that's show business. But the time I was with them, we put out 3 fantastic albums, and I was able to tour Europe, and we've played with some of the biggest bands in our business. For example, back in the 80s, Attacker and Fate's Warning were a double bill. And we went around the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and we played around with Fate's Warning for a while. And then both our bands opened for Motorhead at one point. And it was a fantastic run. And then when I came back to Attacker in 2003, we had an even greater run because we were able to perform in Europe. And wow, that's going on 20 years ago. And it was a great run. We did 2 more full-length records. We did a best of. And by 2008, that was it for me with them. And that was it. It just ended. But the music lives on, and people still enjoy what I've done with that band. And I'm very proud to have been a part of it. So.
The next band that that did a little bit of research is Vindicta. Could you tell us a little bit about that band?
Vindicator, that came about in 1999, and actually that wasn't the next band. The next band after Attacker back in the 80s was Night Hunter. That went from 87 to 89. From 89 to 92, I was in Sleepy Hollow. Then from 92 to 99, I got into becoming a ring announcer for professional wrestling. And then that died out. And in 1999 to now, I got into music again. I came back with a cover band called Denim and Leather. Then I think after that, then it was Vindicator after that. And during that time, I was also in a progressive group called Alchemy X. And with the 2 bands, we put out 2 albums, and they both did very well. They both came out, I believe, on Unisound Records over in Greece. Then after Alchemy X in 2003, I went back to Attacker. Then after Attacker in 2008, I joined a German group called Scepter. We put out a single. You following me? You okay?
Yeah.
Let's see. Good, because I don't know what I'm saying. Uh, after Scepter, I put my own group together called Mind Assassin. And the great thing about Mind Assassin is I was able to record an album with the great Joe Hasselvander from Pentagram and Raven. So that went really well. After that, I joined an Italian group called Savior from Anger. Okay. And then after that died out, went back to I went back to Mind Assassin. Then after that, went back to Scepter. And we didn't tour, but we did record an album. Okay. And at that same time, I was in another group with Joe Hasselvander called the Hounds of Hasselvander. So here's how it goes. From 2019 to now. 2019, I performed my last stage performance ever as the front man for the Hounds of Hasselvander, okay? And that was November 3rd of 2019. So after that, in 2020, I recorded the Scepter album and the Hounds of Hasselvander album. 2021, the pandemic hit. 2022, I got a stroke. And then I retired. But that was it. My last and final recording was the Hounds of Hasselvander. So my recording career began in 83 and ended in 2020. My stage career began in 1977 and it ended in 2019. So that's a pretty damn good stretch.
Yes, yeah.
So it was really good. I was able to put out a lot of great music. And I think I failed to mention all in between all of that. I think it was after I did the Scepter single in 2008, I went back to Sleepy Hollow. We recorded the Skull 13 album, and we had a great run with that. And it culminated with an appearance at Rocklahoma here in America, which is the biggest rock festival at the time. And then shortly after that, we disbanded. And then I moved on to the other bands from there. It's been a hell of a run. And you know what? I'm so lucky to remember all this. So, and I got to say one more thing about this. Doing these interviews have been so beneficial to my recovery from the stroke because it's jogged my memory and it's allowed me the privilege of looking back and checking out all that I've done throughout the years. And it's been remarkable. And again, you know, I may not be friends with a lot of the guys I was in bands with, but I was very blessed to have been able to work with them. And what better way to end your stage and recording career than with a legend like Joe Hasselvander? It doesn't get better than that. So I'm very privileged and I'm very pleased. And I'm happy to know that a lot of my fans still appreciate the music I've done. And I tell you what, El, since I've had my stroke, I've been in touch with my fans more and more than I've ever been. And I think my fan base has increased. So it's really remarkable. It truly has been a blessing. As weird as that may sound, it truly has been a blessing. So.
Yeah, it has. It has. What have you been up to? I know you've had a stroke, and have you got any plans on doing any new material, or you just look, I'm not going to go back into the studio?
Well, I'll tell you what. As far as going through the rigors of performing, recording, writing. I don't think I'll go back to that grind. I mean, it was great, but all that work, all those hours of staying up and performing and this and that, it's what led to me getting sick because I wasn't really taking care of myself. Now, do I want to go back to that? I don't think so. I'm enjoying myself now. I'm just enjoying just relaxing now, and I don't have to worry about a thing. My family is well taken care of. The house is run perfectly well. And, I can look back and enjoy all the things I've done in my life. But for all the things I've done in show business, there is no greater accomplishment for me than the day I became a father. That right there beats everything. So I get to enjoy my family. I get to reflect on a wonderful career. I stay in touch with my fans. And the other great thing is that I am a stroke survivor. I survived to see the birth of my grandson. Okay? I survived to say farewell to Kiss with my kids. I survived to hear the new Beatles song and enjoy it because it's such a beautiful song. I don't know if you've heard Now and Then just yet, but the Beatles, they are killing it again. And I'm here to hear it. So I'm very pleased. And in recent times, I thanks to Dark Age Records, I was able to put out some demos that I've recorded throughout my recording career from, I think, 1986 through 2016. I would record a bunch of demos with a bunch of other bands and stuff that never got released. And Dark Age Records wanted to put it out. And they did, and the 2 CDs are completely sold out. Before the release date, we gave a release date, we announced the release date, and then I get an email from the owner of the label saying, hey, you know what? The pre-sales are sold out, there's not a copy left. So that's a testimony to the work that I put into with all these bands. And it's great. It's a very gratifying feeling. And I'm happy that all of you who bought Unearthed, thank you. I deeply appreciate it. And it's nice to know that people still care. So,
yeah.
But even now, just sitting around, I sold a bunch of records without even trying. How cool is that?
Yeah, it is cool.
Love it.
Is there any more plans of releasing any new, any of the previously unreleased material?
You mean doing new music?
No, like say that you've just released a couple of CDs of unreleased stuff.
Right.
Are you planning on doing releasing any more unreleased stuff, unreleased material?
I don't think I have any more. I mean, I think everything I've released up until recently, that's everything I've done. And to go back and write, no. I mean, if I come across something that I've done that I may have forgotten I've had, maybe I'll put it out if the label is interested. But if they're not interested, I'm not going to push it. And I certainly will not put myself through the grind of it again. So this release was easy because the guy that I dealt with, he's a fan, and he wanted to do this. So it was easy. So I just gave him all the music, gave him all the band bios or whatever, the backstories, and he put a nice 16-page booklet together and a nice CD package together. So I'm very happy with that. But, Again, if I come across something, maybe it'll come out. But up until this point, my friend, everything I've ever done is officially out.
Yeah. So, for like said, you said there's some like previously unreleased stuff out there you can get. Where can people find you on social media so you can actually so people can basically listen to some of your music?
Well,
where people can find you?
Basically, my entire, I guess for lack of a better term, my mainstream releases, okay? My entire career is on Spotify. You can't miss it. Everything I've done on the mainstream aspect of commercial releases, it's on Spotify. With the exception of Mind Assassin and Savior from Anger, you could find those that music on YouTube. And I believe the new Hounds of Hasselvander that I sing on is also on YouTube, not on Spotify as of yet. So, but yeah, it's out there. I mean, all the videos that I've done over the years with Attacker and Sleepy Hollow, even Mind Assassin, it's all on YouTube. So my career is out there, and the numbers of my Facebook page, if you all want to say hello, just come by my Facebook page and drop me a friend request. I'll be glad to say hi to you. So I'm not hard to find.
Yeah. So this is probably going to be my last question before we start wrapping things up.
All right.
You've had a long varied career for decades now.
Yeah.
Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Yeah. Respect the business for what it is. Don't be delusional. Keep a job. Always make money. Do not count on this business to make money. There's a reason you see a lot of mainstream musicians that have platinum selling records and what have you. They're doing other things to make money. Why? Because you have to. Always keep a job, always make money. Don't rely on this as your sole reason to have money in the bank, to take care of your family. There was a time you could, but the 1970s are long over. So that would be my best advice. It was advice that was given to me, and I stuck by it, and I'm very well off for it, and so is my family. So that would be my advice. But the number one most important thing, respect this profession. It is a profession. It's not a leisure thing, you know. In the beginning when I started, there was two reasons to get into this: money and women. So if that's your thing, that's a beautiful thing. But even with the women, respect the women. Okay? That's how I've always done it, and that's how I expect a lot of people to do it. A lot of people have not, and those are the people that are fallen by the wayside. They get into drugs, they get into stupid stuff. They have no respect for their audience, they have no respect for the profession, and look where they wind up. Some people criticize KISS for being the way they are, all with the money, with the money, with the money. But guess what? They've done other things too to make money. Why? Because they have respect for this profession. And that's why they have lasted this long. No other reason. That's the number one thing. So if you want to get into it, treat it with respect or don't do it at all.
Sound advice, sound advice.
Yep.
So, we're going to start wrapping things up here, Bob.
Okay.
Any last words before we sign off?
Well, I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be here on your show. I really deeply appreciate it. I do hope to come back. I've been doing a lot of interviews for a lot of years, and I do repeat business with a lot of personalities. So I'd like to add you to that list and come back someday.
Yes.
And if I may, if she's watching, Christina Avila, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate you most of all. And it's been great, and I love it. And it's finally a privilege for me to talk to my friends in the UK. So I have a lot of friends in the UK, so it's finally nice to interact.
Yeah. Bob, you are most welcome. You are more than welcome to come back on to do an interview or be on the podcast. You're more than welcome to come back on.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time, Al. Really, I do. You've become a good friend in such a short time, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. And thank you for coming on.
All right. I love you guys. I love all of you. Thank you for 40 plus years of a wonderful career and a great life.
Right, guys. Until next time, catch you all later.
Ciao for now, Pally.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with the host Al Young, and we are here with the absolute legend, Bob Mitchell. Welcome, Bob.
Oh, thank you, Al. Great to be back on the show again. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure there, dude. My pleasure. Yeah, so, Bob, for those who don't know who you are, could you introduce yourself and what you used to do?
Well, for the benefit of those of you who don't know who I am, well, first of all, shame on you. No, my name is Bob Mitchell. I'm a singer. I've been a singer for 47 years. I recently retired due to a stroke I had. And I'm just a goodwill ambassador for heavy metal now. And it's great to talk to you and all my fans in the UK and anyone around the world who's watching it. And I thank you all for being here, really.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, thank you for coming. I've been watching sort of like your socials for a while, and you've got a little bit of an announcement to make.
Well, yes, I do. The two albums that came out, actually, what is today? The 23rd? Okay.
Yeah.
1 year ago today, Dark Age Records released Bob Mitchell Unearthed and the Night Hunter 87 EP on compact disc. Today is the anniversary of that release. And today I'm announcing that both releases will be out on vinyl thanks to Cult Metal Classics, and both albums are dropping on Halloween Day.
Ooh.
I mean, that markets itself, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
yeah, so
on Halloween, yeah. That's pretty awesome. So I'm very happy about that. And I'm happy that a year later, people are still wanting both records. And now it's going to be all on glorious vinyl. I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. So how excited are you for this release?
I'm very excited. I mean, it's helping me with my recovery from stroke, and I'm very upbeat and excited and happy to be here. And I'm even more thrilled to witness all that is occurring with my career. There seems to have been a revival, a renewed interest, and people want to know more about me. And I answer emails and messages just about every day. I mean, it takes up quite a bit of my mornings, but I love it all because it's bringing back memories and, good and bad. And it's really been fantastic. And I have no one to thank but guys like you, for wanting to talk to me. My family, of course, goes without saying, and my fans all over the world. They have helped me so much, and my recovery from stroke is 2 years and 5 months now, and I'm doing fantastic.
Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Yeah, so this new, it's a new vinyl, Unearthed. Do you want to talk a little bit about it, like going through the track listings?
Sure. What would you like to know?
Yeah. So the album is called Bob Mitchell Unearthed on vinyl. So side one or side A has got 5 tracks.
Right.
The first 3 are from Black Star from 1986.
Yes.
And the first track is called Herod. H-E-R-O. Sorry?
Herod, yeah. That's the title.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So could you tell us a little bit about that song?
Well, I don't remember too much about it. The only thing I remember is that the lyrics for that song were supposed to be on the follow-up to an Attacker record that I was going to do for them until I left. So I took the lyrics with me and I applied it to this song right here. All I remember is that it was a really good song, and aside from the CD, listening to it on that last year, I don't remember too much about it, but that was soon after I left Attacker, before I went into Night Hunter, and then after that, Sleepy Hollow, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah. And the second song is, let me just say, Your Time Has Come. So could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, your time has come. The title says it all. You mess with somebody, it's going to come back at you. It's actually, as I recall it, it's about karma. Your time has come. So whatever it's coming back at you tenfold. So that's what I recall.
So the third song from the Black Star, 1986, is Shades of Mare. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
It's about the Black Plague. And
all right.
Yeah. And after some research many years ago, my God, we had what do you call it, encyclopedias and libraries that we had to really research this stuff. And the Black Plague took place in May. And so hence the title, Shades of May.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so going on to tracks 4 and 5 off side here. You got Sleepy Hollow, 1989.
Yeah.
The first track is The Final Conflict. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
That song became one of Sleepy Hollow's more famous songs. It's from the original 89 demo, which was released in 2000 as an EP. And then I applied the 2 songs again to this vinyl, but all 4 songs are on the CD version. And The Final Conflict is really about what if God and the devil actually met for a big fight. That's what that song's about. It'd be the biggest match in history.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So the last track off side A is Sleepy Hollow Dementia. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, well, Sleepy Hollow is, just an instrumental piece about the band, and Dementia is about going nuts. All the lyrics, it's really, the lyrics are very good, and, as I recall, Final Conflict, going back to that one, that's one of my personal favorite songs. And it's become a favorite of many, many of my fans over the years. So it still gets airplay, and people still ask about it, and a lot of people got what the concept was about, and had very deep discussions with a lot of people about that. What if God and the devil actually met?
Yeah.
And the answer is you go into dementia because you're driving yourself nuts wondering what would happen.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so going on to side B now, you got Wicked Sin from 2010, and you got 2 tracks for this part. The first one is called, let me see, Brute Forces. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
It's about war and the leaders that stir it up.
Cool.
So that's really what the song's about in the simplest form, yes.
Yeah, cool. So the second one is Ride Like Hell. What's that about?
It's about the ultimate Hell's Angel, the ultimate biker. That's what that song's about.
Cool. And the last 2 tracks, side B's got 4 tracks on so the last 2 tracks is from Mind Assassin from 2016.
Yep.
The first one is called Predator X. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Predator X is the name of a war machine. And so I was watching some kind of Toho Japanese monster movie. And in one of these movies, they had these big, gigantic tanks. I mean, it was like this ultra tank, but they didn't have a name for it. So I'm watching the movie and I'm like, Predator X. That would be the perfect name for that tank. And then the lyrics just came out. That's how that song came to be.
Oh, cool.
Thanks to the Japanese Toho monsters.
Yeah, cool. Yes. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah. You can't beat Toho for doing the monster movies and giving you plenty of ideas.
Oh yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah, it really is.
And and the last track of this 9-track album is Gargantua.
Gargantua. That goes back to the Toho monsters. I was watching War of the Gargantuas, and I made it singular. I made the green one. I made the green one the hero because I like the green guy.
Cool. So, is there any plans on doing putting the album up as sort of like pre-sale or not pre-sale, pre-order? For the.
I believe there will be pre-orders. I have not gotten that information yet. So, because of me working so closely with the label, I don't want to confirm yet when that will be, but I know for sure it will be out as a pre-order. And I tell you, if it's anything like the CDs last year, the pre-orders completely sold out from the CDs last year. So I'm expecting the same for the vinyl. So it's a very exciting time.
Oh yeah, it is. So is there any sort of like any other, if you can't tell us, is there any other projects in the works for like other releases, or are you just focusing on this at the minute?
You mean as far as performance schedules? No, nothing.
No, like with like vinyl or CDs or anything like that, or are you working on anything like that?
The only thing I know is it's coming out on vinyl. Now, whether they'll do a specialty vinyl again, they didn't let me know about that yet, but it's not to say it won't happen. But I look forward to a lot of great things from this label. They are fantastic.
Yeah. I've seen some of the artwork for the final artwork for it, and it looks absolutely amazing. From what I'm saying. You could thank Mr. Richie Newton for that. He created the cover for me, and he sent it right over. And he's a great artist himself and a great guy, super nice guy. If you get to know him, please do. He's awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at it now, and yeah, it sort of like harks back to sort of like I would say the 1980s, like sort of like those classic rock and metal artwork covers for the.
You know what? When I look at that album cover now, I'm wishing that was the original Battle at Helm's Deep cover.
Yeah.
It has a drag, has a guy on there, well, but that was the 80s. You get what you get.
Yeah. Yeah. It's it looks absolutely amazing. The album cover.
It's on the wall. When I frame it, it's gonna look beautiful. I can't wait. Hold that thing in my hand. It's gonna be a great day.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Just play it. Yeah. Holding the actual sleeve itself and listen to the music on the record player.
Yeah, I think
and that's it. Yeah.
The people will enjoy the music as they did on the CD. It's the same songs, but I think they're going to get more pleasure out of it, being that it has that vinyl warm sound. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And speaking of which, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I think I mentioned to you off the air that 40 years ago, I made my first appearance on vinyl on Metal Massacre 5 through Metal Blade Records. Came out on vinyl, later cassette, later CD. And now here I am 40 years later, and I have not one but two vinyls coming out. I have the Night Hunter 87 EP coming out finally. So me and my songwriting partner, Jim Mooney, God rest his soul, he and I are finally immortalized. We started on vinyl and we end on vinyl. How great is that? And if I may also indulge one more time, I have a great super fan. His name is Rob Salina, and I hope he's watching. He was kind enough to find me a copy of Metal Massacre 5 on cassette. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, wow.
This is my first ever album appearance. It was a compilation record on Metal Blade Records. And you know who I shared billing with on this? I'll tell you real quick. Omen, Voivod, Overkill, Fate's Warning, Metal Church, Hellhammer, who later became Celtic Frost, Mace, and a few other bands. But that just gives you an idea of where Attacker was placed back in the 80s and where we stand now. So I'm very proud of this. And Rob, thank you for this, brother. And it's amazing. I have so many fans that contact me and say to me, hey, do you have this? Do you have that? And sometimes they'll say yes, and sometimes they'll say, no, I don't. When I say, no, I don't, well, here, I'll send you one. And my fans send me everything. So it's pretty remarkable. When you establish a 40-plus year career like I have, and the fans are giving back to you now, it's quite the honor. And I tell you what, doing programs like yours and several others that I've got coming up, I've got so many coming up. It's really heartwarming, and it makes the release of my two records that are coming out on Halloween Day all that more worthwhile. So I thank all of you so much for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for creating some really cool music over the years.
Yeah, I just had a video made recently by a very good friend of mine. Her name is Kelly Vietholt, and she did a video for the Night Hunter song Arborea.
and it's on YouTube now. And she did a fantastic job. I mean, there's no lyrics to this. It's all visual and the music of Night Hunter, and it's remarkable. And so far, people that have watched it really liked it, because sometimes when you watch a video with lyrics on it, it kind of distracts from the music, because you're too busy reading. But in this video, she did not add the lyrics and made this visual piece of art attached to the music of Night Hunter. And her name is Kelly Viterholt. She's a great friend. I love her like a daughter. And she's one of my super fans, as I like to call them. So, Kelly, sweetheart, if you're watching, thank you, my love.
Yeah. So, is there any other stuff coming out other than the two, the EP and the album coming out? Is there any other stuff coming out?
Well, right now, as we speak, I'm working on my book. I've been encouraged to do a book, not only by fans and family, but my doctor, too. He said, if you chronicle all of your accomplishments, your memory will jog right back and you'll get on. He was so right. So I've been working on it for like 2 years now. It's coming along very nicely. I even have a title for the book, if I may say it.
Yeah.
The title of my book will be Bob Mitchell, I Don't Care Who I Piss Off. That's the title. It's very rock and roll. It's very me. And it'll be a good read. But I promise you one thing. There won't be any dirt. There won't be any mudslinging. The purpose of the book is to focus on my music career. All the things I've done in music, all my accomplishments. And I will mention my family, because my family is my greatest accomplishment. But more or less, I will sustain my privacy and just discuss my music career in this book. And I got the title from a friend of mine whom I was having a discussion with. And it was about a show that didn't go too well. And the promoter in question just really had no regard for not only my band, but the other artists on there. And at the time, I told my friend, well, I'm going to tell him off. And he's like, no, don't do it. I said, look, I don't care who I piss off. And he goes, that'd be a great title for your book. Because we were discussing that moment a while back, and I was discussing the book, and he pointed out that'd be a great title for your book. You should use it. I said, it might change by then, but right now that would be the working title. So we'll see what happens. I might be in a good mood and change my mind.
Yeah. So how is the book coming along? Is it actually helping you to actually remember certain things?
Oh God, you can't believe what the brain is an amazing instrument. You know that? It really, really is. And when you start jogging your memory, so many things come back. There were things that I kind of like put in the back of my mind and kind of forgot. They were good things, but they came back. Like the first show I ever did. The first time I played in Lemoore in Brooklyn. I mean, when we played CBGB's in New York City with the Cro-Mags watching Attacker. Can you believe that? They played the hardcore matinee that afternoon, and that evening was the first presentation of heavy metal, power metal, like our style of metal, in CBGB's. And the owner, Hilly Crystal, he really liked us. He said, I don't understand that metal stuff, but you guys are pretty good. He liked the band. And we did that, and I remember the Cro-Mags stayed to watch us because they, all those guys were into metal. And when they found out that a metal band was playing after them, they were like, "Oh, we got to see this. How's a metal band going to do in CBGBs?" Well, we did pretty good. We did quite well. And there was some people that frequented Lemoore, and they came to CBGBs to see a metal band in that hollowed place. And I just remember so much about it. It was so fantastic. And the Cro-Mags were very nice guys, too. They gave us great compliments. And, it's one of the great nights I'll always remember.
Yeah. It must have been absolutely amazing to actually be sort of like invited to actually play CBGBs.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe we were even considered, being that we were a metal band. But Hilly had heard about us and thought it would be a good idea. For him, it was probably a novelty thing to have a metal band playing CBGBs, but it turns out we put on a good show, and he liked it, the Cro-Mags liked it, and the people in the audience liked it. And the other thing I remember about CBGB is that, good Lord, it was small. I think my closet's bigger.
Yeah. I've never been to CBGBs. I've just heard about the place. Plus, I've seen some of the photos and stuff like that.
It's a historic, legendary place, and I'm proud to say that I did perform on the stage that the Talking Heads, Blondie, the Ramones, and Television performed on. So I'm very proud of that fact.
Yeah. Is there any other stories that going to go into the book?
Well, I chronicle the years 2003 to 2008, which was the 5 years when I went back to Attacker and we performed in Europe. And we were going to Europe just about every year. We put out 2 full-length records, a best-of record, and a CD single, which was my last recording with that band. And we've done so much because of that. And it was a great time. We played so many dates in America and lots more in Europe. And, we did stuff like the Milwaukee Metal Fest and the New Jersey Metal Meltdown. Then we did the Keep It True Festival, Thrash Till Death Festival. We played in Greece, Germany, Italy. I mean, such an amazing time, all in a 5-year period. Imagine that. That's chronicled in the book. So there's a lot of good anecdotes in the book. Our early shows with Fate's Warning and playing with Malice, Motorhead. I mean, it's all going to be in the book. A lot of fun stories, a lot of pictures, a lot of reviews from magazines. It's going to be a very, very good book.
Cool. So, guys, if you've got any questions for Bob, please, you're more than welcome to ask. Is it going to be sort of like within the book itself? Is there going to be sort of like a section where your favourite country to play, or the favourite festival, or favourite sort of like series of tours you're putting in?
Well, my most memorable, as I just mentioned, CBGB's performing on that stage cannot be matched. There were others. I mean, when I fronted Sleepy Hollow, we played the Gramercy Theater in New York City, direct support from Michael Schenker, and we played Rocklahoma, one of the biggest festivals here in America. They stand out. Performing at Keep It True on 2 occasions in Germany, that stands out. And there's so many. And of course, my first gig ever, which was May 15th, 1977. It was at a church bazaar in Jersey City, and it was great because you know how it goes. You never forget your first, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you don't forget your first, and that I'll never forget my first gig. So it's all going to be in the book. And there's some funny stories, and there's some stories that might make you go, "What the hell? What is this all about?" I might take it out, because like I said, hence the title of the book. It's a tongue-in-cheek type of thing, so you're not going to see too much dirt or mudslinging or me bad-mouthing anyone. So, because there's no need for that. I mean, I've said it before on so many occasions. A lot of the guys that I've been in bands with, I'm not friends with them at all. But I don't hate them. I'm proud of the fact that I was able to create music with them and perform on these great stages with them. That's just show business, I only have one close friend from this entire 40-plus year career, and his name is Tommy Akel. He was my drummer in Night Hunter. Later on, when I needed him for live gigs with Sleepy Hollow, he stepped right up. And in 1999, when I came back to music, he and I were in a cover band together. Now, Tommy and I are immortalized on vinyl and CD with Night Hunter. So we did it. We're happy. And he keeps in contact very much of the time, especially since I got sick. And I think out of everyone, he is my closest friend that I have. Because you don't make too many friends in this business, but when you do, it's forever. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for that, I'm always grateful. And there's a lot of guys that I've played with that I like personally. I like them, but we just just don't talk. Not a bad thing. That's just the way it is in show business.
Yeah. So, which looks like we're going to be starting to wrap things up. Just get this. Excuse me. Going back to the album, it's coming out on Halloween Day, October 31st, and it is called Bob Mitchell Unearthed, and it's on a vinyl LP, dropping on 31st of October, Halloween Day this year. So, any final words on final words?
That and the Night Hunter EP 87, that will also drop on the same day.
Cool.
So,
Cool. And sorry.
Looking forward to both. Again, today's the 1-year anniversary of those two albums on CD.
Yeah, cool.
Very, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, keep an eye on the social medias for any sort of like pre-orders and stuff like that when it gets confirmed.
As soon as I get it confirmed, I'll let everybody know. I mean, my fans are never left out of anything. So.
Yeah, cool. And you are working on your book, so keep an eye out for that when you finished and editing and stuff like that. So yeah, let us know when that's due out.
Well, I hope to find a publisher soon. So how it goes. In the meantime, I'm working very hard on this book. So.
Yeah. So, thanks, Bob, for coming on and doing this little interview and having a good old catch up. So, thank you so much for coming on and doing this.
You are very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak to you, Al. It really is. You're a great guy. I love your show, and I hope bigger and better things for you with this program. It's really great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And like I said, guys, go check out Bob on his socials, and I think he got some stuff up on Spotify and Apple Music and stuff like that. Yeah.
My whole career is on Spotify, so if you want to listen to Alchemy X, Sleepy Hollow, Vindicator, and especially Attacker, just go to Spotify. I'm not hard to find. And if you want to say hi to me, find me on Facebook. And the thing I'll say now is I'm always willing to, give advice or lend some insight based on my experiences to any young band that would need such advice. Just come to me. I'm always willing to say hello and listen to what you got to say and give my offer my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, after 27 years of doing this, I got to know something.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bob. And yeah, guys, go check out Bob. He's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
He's a full-blown legend. So thank you again. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure.
I appreciate you. And any of you wrestling fans out there, if you're going to Wembley for AEW, have a great time. It's going to be a great show at Wembley Stadium, AEW Wrestling. I'll be watching it on pay-per-view, but all of my friends out there in the UK, go to Wembley this weekend. You'll have a blast.
Cool. Yeah. So, Bob, thank you so much. And guys, we'll catch you all later.
All right. Thank you, Al.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Al Young, and we are here with the brilliant Chris from Burnt by Hatred. So, welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so Chris, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, I am Burnt by Hatred. There is no other members in the band as of yet. I write all the music, mix it, master it, publish it, get it out there, the whole thing.
Yeah, cool. So, Chris, let's dive into some questions. As a child, as a kid, what were you listening to?
I was heavily into punk. So we had Blink-182, Offspring, Green Day. That was something I was right into at the time, and but then also influences from my family. So I had Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Fleetwood Mac, that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, cool. Who actually got you into sort of like listening to music? Was it a family member, or was it a family friend, or was it a journey of self-discovery?
I think it was more family. On Sundays, my mum used to clean the house, so she'd get Fleetwood Mac blaring or Skyhooks or whatnot. And that's what I'd wake up to in the morning to. So eventually that just sort of leapt into my brain, and then all of a sudden it's like, what else is out there, and it just sort of went from there.
Yeah, cool. So, who were, out of all the bands that you've listened to over the years, who actually influenced you to say, I want to become a musician?
Kurt Cobain. Probably watching Unplugged in New York was a big influence there. Finding out at that age that it wasn't long after that he killed himself was a bit, for me, it was a bit shocking. I didn't sort of know too much about it at that age. And so when I heard that, it was almost like listening to ghosts every time I watched that. that video, and it just sort of sunk in. So he was the one that made me want to learn how to start playing the guitar and playing along to music like that.
Yeah, yeah. I remember. I remember that time period in that time period, but with Kurt Cobain, he was sort of like a hero to a lot of people.
Mm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, before you started Burnt by Hatred, were you in any bands previous?
No, not really. I was in a school band many, many, many years ago, but I had two kids at a young age and got straight into the work. So um, yeah, nothing really sort of happened over the years other than just sort of playing in the bedroom.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So, what have you been up to, especially in the last 12 months?
Well, 12 months ago, I released part one of Myth or Mortal album. A month later, that was in February. A month later, I released part two. Um, I had a guy in the US doing drum tracks for me at the time, and it got a little bit difficult to finalize part three, which is the one that's just come out recently. So, over the last 12 months, I went through a process of learning how to record drum cymbals. I use MIDI samples for snare, kick, and tom drums, but I record all the cymbals. Um, and then I sort of refine the process of recording guitars, the bass, that kind of stuff. So, and then mixing and the mastering and learning that sort of whole side. So, realistically, over the last 12 months, I've just been on a journey of wanting to re-release part one and two of Myth Immortal, and then release that with part three, which is finally happened. But yeah, it's just been a year of education, and yeah, it's been great. It's been really really enjoyable.
Yeah, yeah, it can be sort of like, especially when you learn new technology. Really,
Yeah.
it sort of like gives you that learning curve.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, um, in the in the meantime, since you've been sort of like doing all the recording, writing, recording, mastering, and everything for part three, have you also been sort of like in the mean with a bit of spare time? Have you been writing new material?
Absolutely. So part one and two were written a fair while ago. Part three, majority was written, probably a year ago. So in this journey of sort of refining, recording guitars and whatnot, I've put a lot of time into writing some new material. So I've got nearly 6 songs written for the next album. So that's well underway.
Cool, cool, cool. So, could you sort of like tell us a little bit about part three?
Yeah. So part three is it's the end of a story. Throughout the whole series of part one, two, and three, Myth Immortal is a story from start to finish. Part three starts with an instrumental song, which is something I've tried to keep as a pattern with my music. I start the first track on each part as an instrumental, and then I have 2 full-length songs telling the rest of the story. From bands that I absolutely love, like Metallica, like Bellacore, these guys have shown, well, they've given us something over the years that I don't know how many people sort of reflect on and sort of focus on what they do. But with Metallica, I noticed that the second last song on their more classic albums were an instrumental song. The second song in is generally the same title as the album. The first song's got the classical intro. They got that sort of pattern per album. That's the sort of thing that I really respect about them. And a similar sort of thing with another band I like, Bellacore. They got their sort of patterns, a little bit different, but generally the pattern that I love is their outro songs are just absolutely phenomenal. So for me, I look at those guys and I think to myself, you know, when I'm writing my music, when I'm sort of putting my sections out there, that's what I'm really aiming for, is to have a pattern that people can expect to come, but it's something different every time, you know, it's a bit more enjoyable.
Cool, cool. We've got a question from our good friend Grumpy Sapper. He asks, where did the name Burnt by Hatred come from?
That's actually, I spent a long time trying to figure out names, especially song names, album names, a whole lot. Like, it's something I struggle with. And I was listening to a Bellacore song at the time. I think it was a song called Sun's Delusion. If you've never heard of these guys, check them out. They're phenomenal. But it was just a passing line in one of their songs that I've seen, and I thought that's interesting. You know, I like it. It's got something to it. It's a bit different.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think you say Grumpy for that. So the new material that you're writing, is it going to be like sort of like a continuation on from the first three, or is it going to be a start of a new story for you?
That's debatable at the moment. I haven't come up with the storyline for the second album. The songs are similar in regards to the melody style, but they're a bit more aggressive, a lot more blast beats and whatnot. But when it comes to the storyline, originally I wanted to commit to a 3-album story, but the way Myth or Mortal sort of wrapped up when I was writing the very last song with the lyrics, it kind of ended, I wouldn't say perfectly, but it ended quite well for me. So I don't see the need to continue on the story. I think it'll be a bit of a challenge, to be honest. So the aim of the story is, I want it to be an interesting story that has a bit of an ironic ending. And so at the moment, that's sort of what I'm going for. So I think the second album will probably be its own story. That's going to tell its own journey.
Yeah, cool. Now, is there any sort of like merchandise to go with the first three parts?
No, not yet. That's something I've thought about, especially in regards to some vinyl or getting some physical CDs made up. But my following's quite small, so it's not something I've really put much effort into at the moment. I do have artwork for each track that I have thought about putting on shirts. But I guess that's just something that will come if people are interested one day. But other than that, I probably won't worry about it too much at the moment.
Cool. So, if you got your sort of like your fan base much larger, would you sort of like consider putting stuff onto vinyl?
Absolutely. I think vinyl is now not something that people really want to listen to, but probably have in their collection. My young fella seems to love collecting vinyls without having a record player. Me personally, I love listening to old stuff like Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, and whatnot on vinyl. It's just got that sort of sound to it that we miss. But yeah, I'd love to have the physical copies. I'd love to have it on the vinyl. I think it'd be good.
Cool. So, um, you know, have you sort of like played any live gigs in with the thing? Yeah, with the band. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Look, with the way that part three's come out, I am interested. With what's going on with the second album, I'm actually really excited at the prospect of putting together a band to play. It's a bit of a challenge because I've written all these songs and I've put it together and it's all come out of my head, and I've never really dealt with working with other musicians to co-write and whatnot. So it's something I'm going to have to overcome when it comes to putting a band together, especially for writing new material. So that's the challenge. I wouldn't say I'm a control freak, but when you have a vision, it's sort of hard to let go. But then how do you invite people into a band and tell them to sit there and play? So I really would like to get together with some people and write some music. But yeah, I would like to get a band together.
It's cool. Yeah. If you Aussie Anne 2025 asked if you do you plan to tour?
Yes, that is the goal. I think releasing Myth or Mortal is being a bit more of a let's gauge what people like. If they like what we're doing, then the second album is definitely going to be a bit more aggressive and hopefully be accepted into the metal scene. And I have a friend who is a very, very good drummer, and I'd like to get a few more members together so we can start playing. It was actually yesterday was the first time I've sat down and played along to my own songs from start to finish. I've never actually played the song start to finish before. So that was very interesting.
Cool. Yeah, I've got another question from my head moderator, Lisaboo. She asks, what is your process for writing songs? What comes first?
As a guitarist, the guitars every time. I've got a couple of processes. Sometimes I will sit there and muck around with melodies. When you listen to my stuff, you'll notice that there's a lot of melody that's going on, a lot of harmonies. I tend to try and find what I want to hear first in that regards, and then I like to put in the guitars behind it. Sometimes, again, going back to a band I love, Bellicore, when you listen to some of their melodies that they do, if you were to hear each individual guitar, you really wouldn't recognize where it's coming from in the song. But when you put the number of melodies together, it starts coming and painting that picture. And that's something I like to play around with, just writing a melody and then adding layers to it until it sounds completely different. Other times I focus on a riff that I want to implement into the song. Each song I try and write a bit of a thrash metal riff as a bit of homage back to Metallica. And sometimes I center around that. But for the most part, it's really just figuring out some kind of melody and adding some guitars in behind. And then I go through, find a couple of pre-made drum beats on some plugins on virtual instruments, just to put in the background to sort of get a feel of what I want the song to sound like. And then once all that's done, I go through, I edit the drums so it's works completely with the song itself. So it's more of an instrument rather than a percussive background instrument. And then after all of that, I then go through and start thinking about vocals. The thing with the Myth or Mortal album was only one song on that album was written for vocals, and that's the very last song, All They Did. Every other song on that album, originally I wrote this, as I'm not a vocalist, I wrote this music as all instrumental. And one day I thought about just putting some growls to it, which I did, and I sent it to a friend, and we both agreed that it sounded a lot heavier. And so then came the challenge of turning it into a story and putting the vocals to it. But then as an instrumental, the songs flowed from section to section and never really went back like a verse, chorus, verse, chorus. So the challenge I had was kind of figuring out how to put vocals to a song that just keeps moving forward, which eventually I got there and I did that. But the second album is more written for vocals, which is I think is going to be a better result.
Cool. Thank you, Lisa, for that. We've got another question from Grumpy Sapper. He asks, if you could do a collaboration with any band of your choice, who would it be?
Bellicle.
Yeah.
I actually, on the second album, I've actually got the guy who plays the keys for Bellicle, Stephen Merry. He's done a piece for me that I wrote on acoustic guitar, and he's recorded that on piano for me. And so on the second album, there will be collaboration with another artist, which is pretty cool.
Cool. Cool. Well, you must be sort of excited to let people hear that song.
Yeah, it's the funny thing was I wrote it on acoustic guitar, and I absolutely love classical music in a way of I love the analog of it. I love how to make it louder, you add more instruments in. Like it's organic, it's real. So when I wrote the guitar piece, I wrote it with that sense of a piano where you if you want it to be more intense, you press louder. You hit the keys louder, and so I'd hit the strings louder, and it kind of worked on the acoustic. But then when I got in contact with Steve, and he said he'd happily have a go at it, it sounds so much better. It's for me, it sounds like a song that's written for piano.
Cool. Yeah. So thank you for that, Grumpy. So yeah, okay, the questions back up again. Right. Well, where can people find you on social media?
I'm active mostly on Instagram and Facebook. I put a lot of, I'll try to put a lot of content up there to spam the world. But I am on TikTok. I am on YouTube. I have a Linktree that has all my links on there, Bandcamp, all that kind of stuff.
Cool. So, just if anybody's got any more questions for Chris, let us know. Ask away there. This is probably going to be my sort of like last question. Any advice for people who want to start playing music?
Yeah, when I started playing guitar, it was because of Kurt Cobain, as I said, and learning how to play songs like About a Girl and whatnot. When you start getting that, it feels fantastic. It feels phenomenal. You turn the music up loud, you play horrible to it, and you think that you're in the band. And that's why we get into music. We love music because we love what we hear from others. So if you're looking at, I feel if you're looking at playing an instrument, if you're looking at getting into it, then it's extremely important to learn the songs that you love, even if it's in its most basic form, just so you can play along to it, because it feeds the motivation, it feeds the encouragement and the excitement of what you're doing. And if you don't have that, you'll never enjoy it like you should. I've seen a lot of guys go get lessons and they learn scales and all that sort of crap, and I could probably benefit out of learning that sort of stuff myself as a guitarist. But ultimately it's you play what you want to hear and you feel what you want to play. So just get into it and really get along to the music that you already enjoy, and to start playing along to that, because that's just going to keep you motivated to keep going.
Yeah, sound of house there. Yeah, it's like if you pick up a say guitar, you want to jam along to the song, one of your favorite songs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I encourage people, learn the bass notes first. Just keep it simple. And then, so when I first started playing guitar, I think one of the first things that I really wanted to learn how to play, after mucking around a little bit on acoustic, the first thing I wanted to learn how to play was the intro solo to One by Metallica. And I'd learned how to play that very poorly, but I'd learned how to play that. And it was wanting to move on to the next part of the song that made me try and get better. And then as I kept going, I found that my ability started improving and improving because naturally I started coming up to harder sections. So I had to learn a new technique, and which is quite interesting because at the time, we didn't have the internet. So I remember playing at a school. It was for the music class, and we got graded on it. And me and a friend did a song called "Call of Cthulhu" by Metallica, and I remember we sat down learning how to play the song, and we found this tablature book at a local music store, and it said PM for some of the riffs. We had no idea what PM. We couldn't look it up on YouTube to find out what a PM is, and eventually we figured it was palm muting, and you just mute the strings. And but it was kind of that discovery that you go along, and you sort of you figure things out, and then you look back at it and think, yeah, it makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah. So, this is probably going to be my sort of like real final question, guys. If you haven't already, the moderators have been posting out Burnout Hatred's links to his social media and Linktrees and stuff like that. If you haven't done it already, check Burnout. Burnt by Hatred. This guy is amazing. I've been listening to this guy for a good few days now, and yeah, totally amazing. So go check him out. So, Chris, any final words before we start wrapping things up?
No, not really. Just rock on, guys. Get to it. Make sure you listen to as much as you can, because there's a lot of cool stuff out there at the moment, and everything I do is from my home studio. So one thing I sort of notice is there's a lot of guys out there that releasing a lot of music from their home, and it's unreal. It means that you don't need that budget anymore. It means you can get these ideas in your head out, and just need the ears to listen to it. That's all.
Yeah. Like Chris said there, go listen to his stuff. Go listen to your favorite artist, and yeah. And Chris, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. It's been an absolute joy talking to you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, my pleasure. And like I said, guys, go check out Burnt by Hatred over on his socials. And yeah, so guys, until next time, we'll catch you all later. For some reason, the program's lagging. It's not working properly for some reason. There we go. We're streaming. So apologies for the delay. We had some tech issues there. But anyway, guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel. With your host, Young, and we are here with the brilliant Carlos Arroyo. Welcome, Carlos.
Well, thank you, Al. Thank you for having me. And thank you to Christina Avila for getting it arranged for us.
Yeah, pleasure. For people who don't know who you are, could you explain? So I'm all flustered there with all the tech issue. Could you introduce yourself and what you do?
You're breaking up, Al, and it's a bad echo. I can't hear you.
Yeah. Could you introduce yourself with what you do?
Oh, well, hi, I'm Carlos Arroyo, guitarist, singer. Been doing it since I was 14, and I'm going to be 68 next month. I've played with, UFO and a lot of other bands. I've toured with a lot of bands and opened for them. I have a Jimi Hendrix tribute band, Stone Free, the ultimate Jimi Hendrix tribute. I have Skull Tone. That's kind of my metal band. You can go on Amazon or Spotify, look under Skull Tone, and listen to our album for free. I play with the Anonymous band. I do a lot of charity work with them. We do a lot of work for sobriety since I've been sober for 30 years. I have a Carlos Arroyo and the Blues Group All Stars. That's kind of a fun band for me. And then I just started a new band. It's called Echoes of the Soul. A young lady named Erin. I finished a Thanksgiving concert, and after the concert backstage, she came up and introduced herself and says, "Hey, I want to play with you sometime." I go, "Well, sure. Here's my card. Let's set up an audition." And she looked at me and she goes, "Can I do it now?" And then she sang and just blew the doors off of everyone. She was amazing. So now we've been playing together, and I'm writing new material for her. With female vocalists, and she played with us last night. We did a concert last night, and she was great. We're starting to get off. There's a lot of shows in Arizona and Nevada, and here in California. So it should be an exciting ride.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm looking forward to the new material from what you've we've been talking of just before we went live. Looking forward to that to the new material for the new band. So
yeah, we were just kind of a female tribute band, and now it's turned into we want to write our own stuff. Let's do this. So, but our drummer, we did a show together for Christmas, and then he got COVID, so couldn't play. And then after COVID, he got pneumonia. Then he got bronchitis, and now he's so sick. It's been 2 months, so we're just all working on material on our own. And when he gets better, hopefully by next month, we can start rehearsing together. And I'm just going to keep writing music until he's better.
Cool. Yeah. So apart from with this new band with Erin, is there any other stuff that you've been working on?
Well, if you were breaking up a little bit, but you can go if you go on Lifelines at the Crossing on Facebook, and you can see last night's show. Yeah, we start off the show. We did like 3 quick songs. We had one rehearsal and then went and played. So, but you can hear her voice. It really showcases her voice.
Cool. Yeah. So, have you got any gigs lined up for the other stuff, for the other bands that you've been working with?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you on that one.
Yeah, have you got any sort of gigs coming up with the blues with your blues band or the Jimi Hendrix experience band?
Well, I have a show in Arizona or Nevada next month with the Anonymous band. They're playing a blues festival. They have a lot of big name bands playing, and they asked us if we would come and if I can do a 90-minute set. So we're starting rehearsals on Wednesday. Since I have a lot of blues bass, in my music and my style. So we're gonna play, and we're setting up the concert and the stages, and so it's March 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Out in Lake Havasu. So that should be a great, fun show. Great band playing.
Cool. Yeah, so we've got a question from Lisaboo, who's our good friend and moderator for the channel. She asks, "Can you describe you writing your music when you write new music?"
So music will be kind of hard rock because her voice fits it well, and we're going to write a few ballads for her because she has a tremendous voice. So it'll be kind of a hard rocking, melodic hard rock.
Cool. So, let me see. Where can people find you? Where can people find you when on social media? Where can they keep up to date with all the shows, new material, any stuff like that coming out?
Well, you can go on Facebook for Carlos Arroyo, or Carlos Fernando Arroyo. You can go on either one of those. And I'm always posting on Instagram on Arroyo, ARR07P. Go to Amazon Music or Spotify, and you can go on to Skulltone, SCULTONE, and you can hear my album from there. Yeah, like I said, a lot on Instagram. I post a lot on Instagram, both of those. And our new album, when we get that done, will be on both of those. And we'll be setting up a new website for Echoes of the Soul. We just came up with the name last night, right before we went on stage.
Yeah. So, are you going to be obviously you're going to be posting stuff up on your socials about the new stuff that you've been doing? Could you tell us a little bit about that gig last night with Aaron? How it all went?
It was a fun show. I've been sober for 30 years, so it's I do a lot of work for sobriety and any kind of a benefit. Everyone says that I'm a professional volunteer, but last night we did it was birthday night, where they get their chips and everything else. So we were asked to play. So we wound up doing 3 songs. One was by Hailstorm, one for Adele, and one from Soundgarden. And we just went up there and just had a fun time. It was a great crowd, standing room only. They ran out of seats. The place was packed, and it always is when we get to play there. They're a great audience, and when they know we're playing, they come in droves.
Cool. Question for you. What was your favorite venue that you ever played at?
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about this last night. I've played everywhere. We did a big concert at the Space Needle up in Washington. That was a great show. Bizarre shows are always really a fun. And we do a lot. We did a televised concert from there. They televised it all over the world with my Stone Free band, and that was a great show. We did the Woodstock Festival, and we burned and smashed our instruments on stage. But there's something about playing at Lifelines at the Crossing. It's become like my favorite place to play. The crowd is always great. There's an energy there that I don't feel anywhere else. And every time we play there, I come home, I can't sleep. I have to grab the guitar and I play till the sun comes up. It's just, there's just something special about that room.
Cool. Yeah, it's I've been to like quite a few venues in the UK, and so possibly like one or two could like I can understand where you come from when you finally find a venue that you love playing at, and you can't sort of like the adrenaline of the live shows at this venue. You can actually you gotta be you can't just go to sleep when you get back home. You gotta be doing something because you're still hyped from the show.
Yeah, a lot of our bandmates, after we do a show, they come home and they're exhausted. Yeah, it's like, well, all the energy it takes to put on a show. I'm always the opposite. I'll go see Michael Schenker or Vinnie Moore, someone that I really admire, Joe Bonamassa, and the bandmates a lot of times will say, I'm giving up music, and those guys are amazing, but we do a show, and I come home, even watching them, and it inspires me more. I'm ready to play again. Let's do a second show tonight. Let's wait till the sun comes up.
Yeah. We've got another question from Lisaboo. She asks, if you could play with any musician, past or present, who would that be?
Well, my first influence was the Beatles. They're the reason that I learned so much. But it would be Jimi Hendrix, though. Jimi Hendrix is the reason I play, and I still play. I learned the Band of Gypsies album when it came out, March 25th, 1970. I remember the day. And I picked that album, I put it on, and I was just a 14-year-old kid that played guitar. And then I put that album on. I stayed up from Friday till Monday when I had to go to school, and I learned the whole album note for note. I did not sleep, and it just it changed my life. Jimmy would be the one person I would have loved to have seen him live. He passed away before I got to see him, but I have so much films of him. I have albums and CDs, autograph albums. But Jimmy is the man that changed my life.
Cool. Well, let's sort of like start wrapping things up. Any final words before we starting to wrap things up?
Looking forward to 2024. Some new music from a few of my bands, and it looks like a lot of shows. On the western area, like Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington, up in those areas. So I'm kind of looking a West Coast, hoping by this summer, a West Coast tour.
Cool. Are you thinking about doing like a Midwest or like an East Coast tour? If you get the chance?
Getting off with shows, back east, but but here, there's a lot of good money to be made here on the West Coast right now. And it's not as
Oh, we've lost. Apologies for that. For some reason, we lost Carlos. Hopefully, we'll be back soon, shortly. So stay tuned. Yeah. If you want to check out Carlos, go to his search up. There's Carlos. Yeah. So he's back. So bear with us.
Lost you there for a second, but yeah, I'm looking forward to some West Coast stuff and the Western states for right now. And if things develop well, with the new album and get offered shows, I'll play anywhere. I'd love to play England. That's been one of my dreams, is to be able to play in England.
Yeah, I would love to share. I would love to see you live over here in the UK, especially if especially like if you play at the northeast of England.
Yeah, it's always been one of my dreams to play there, because I know that's where, and part of it is that's where Jimmy got his big break. So I figured I'd love to go out there and play some Hendrix and just keep that tradition going.
Yeah. It's like Jimmy. I was going to say Jimmy's like it had a huge impact and a huge break over here. I think it was down in London, where I believe.
Mm-hmm. In London.
Yeah.
So maybe I can get there and do the same thing and have some fun.
Any other players you would love to play?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Yeah. Any other places you would love to play live? Is there any other places where you would love to play?
I'd love to go back to New York. I'm from New York, so I haven't played there in a long, long time. It'd be nice to kind of go back home and do some shows there. Christina's been talking about trying to get us shows because she's in Connecticut. So get us shows in Connecticut. I go, well, if you do Connecticut, let's do, New York, maybe Boston, kind of the East Coast there, kind of clump them together and do some shows out there. I'd love to come home.
Cool. Would you go up to Canada, or have you played in Canada?
No, I've never gotten into Canada. But, I'm a musician. I'll play anywhere. I had when I played at Lifelines one time, Randy comes up to me and goes, "Hey, Curls, we televise our shows all over the world." He goes, "You're really big in Uganda and Nigeria." I go, "I'm not going to play in Uganda and Nigeria because anywhere in the United States like me." He goes, "Denver. You're big in Denver." I go, "Okay, I'll play Denver, but I don't know about Uganda and Nigeria. I'd rather play in the United States and then send me to England."
That's another thought. Have you got any merchandise for people to buy? If you have any?
We may have some Skull Tone, material. Our singer, and I told you the last time we had our interview that he's was having health issues, so we really haven't done very much with that. Just kind of waiting for him to get better, And so I've been writing some new material for Skull Tone. So I'm hoping once he gets over his bout here, that we can get back in the studio and record some new material and then produce more merchandise. We sent a lot of merchandise out during COVID. During the COVID time, we sent out a lot of merch, but we didn't make any new merchandise because I'm going to have all new, I have a new bass player and a new rhythm guitar player and a new drummer. So it's like, well, once we get everyone back in and everyone's feeling good, and because then we'll get back to work and start doing merchandise and all of that kind of fun stuff. Just guitar picks. I've been having guitar, companies are sending guitar picks with my names on it, my pictures on it. So I've tons of guitar picks lately, which is great. I get to throw them out at the audience.
Yeah. So anyway, let's start wrapping things up. Any final words or any advice or anything for people?
Just take care of yourselves, because times I know are a little crazy and a little hard. Looking forward to playing and seeing as many of you and meeting as many of you as I can, because I just love meeting new people and thank you for all of the support you guys all give me. And, I get those emails, I'm getting on on the websites and stuff. And people, telling me, oh, I had this couple of guys recently tell me, hey, I saw you play in 1978 at the Space Needle in Seattle. And I had another, his friend says, I saw you play in 1978 in Oregon. I go, it's kind of nice that people still remember who you are and still enjoy it. So just thank you for the support and for the love.
Yeah. Anyway, Carlos, thank you so much for coming on again and doing this little interview. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having me, and look forward to the next time. And once things starts progressing and we start recording, he goes, I'll make sure I get the material to you so you can hear it first.
Yeah, Chase, thank you so much. And yeah, guys, please check out Carlos Arroyo on his socials and everything. And yeah, he's absolutely amazing. Go check him out. You won't be disappointed. So until next time, guys, catch you all later.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elliot, and we are here with the absolutely brilliant Carlos. So Carlos, could you introduce yourself and tell people what you do?
Hey, thank you for having me first off, and thanks Christina for arranging this again. We did this last year and it was a blast. Yeah, my name's Carlos Arroyo. I've been playing in bands and in studio work since I was 14 years old. I have my band Skull Tone. It's a hard rock band, and we just did an album last year and gotten a lot of airplay in England, which is, so I'm happy that they love us out there. I just can't wait to do a show there. And I have my Jimi Hendrix tribute band Stone Free. We do a lot of live concerts and a lot of charity work and big shows and fun shows. I have my new band. I have an acoustic unplugged classic rock band. We do all on acoustics. We do everything from David Bowie to The Who to Pink Floyd, but all on acoustic guitars. That's called the Leather Blazers. That's a fun band of musicians that we've been doing it since we were kids, and we've all gotten together to do these shows, and we're just having a blast. And then I do a lot work at the Lifelines bands at the Crossing, because again, I've been sober now 30 years, so I do a lot of work for sobriety and for addictions and anything having to do with any cause. I'm a professional volunteer.
Yeah. So let's dive into some questions. Since we last spoke, it was December of last year. So in this past year, what have you been up to?
Look, been doing a lot of shows, now that, with COVID finally ending and things are getting cleaned up and more opportunities are out there. So I've been doing a lot of live shows, a lot of live outdoor shows, especially during the summer. Did a lot of live concerts and doing a lot of live concerts, televised concerts for Lifelines at the Crossing and a lot of charity events that way. I have one next Friday on Lifelines at the Crossing. You can watch it live. It's at 7 p.m. California time on Lifelines at the Crossing on Facebook. They stream it, and you can go on there. And I have look over the last 3 or 4 years, and you can see a lot of the live concerts I've done on there on acoustic by myself or with different bands. My Hendrix band. I'm playing with my Jimi Hendrix tribute Friday, and then December 2nd we're doing a huge concert for children, a Christmas show, and we've got Santa Claus is coming in on a Harley in a big procession of Harley Davidson bikes, all decorated Christmas wise, and every child that comes gets a picture with Santa and a free toy. So it's a great event. I think this is
like the 10th annual show that we're doing. We do it every year, so it's a blast. But just doing a lot of live shows, and back to doing. It's just fun to get back out again and really enjoy it. You know, last year was a little tough. I had a stroke last year and I had a heart thing last year, and I had the stroke, and 2 days later I did a live concert. You know, and then I had a heart problem, and the next day I did a live concert. You know, my doctors tell me, he goes, that's your medicine is music. He goes, always keep playing, and I do. And I went from being paralyzed and not talking to being on a stage in 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, are you sort of like writing any material to do like for like a solo project or for one of the bands or?
Yes, I've been writing a lot of blues material because I play a lot of blues stuff. I get off, you know, a lot of blues bands. So, hey, can you come down and play with us? And I go, sure. So I have a band, Carlos Arroyo and the Blues Groove All Stars. That's a band that I'll be finally putting it together in 2024. And I've been writing a lot of blues rock material and some of the kind of classic blues songs. I'd like to next year start doing that. It's getting out and doing some blues shows and blues festivals. So that's one of the bands, and then I'd like to get back to doing some work with Skulltone. You know, we lost our guitar player last year, and then our singer Doc has had some medical issues this year. So just waiting for his health to get back so we can get back in the studio. We have been recording. We have been writing new material, and we started getting in the studio recording. But I'd like to get back and get it back into the fold of that and start doing some live shows.
Yeah, cool. Speaking of some live shows, I know you just mentioned that what's coming for the rest of this year. Is there any plans on doing sort of like more shows for next year for 2024?
Yeah, 2024. I'm just dedicating it to just playing music. You know, I have a company that I started 7 years ago, and it's time. It's like, okay, you're running on your own. I want to retire and just go back to playing music. You know, my wife's very supportive of it. She just goes, yeah, you need to get back and just devote your life back to touring again and having some fun and doing shows, because you get offered so many shows. I got offered a 3-month tour of Europe for September, October, and November. But, you know, with my wife's health and I had so many other things going on, I had to turn it down. But I'm not turning anything down next year. I just plan on playing every live show I can with every musician I can play with, plus with my bands.
Yeah, cool. So, let me see, get the questions in. Where can people find you on sort of like social media so people could follow you for like the latest updates?
Yeah, you can go on YouTube. On YouTube, you can go under Carlos Arroyo or go under Skulltone. And in Skulltone, you'll see some of our podcasts that we've done. We downloaded our last this album we did last year, so you can do it there. You can go to Amazon, the music. You can go to Spotify. You can go to any of those. We've downloaded our last album that we just did for any of that. You can go to Lifelines at the Crossing on Facebook, and you'll see a lot of just scroll down for birthday nights and Friday night shows. And I have probably 3-4 years of concerts there. And then you can go on my Facebook, Carlos Arroyo, and go under Stone Free in the album Stone Free, and you'll see tons of pictures there. I'll be posting a lot of our new things there. And then on Reverb Nation, Stone Free Jimi Hendrix tribute, that we just started back up, and we'll be posting a lot of new videos and concert information on there also. So there's a lot of ways you can get a hold of, you can find out what we're doing.
Yeah, cool. So have you got in sort of like merchandise stores, like sort of like Bandcamp, so people can say, oh, I've just checked you out on YouTube. I want to buy some like music or like a T-shirt or something like that. Do you have like stores like that?
Yeah, we'll start doing a lot of that back in 2024. Once, you know, when COVID hitting, everybody just pretty much it went to a stop, so we'll be, I'd like to, with our new albums for next year, put those on CD, and then, we can get those out to people. But a lot of it, and you and I talked about this before the interview about how everything has changed with the media, so for me, I download a lot of that stuff, and it's like, what, just download it for free. But we'll do, for next year, we'll do T-shirts and get back into the fold as we're planning to do a lot more live shows. And then you can reach us through any of one of those websites and sites and request it.
Yeah, cool. So this is probably going to be my last question. Because just before we went live, we sort of like spoke about this, that the last interview we started to have some tech issues, and we sort of like broke up at the end there. So this is my last question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Yeah, just I grew up as a young kid. I had my aunts, my older aunts and family, and would tell me, because never care what people think about you. Because as long as you're living a good life and you're not hurting anyone and you're on that straight and narrow path, do what you love. Do what you love. Wear your hair long, wear a beard, do whatever you do, play. And I always advise it's just don't give up on your passion. Don't categorize yourself, oh, this is what I do, I'm just a rock music. Learn to do it all. Learn to play jazz, learn to play rock, learn the blues, learn from the old school guys, because listen to the Jimi Hendrixes, the Eric Claptons, the Buddy Hollies, the Beatles. I've learned so much from those artists that I still apply to today. When you and I spoke earlier, we were talking about the band, the Blue Powder Monkeys, that had played it. I learned all of these patterns from those guys, the Beatles and things. And when I got in the studio with them and I did the lines, they helped them with their vocals and everything. They were saying, where in the world did you come up with that? He goes, well, this line right here, that's Paul McCartney. This line over here, that's John Lennon, because that's where I learned it from. Just learn from the masters and never give up. Don't care. Never get discouraged, because it's such an up and down business. Just keep going forward. And always do it with a smile. Do it with passion. Because if you don't do it with passion, then don't do it, unless you just want to play guitar and entertain yourself. But if you really, really want to play, do it with passion. Don't care what people think, and just do it your way. Like I said, learn from the masters, and you'll develop your own style doing what you do and what comes natural to you and what you've learned. And then just go out and have fun with it, and always smile about it. I'm on stage, like I say, we were talking, I had a stroke and a heart condition last year, and in 2 days, I went from paralyzed to playing a concert in 2 days, and it was all because my passion for music, and I know, like, I can't let people down. I've only missed one show since I was 14. I've only missed one show that I got so sick I couldn't climb up on a stage, and that's just the love of music and love of the passion, and just getting it across to other people, and hope that they feel it as much as I do.
Yeah, sound advice. So this is point in the show where we start wrapping things up. So any final words before we sort of like sign off?
Yeah, I just want to say happy holidays to everyone. I know Thanksgiving's coming up. We've got Christmas and New Year's, and I hope everyone 2024 is blessed. It's with family and with music. Go out there and have some fun. Enjoy your life, and again, go forward and never give up. Just enjoy. Just enjoy.
Oh, yes.
And God bless everyone. God bless you all.
Oh yeah. So thank you, Carlos, for coming on, and it's been an absolute pleasure to actually catch up with you. And thank you again.
And thank you for having me. And again, thank you, Christina, for arranging it all. And look forward to the next time. And hopefully, maybe by next summer, we'll be out in England doing some shows. It'd be fun. I always want to do some shows in England.
Oh yes. It would be actually nice to actually meet you actually in person if you do come over to England.
Yeah, I'll bring a guitar. We can do it live.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, and we'll catch you all later.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Right.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with the absolute legend, Carlos Arroyo. So welcome, Carlos.
Oh, thank you, El. It's great. It's great to be talking again. It's like you and I were just saying. It's been 10 months since we've sat down and talked. Time just goes by so fast.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So, since we last spoke, what have you been up to?
Just doing a lot of shows. I do a lot of work for recovery. Since I've been sober, I'm going on 31 years. So I'm always doing charity work also besides my regular work, concert work. I don't say no. That's my biggest problem. It's not in my vocabulary. So it's just been insane. And I started a new band. I finished a Thanksgiving show. I finished a Thanksgiving TV concert. And this young girl in pigtails came up to me and said, she goes, "Wow, you guys were great." He goes, "I'd love to play with you sometime." I go, "Well, here's my card. Give me a call, and we'll set something up." And she goes, "Well, can I audition for you?" I go, "Sure." And we're in the middle of tearing down a TV show, and she goes, "Can I do it right now?" And she went out, and I go, "Sure." And she just blew the doors off the place. She was just amazing. And then the funny thing is she goes, "Well, can I do your Christmas concert you're doing with you?" I go, "Sure." He goes, let's get in contact. We'll get some rehearsals in and we'll do the show. Well, we kept missing each other and we couldn't do the show. And she winds up the day of the Christmas show. I'm on stage sound checking, and here's this girl is now dressed beautiful, just a long black gown, and she goes, "Well, what am I singing today?" It's like, what would you like to sing? So she came up and sang, and she closed the show, and she was amazing. So I invited her, and I started a new band. It's called Echoes of the Soul. Started a new band with her and I doing all of the lead vocals. And then I went online. She goes, "Here's my look at my website." And I wound up, she's an actress. She's done a season of Law and Order TV show. She's doing plays and musicals. She's just amazing. Just an amazing girl. She's in New York this Sunday. She's going to New York because she just wrapped up 3 plays here in the LA area, and she's going to New York because she did some studio work in New York for a play they were trying to put together. Well, now it's come to fruition, so they're flying her back so that she can work with them and get in the studio. It's like, okay, what do we got to do from here? So, but she's amazing. She makes it fun. She makes it a lot of fun. Her name's Erin Lee Smith. You can look her up. Like I said, she's pretty amazing.
Yeah, cool. Are you sort of like writing any new material for Echoes of the Soul?
Yes, I start. It comes in spurts. Music, like inspiration. Any kind of inspiration comes in a spurt. I was up north with an old friend that I've known for a million years, and he was one of my road crew members. In my bands when I was on the road, and I got up there with him and his family and my family. We went up to spend 4 days up north, and I picked up one of his guitars. I sat there and in 3 minutes wrote a new song. And I go, wow! And it was one of his new guitars. I always love when I pick up a new guitar and that new guitar inspires a new song.
Yeah. Just yeah. So, you did say that you were going to sort of like you've been touring, doing shows. Are you doing any other shows there for this year?
Yeah, I have a show, the televised Lifeline show next Friday. I have I have another band I started. Like I say, I don't know how to say no. And I have old friends that I used to play with years and years ago. They started an acoustic unplugged, doing kind of the classic rocks, but all on acoustics. Great arrangements, great vocals. So I had a rehearsal with them last night, and we have 4 shows coming up next month for that. And like I say, I can't say no. So we started doing that. We rehearsed last night. We got 2 more rehearsals before we do our shows. Just did a concert in Havasu, Arizona. Did a blues festival there with another friend's band, the Anonymous Band. I do a lot of shows with them. Just did a concert out there, blues festival. I played the first day, and then the second day while I was there for Alistair Green was playing, KK Martin, some great blues artists. And the promoter comes up to me because I need a favor. We're going to open the gates in about an hour. Because can you do a private concert for us here? So we wound up, okay, guys, grab a guitar, grab some acoustics, and we wound up doing stuff like Pink Floyd and The Who, think Traveling Wilburys. So we just went out and did a great fun set of just acoustics, and it was just fun. So that kind of started this band, and now we call it Off the Menu. It's like you can order anything you want, and we're gonna play it for you. So we have upcoming shows. My band Stone Free. We have a tour. We're playing. We have a show August 30th, and the young lady Erin, I've added her to the band, so it's Hendrix / 60s. So we're doing like some Grace Slick and Aretha Franklin and Janis Joplin. So we've added that to this. That gives us that gives me another new band to play in. Like I need another new band. So doing that, and so we have August 30th. We're doing the Friday Night Festival up in Anaheim, here in California, Southern California. And then we have shows in Havasu, Detroit, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia. And then following back on the way back, going back to Havasu to do another concert.
Cool. Have you sort of like, I've been I keep being asked, have you got sort of any sort of like merchandise that people can say, oh, this guy sounds interesting, where can I buy merchandise from?
Yeah, I haven't had any new merchandise made with all the different changes with going with the band, so we're kind of regrouping to do all of the merchandise. You can go on, if you want to hear my original project, it's Skulltone. It's a hard rock band. You can go on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, Amazon, any of those, and download it for free. And you can listen to our album there. Just it's getting a lot of play, and I know in England they love us in England, which is wonderful. We want to come to England and play.
Yeah. I was gonna ask about apart from right now, but I was like going to ask, is there any plans of coming over to to the UK or to Europe?
Right now we're looking at a tour of the South. Southern United States, and then once I get all this new music written and recorded, then we'll look at it and say, okay, where do we want to go with this? We already have people on the West Coast asking, hey, when are you coming up through Northern California and Oregon and Washington? And I've had people from Idaho. It's like, we need to see you playing live, But most of the stuff we've been doing is Southern California, and now heading out to the South. And then today I was meeting with someone, and he goes, you haven't played Detroit. You need to come to Detroit. I go, well, it's on the schedule. He goes, no, you need to come now. I go, okay, let me see. I'll get with my promoters and see if we can hook something up. And speaking of promoters, I want to thank Christina Avila. She likes to, everyone calls her by different names, but she's a trip for arranging our meeting today. And she's a trip. She love her to death. And before I forget, I want to on the air, happy birthday, because I know your birthday's tomorrow, so I don't forget, because I'm old.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. Big thumbs up to Christina for setting this up for us again.
Yeah, like I talked to her yesterday, and we were texting back and forth this morning. She had a interview with another station this morning, so it's she's been busy and I've been busy, and yeah, she's been wanting me. She wants to do an East Coast thing, so maybe after the first of the year we can try to do an East Coast tour. So I'd love to go back to New York and play in Connecticut and Boston. It would be fun to go back home. My original home, go back home and play. I can fill it up with just my family. I can fill up New York with just my family. I have such a large family in New York.
Yeah, that's yeah. I was going to say it. There's some big families over on the East Coast.
Yeah, like I said, I'm originally from New York. The Bronx. And they moved out here to California. But I'd like to get back home and play. I haven't been back there, probably before the hurricane hit. What was that, Hurricane Sandy? I think it's before that. That's when I was in New York when Hurricane Sandy was just hitting New York. I was just leaving, so I left at the perfect time. Perfect time.
Yeah. So, you did mention some of the social media that you're on. Is there any other social medias that you're with your other bands?
Yeah, with my social media, I have my Carlos Arroyo on Facebook. I have Carlos Fernando Arroyo on Facebook. I have Carlos Arroyo Musician. Yeah, I've had to.
Oh, you lost your sound. You muted.
Am I on now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, there you go. Technology. I'm just a guitar player. I'm not that. That's what I need to the engineers and the producers. I'm a guitar player. Yeah. What button do I press to turn on my guitar? That's all I know.
The joys of live broadcasting.
Yeah, exactly. I look at it with young kids. They're just so technically savvy, compared to us, because we didn't grow up with computers, and we didn't grow up with any of that stuff. I have my grandkids that are amazing on a computer and amazing on all this technology, and I'm always telling them, how'd you do that?
Yeah, I'm sort of like decent with technology, but sometimes I've got to ask my niece or my nephew to actually sort some stuff out for us. So I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, but they're great at it. They're teaching me, how to do all this stuff. And then I have my youngest grandson. He's 2 years old, and he has his little Fisher Price guitar. That you press the buttons and it makes sounds and little things. So every time he picks up that guitar, the first thing he does, he takes me to my bedroom. He knows I have guitars in my closet. I grab a guitar. I have to jam with him. So I have another future bandmate. Another 30 years from now.
God. Yeah.
Start them young. You gotta start them young.
Oh yes. Yeah. So this is sort of like a little catch up to see what you've been doing. So any other plans in the works for the different projects that you've got?
I've been, like I say, I started this project off the menu, which is a classic rock acoustic unplugged set, which is really fun. We've done 3 or 4 shows already, and they just love it because, wow, you guys are playing The Who on acoustic guitars. You're playing Pink Floyd on acoustic guitars. So, a lot of it's because of our harmonies. All of us have been in the business so long that we just pick up a guitar. If one guy hits a chord, he goes, "Oh, isn't that chord for that Clapton song? He goes, yeah, okay, let's play it. You know, he goes, okay, you sing it, you know the words. So been doing that, and then my Echoes, you know, Echoes of the Soul, you know, working on material to do more shows, and then my Stone Free, because I have shows coming up. So we're working that, and then working Aaron in that band also. And I have a new keyboard player, Brian Scott, and then Moses Guillermo on drums, and then Randy's been with me for a million years, my bass player, and then with Aaron now. So we've been working in material, so doing a lot of work. We're rehearsing tomorrow for a show for next Friday. So we're working on that material to do that show, and then continually working for the other concerts and shows. You know, and then me in between trying to write material, you know, when I get a chance, so I have to grab a guitar and sneak out somewhere and, you know, just get under a tree or something and hide and then play, you know, and get to play. So, because you know, you get the juices going, you want to play, you want to keep playing, you get the juices, you want to start writing, and you hit a chord, it's like, oh, that's beautiful. I'm writing something around it. And then my wife, when I'm writing this new song, it's called Rise. And she comes over and she goes, oh, I like it. He goes, why don't you add these 3 words to it? I go, well, honey, that's really good. Well, she goes, well, I want writing credit now on the song. I go, for 3 words? She goes, yes. And once it's out, I'm going to sell the catalog. I go, honey, it's 3 words. It's not a catalog. Yeah, so I got to watch that one. You know, I think she's going to, you know, sell me out. Yeah, she scares me.
Yeah. So Carlos, yeah, So Carlos, any final words before we start wrapping things up?
Yeah, I'm just keep a lookout for my Carlos Arroyo on my social medias. Listen to the music on Spotify and you know all the stations, and you can listen to it free there, so you don't have to order it. And hoping to get in this after I finish this tour. Hoping to get in the studio after the first of the year. I have enough for a blues album and I have enough for a rock album. So I want to finish those songs up and hopefully get in the studio before I have to go back out. And I just want to do a lot of going on the road. I just you know, while I'm still young and able, I want to get back out and see people, and I get a lot of requests. I'm getting requests from all over the United States. When are you coming to our city? You know, and I've gotten requests in Uganda and Nigeria. I don't think I'm going to Uganda and Nigeria, but I'll do the United States. I'll do Europe. And I think I'm a little scared to go to, you know, into some countries, you know. So
yeah. There's I've got a couple of subscribers from Canada. Is there any sort of like plans going up into Canada?
I would love to. Like I say, right now we're concentrating on this tour of the South, putting that all together, and then after the first of the year, you know, we're just going to look at, okay, once we get in the studio, you know, I'd like to play everywhere. I have friends in Canada. I would love to go up to. They've always been telling me, when are you going to come here? You got to come here and do some shows. You know, so, and I'm working with with my promoters for that, Christina, and with Dat, you know, with his production company. I've joined him on the advisory board, you know, and then we have the Rock and Recovery, and we own our own stages and lighting. So the possibilities of playing literally anywhere, you know, anywhere I can roll trucks in. So that's what we're wants to concentrate, especially for next year. You know, for 2025, I want to live on the road.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming in, Carlos, and doing this little interview to give us like a little update of what the plans are. And again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in.
And thank you so much for having me. I always look forward to having fun with you.
Oh yeah, same here, Carlos. Yeah, so guys, go check him out. Go check out Carlos It's absolutely amazing, absolute legend. So, yeah. So, anyway, guys, we'll catch you all later.
You guys, take care. Keep rocking.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host El Young, and we are here with the brilliant Circle the City. Welcome, guys.
Hi. Hey, how's it going?
So, guys, could you introduce yourselves and what you do within the band?
My name's Kevin, and I play drums. I am Harold, and I play guitar and record our music.
Cool. So, let's dive into some questions. As kids, what were you listening to?
Oh man, I was a kid. A lot of punk. Like we loved Dead Kennedys, Bouncing Souls, and just playing live music was the highlight of our weekends. And yeah, I was a straight punk kid for sure. Cool. I grew up on bands like Soundgarden and Alice in Chains and some like Rush, obviously in Canada, and another band called I Mother Earth, which is back in the 90s. They're a pretty big Canadian band.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I Mother Earth is a really good band. A couple of weeks ago, I'd sort of like rediscovered I Mother Earth.
Oh yeah, that's it's a great rabbit hole to go down, I find.
Yeah. So who actually got you into listening to music? Was it your parents, sibling, or was it the journey, sort of like journey through self-discovery?
I had like a cousin that was a little bit older that I remember when like Pearl Jam came out, and hearing that for the first time and bands like that. And I had an uncle that was really into the Beatles as well, that really got me into them. So yeah, it was more family, I guess. And then my friends were, I guess, listening to similar music at the time.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd say family. My parents are really musical. My dad's a guitarist. And back in the day when you have those Columbia House CD sales, you just pick things at random and order it and discover music that way and never pay them.
Cool. So out of all the bands that you've listened to over the years, who was your biggest influence to say, I want to do that?
For me, it started with I Mother Earth, definitely. I don't know, when they came out and I heard them, like it grabbed my attention, and then I went on to discover other bands, I think, and then gravitated back towards them, and then just their sound and being progressive and having different influences amongst themselves. I think it led me onto other more obscure bands like the Mars Volta and things like that.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. I would say as a kid, I was probably most fascinated by Neil Peart of Rush. A lot of drummers say that, obviously, but I'd say that. And then as I started playing live music, playing with some of the local musicians really inspired me to be better. There was this local band in Sarnia called I Hate Sally that just playing with them was a dream. So yeah, stuff like that for sure.
Cool. Before you started Circle the City, were you in any bands?
Cover bands, and always like kind of dabbled in writing guitar riffs, but not a band dedicated to just doing our own thing. Yeah, I've been in a number of bands, but I had moved back to this area about 4 or 5 years ago and was struggling meeting musicians, and then I met Harold here, and I guess the rest is history. So yes.
Yeah, cool. So what has the band been up to, especially over the last, say, 12 months?
We just released a single last week, so that I guess the last couple months we spent doing production on that. We're kind of wrapping up. We're 3/4 of the way through production on another single that will be out in April. Prior to that, lineup changes. Playing gigs and just trying to spread the word of the band, I guess.
Cool. Could you tell us about the single that you've just released?
Yeah, so I guess unfortunately our singer's not here to really go into detail about what it's about. If you listen to it, it's not really too abstract. It's I think it deals with addiction and maybe a toxic relationship, whether it be a romantic relationship or just a toxic relationship with substance abuse. If I had to guess, that's what I would say it's about. The song in general was actually the main riff, I guess, in it. In the verse is kind of an old song we had, and I have a baritone guitar, and I was playing the riff on it one day, and everybody kind of liked it, and we decided to rework the song a bit, and then we didn't want it to be the exact same song, so we changed the kind of arrangement on it in terms of the chorus, which is a very butt rock guitar riff. And then but it works for it. So yeah, it's I don't know, it's not necessarily, if I had to describe our sound, and I don't know what it is, I wouldn't necessarily say that's it, but it's just, it was a song I guess we kind of all liked, and we had to put out a song. So yeah.
Yeah, cool. We have a question from my head moderator, who is also a fellow Canadian.
Awesome.
Lisaboo. She asks, how do you go about writing your songs?
Well, in the past, they generally started with the guitar riffs. But since Kevin has joined the band, it's a lot of, so Kevin plays drums primarily in the band, but he also plays guitar and bass as well. So he'll, on this new one we're doing right now, it was a riff that maybe had been around for a little bit, like maybe a year, and I showed it to him, and then he kind of wrote a bass line to it, and that actually made me rewrite the whole thing. So long story short, I guess our writing is now a lot more collaborative than it used to be. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, a lot more collaborative, and we can, all of us have free input to say what we want. I mean, the singer can recommend a drum line. I can recommend a guitar line. It's really awesome. It's open. It's free. So yeah.
Cool. After you sort of like come up with say the basic riff, where do you go next in your writing? Does the lyrics come, or do you think, I've got a good drum, like sort of like drum, some good cool drums to go here, or
yeah. For me personally, I always I don't know about the other three, but for me, like I find that I don't really know how a riff is going to sound unless I can hear it with drums, and because that's kind of the groove of it, I guess, and it's it as much as I hate to admit it, the drums can kind of make or break a song, to be quite honest. And actually even the bass, to an extent, because if it's not the right bass line, then it makes it boring. So generally, I think for the most part, our lyrics and melody always come last. The music is usually written first, and then when we're happy with it, it's like, okay, here you go, singer.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. So thank you for that, Lisa, and thank you for answering. Um, the next single that you're going to be releasing, which is April, you said.
Yeah, I forget the exact date. I want to say it's around April 25th, but I'm not too sure.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's currently unnamed, and it's a bit of a rush on this one because I got to have it out for mixing probably in like 2 weeks, and there's no vocals on it yet. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe. When the riff was originally written about a year ago, it had a different feel to it, and then Kevin had this bass line, and I think it actually stemmed from the bridge, right?
Yeah.
You rewrote the bridge,
Yeah.
and then he's like, oh, I kind of got this idea for the verse, and then that changed the way I played it, and it changed the feel. In terms of inspiration for guitar, I'm currently obsessed with a band called Closure in Moscow. They're from Australia.
Really good band.
Very good. They're like they're a progressive band, but their range is all over the place. But I really like some of their guitar. A lot of their guitar work on one album in particular called First Temple. And so that was kind of the inspiration for this one, but it's morphed into, we just added some congas to the bridge of the song, and so it has a little bit more of like a Latin feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then today I was actually thinking we should maybe add some organ to it.
Yeah, why
cool,
not?
Right?
That sounds cool too.
So like, but again, that goes back to I don't know, just trying to be different and experiment a little bit, but keep it kind of melodic if we can.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Would you is the singles that you've going to be releasing and have released, are they going to be on an EP or an album?
That's a very good question, because it's so we haven't decided, because so we are currently signed to a publishing deal with Sode Records, and we kind of live in a single world. But I think what we could do is have, once we have 7 or 8 songs we really like, that could be a compilation as an EP or an album. It's been hard though, because we've changed singers so many times. And so it's, try to have some cohesion on there. But I think, like, personally, I'm an album guy. I'd rather put out an album.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people out there still who do like to have either like at least an EP or 4 or 5 songs, or possibly even an album at some point.
Yeah. Well, we're also trying to release them at least every 8 weeks, so that it's not a huge gap in between, so that it doesn't just constantly feel like single after single. Yeah. At least with 8 weeks, if it were an album, that would kind of be a standard release and promotion, I guess, anyway, right? Yeah. So, yeah, we're trying to be quicker on that.
Yeah, cool. So, have you got plans on doing sort of like any merchandise for the singles, or eventually do merchandise for an album?
We do have merchandise. Yeah, we have some T-shirts. In the past we've talked about doing, like, merchandise for, say, a single, whether it's like, if whatever the artwork happens to be for that single, put that on a T-shirt or something like that. We've discussed that. We've just never done it, but
it'd be a good idea.
It's not a terrible idea.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, cool. So, have you sort of like got any plans on doing it? Or have you sort of like got any writing new material?
Yeah.
Yeah, constantly writing new material. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're probably, actually, Kevin and I were talking about this not too long ago. I think we're probably sitting on, so for 2025, our plan is to release, we have 5 release dates. So this coming one will be our second one. So we have at least 4 more songs we'll be releasing this year. But I think we have like an album worth of music. And then, we're still writing. Kevin wrote kind of an idea for a song about a month ago that we are still we're still working on. So
cool. So going back onto the merchandise, I don't know if you got any plans, but I've got to ask this question because my subscribers will probably lynch me if I don't. Have you got any plans on if you get the chance to release your music onto vinyl?
I think we would love to. I know I have a record player.
That'd be cool.
It would be really cool. I think the issue is, is eating the cost of it. So I know there's some different platforms that have different ways you can go about it. So like Bandcamp has one where you can, if you get an order from 25 people, you can get an album pressed on vinyl, and it doesn't cost the band anything because they won't press it until there's at least a minimum amount of orders that are already prepaid. So that's something we have looked into and we just haven't gone through with. But it would be great.
Yeah. Cool. So, are you sort of like planning on any tours, gigs in your local area, or possibly going further afield, like say Europe?
That would another. Yeah. So we do play locally. We try not to play. We don't play in our hometown very often. Actually, we have a gig coming up at the end of March in our hometown, and it's our first one probably in 6 months. And I don't know when we'll be playing here again. Yeah, Canada's a weird place to kind of tour because it's so big and everything is so spread out that you do more driving than you do playing. So we're, contemplating the US. There's about a year ago, we had some interest to go play festivals down there from a promoter, but kind of fell through. And the cost of a working visa is insane to go to the States. Europe would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like if we could book a small tour with a band and we could make it work with work schedules and families and stuff, I mean, who would turn that down?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Sorry, my dogs just came here.
Let me deal with these guys. Come here, you. Come on.
Cool. Yeah, noise. So, let me just have a look.
Oh.
Right. So, where can people find you on social media?
Oh, everywhere. YouTube. We're on TikTok. I don't use TikTok, but unfortunately we're on there.
Yeah.
Facebook, Instagram,
Apple Music,
Spotify. We are on Bandcamp. We are on, what's the other one? Reverb Nation.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We don't see too much traffic on those ones. It's really odd because I know Bandcamp is great for, like 100% of proceeds generally go to the bands or whatever. And they really, like, there's things on there where they help out with merch and stuff, but we don't really see a lot of traffic on there. So,
Yeah. So, good question. At least my head moderator normally asks this. What is your favourite venue to play at?
I mean, you guys have played more before I joined the band. What was your favorite?
That's a good question. There's like so big shows. One of the bigger stages we played is a place in Toronto called the Alma Combo. We played a showcase event there a couple summers ago. That was pretty cool. Other than that, like I really like playing dive bars. They're awesome.
The best sound, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we played Corktown there last week.
Corktown was great. Hamilton.
Yeah, we played in Hamilton, and the sound was great, and the energy was great. I don't know, like every gig is different, so there's definitely memorable ones. The Alma Combo being one of them, and we played a festival actually. In 2022 called the Revelry Music Festival, and Blue Rodeo and Big Wreck were the headliners on it, and so we were there for sound check and got to see all that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Sort of like follow on to that question. What is your dream venue to play at?
I don't. What's yours?
I don't know. There's some really cool venues down in the States that would be really awesome, like very iconic ones.
Oh yeah,
like in like Motown,
yeah,
or like in Nashville or something. But I don't know. I want to
Massey Hall in Toronto.
Massey Hall, yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah.
I think I'm more interested in seeing where we can play in Canada. I think that's a lot of fun. The idea of traveling across Canada and playing would be definitely a dream.
Yeah.
Cool. So. Guys, if chat, if you've got any questions, please ask away. We're just going to be starting to wrap things up in a bit, in about next 5-10 minutes. So my final question is any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Don't. No. I don't know. What do you think?
I guess for me, music was kind of an escape for me, and it was something that I would use to kind of occupy myself with, and it just kept growing and growing, and you start to branch out. I would say the one thing I wish I had done earlier on was I was kind of a music snob. Like I said, I was into punk, and I really closed myself off to so many other different musical styles, and even sort of techniques. Like I'm a drummer, and I didn't learn the double kick until years later because I was so obsessed with No Effects. They're like an American punk band, and the drummer is known to play really fast beats, but with a single pedal. So I thought, no, I can do that, and I only want to do that, but I limited myself. So that'd be my advice: is just embrace it all. Don't shun a genre. Just listen to everything, because you can get inspiration from the most unlikely things.
Yeah. I would agree with Kevin, because I am still a music snob, unfortunately. Yeah. But it's more with bands. I would say don't put off learning theory. It's how you speak on an instrument. And I know it can get crazy and whatnot. It can get really crazy. But it's how you communicate. The other one I would say is, if you're trying to do something in music, and by that I mean you're trying to put yourself out there and maybe go somewhere. There's a lot of ups and downs in it, and it's very easy to get discouraged as a musician.
Yeah,
because like I said, we've played big stages. We've played some pretty big events with lots of people there, and then the next week you're playing a small little whatever with 4 people there. So it's easy to get discouraged.
Yeah, sound advice there. Yeah, thank you for that. So we're going to be starting to wrap things up now. So, any final words before we go?
Check out our new single.
Yeah, just check us out. We're on all the platforms. And
thanks for having us on.
Yeah.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I don't think there's anything else.
No, that's everything, I think. Yeah.
So thank you for coming on. It's been a total pleasure talking to you. And guys, if you haven't checked them out already, go check out Circle the City. I've put the links down in the description there. So yeah, check them out. These guys are absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you again for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
It's our pleasure as well.
Yeah. So, guys, until next time, we catch you all. Where's my cursor gone? Technology, don't you just love it? So, like I said, until next time, catch you all later.
See you.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elliot, and we are here with the brilliant Mick from Corners of Sanctuary. So welcome, Mick.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Pleasure. You too. Just before we start, could you introduce yourself and what you do within Corners of Sanctuary for those people who don't know?
Sure. My name is Mick Michaels. I play guitar in the new wave of traditional heavy metal band Corners of Sanctuary. We're from Philadelphia, United States.
Cool. You've just released a new single called Paranoid for Christmas. So could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's actually part of our digital EP for a Merry Metal Christmas. In November, we released our holiday song, and then in this December, we released Paranoid. We're doing a naughty and nice type of theme this year for the Merry Metal Christmas. And we thought a cool way of doing that is we do, an upbeat, original Christmas song. And then what would be naughty in terms of, heavy metal? We thought, well, what's more heavy metal than Paranoid, which is kind of like the heavy metal version of Freebird. And it's a song that we've always kind of thought about doing, but we didn't do it because a lot of people said, that's an obvious choice. It's something that everybody does. So we actually stayed away from it. And last year, our bass player, we got done playing with Mike Tramp, and our bass player said, hey, we should consider maybe doing something an older song. And he goes, maybe Paranoid, something like that. And I said, we thought about it. We just kind of stayed away from it because it's such an obvious choice for most bands. And after talking about it for a little bit, I said, I always had this idea about doing it a slightly different way and doing it more like, because Corners of Sanctuary does a lot of galloping, that dug, 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 dug. And I said, if we could base the whole song around that gallop, I'd be happy to definitely do it. So we did. We played with it for a while. We actually, we spent several months working on it and did a couple versions of it just to see what would pan out the best and still stay true to the original song, but then, shed some light of what Corners of Sanctuary is doing, right? It has to kind of have that flair to it. So we finally got it done. We actually finished it sometime in the spring earlier this year, and we just sat on it because we weren't sure what we were going to do. And then over the summer, once we were recording Christmas Fairy Tale, we came up with the idea of, hey, how about a naughty and nice Christmas, something different. So we're going to drop 2 songs for the holiday as opposed to, just our one single with the bubble package of previous songs. So yeah, it's we've been playing it now live the last couple months. We've been throwing it in right before our set ends, and it's been well received. We're pretty excited about it. Like I said, we wanted to do the song as much justice as we could because it's such an iconic song. And that's important to us that we're maintaining. We don't want to show any disrespect. That was one of the reasons that we would stay away from covers for so many years, because we just want to be able to, if you're going to do it, I always felt if you're going to do a cover, you got to do it really well or even better than the original. Otherwise, what's the point of listening to it, right? You could just pop on the original one. So we wanted to give it something, a little different flair, bring it up to speed in terms of today, and then give it that Corners of Sanctuary feel to it, which is that gallop. And I think it turned out really well. I'm happy with it. And I'm actually enjoying playing it. Like like I said, I wasn't one to do covers, but I've turned over a new leaf in recent years.
Paradise. I think it's every heavy metal fan. It's Paradise, like sort of like their go-to song, if you know what I mean. It's like it's their sort of like their introduction to sort of like Black Sabbath, if you know what I mean. Especially with like with how long has it been out now? 54 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's like a lot of I think it's like a lot of people's favourites. And yeah, I totally agree with you with the about bands being doing a sort of like covers. If you're going to do a cover, do it properly and do it justice.
Yeah, you definitely have to, especially with a song like that. I mean, that really is the roots of what a lot of us are doing or trying to do in terms of, hard rock, heavy metal. And, if you compare it to a lot of songs today, a lot of what some bands are doing, even the players, I mean, it's a fundamental song. It's an elementary song in that respect. But you know what? That doesn't even matter. It's what that song represents and what it's done for generations of people. I mean, because, you get into a band today, especially with heavy metal, there's a tendency then to always go backwards, right? Because you want to find out what's that band's inspiration or influence. What's that guitar player's influence? Who did they listen to? And it just keeps going back. And, sooner or later, for a lot of these bands and players, it goes back to Black Sabbath, right? Or Deep Purple, or, all those kinds of bands, Led Zeppelin. And then who do those bands go back to, right? They'll go back to, a lot of the blues players, B.B. King, Muddy Waters, guys like that, Stanley Clarke. I mean, all these different guys. So you see it like, I think I often say that, like with say pop music and things that are more in the mainstream, you can only go back so far, in a sense. Where like with hard rock, heavy metal, you can just keep going back, and it's for each band it's different, but it's really, I mean, if you think about like again, like with Pantera, you go back to Pantera in the 90s, then you go back to Pantera in the 80s, and then Dimebag was influenced heavily by Ace Frehley. So now you're back in the 70s, right? And then who was Ace Frehley inspired by? Jimi Hendrix, Eric Clapton, Jimmy Page, guys like that. I mean, now you're back into the 60s. And then who were those guys influenced by? Now you're back in the 50s and so on and so forth. So it just keeps cycling like that. And I think it's pretty cool when you approach it like that, as opposed to, oh, this is just a song by this band that did it then. It's more than just that. There's a lineage to it, and there's a legacy to it. So that's, again, going back to, like, if you're going to do a cover, try to do it in a way that honors the song, but then again, showcases what you're doing as a band. But it's got to be of a certain caliber. I do feel that we achieved that. I hope that people are feeling the same way. But like I said, we're getting a pretty good response from it, and I'm excited. That's a fantastic Christmas present for us. So who knows what the future will hold.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've listened to it several times, and you've done it justice. You've done it justice. You've done it justice, but at the same time you put your own spin on Paranoid.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So going back to like if you can about tracing the lineage of heavy basically rock and roll, right? That encompasses like rock and metal. Yeah, I've sort of like traced it back to the early 20th century with the jazz and blues artists of I think it was about 1910, I think. So you're talking about over 100 years.
Yeah. There's a lot there. I mean, in a short period of time, so much was achieved. And sometimes it's quickly overlooked, especially nowadays, because there's so much out there now. There's so much out there. But a lot of these bands, they did firsts. They did this first. They did this first. And there was always a lot of bands, but not like today, right? And then people didn't have the access that they have today, where you can just kind of get oversaturated on your own, right? You could get oversaturated on any one of the streaming platforms, trying to go down the rabbit hole on YouTube, or just doing searches on the web and, getting, results back from there. You're like, you could just spend hours on the first couple pages going into that rabbit hole. So, and it's easy to forget what these bands did so long ago. And in reality, it is a lifetime ago to some people in terms of chronologically into the age, but it's a small chunk of time given, the vastness of this planet and, how long we've been here. And, like you said, it's only, 40, 50, maybe 60 years tops. And sure, that's a little longer than some of us have been around, but then again, it's the same amount of time that other people have been around. So they experienced it in real time, where, some things I didn't get to experience in real time. I experienced it like secondhand or in repeat, but there was other things that I got to experience in firsthand. So that's what I meant when I said, like, there's a lineage and a legacy to it. These artists have really put their time, and they were pioneers in their day, especially, whatever you think of Black Sabbath or, the different formations of them, the lineups, they really were pioneers back then doing what they're doing. And, now they're talking of possible reunion, right? One more shot at it. Why they're all, maybe an album or something like that. I don't know about touring, but maybe an album can be done. So that'd be really interesting to be a part of.
Yeah. I know Ozzy. I know he's pretty much retired from touring because of his health problems.
Right.
But I'm sure I heard somewhere that he's still producing music in somewhere.
Yeah. Hopefully the doctors come up with something that can get him, mobile to some degree. What's he in his? Is he in his late 70s? Is that what he is?
I think he's 70s. 70s, either 75 or 76, I think. But but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that when I'm at age, I just get to kind of rest on my laurels. And, he's definitely, permitted to do so. But it would be kind of cool to be able to see him one last time. And, I know, he had to cancel stuff and all. But who knows? Listen, you never know they'll come up with something, right? They'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be strong enough to at least do an album, maybe a couple videos or something like that. And that'd be nice though, but
yeah, hope so too. Got a question for you. What do you think of Nico McBrain from Iron Maiden retiring?
Can you repeat it again?
Nico McBrain from the drummer from Iron Maiden. What do you think of him retiring from touring?
People retiring. Well, listen, man. Here's the thing. Like, I know it's become the standard in music, in the music industry, that these guys keep going and going and going and going. And that's cool for some people. Some people probably should call it a day a little earlier than they should. What we have to keep in mind is that in this industry, for most of us, there is no 401k, there is no retirement plan. And a lot of these guys never got to achieve financially what they hoped to, or what it looked like on the surface. Some of them don't own anything except the fact that they can go out and keep touring. But at the same time, look at other industries, other walks of life, other employment. You wind up, you want to take the time to retire and enjoy the remaining time of your life. So I think that a lot of fans keep pushing for certain acts to keep going and going and going. And, you know, the nature of an artist is to, they want to take one more bow, right? One more curtain call. And so I don't know. Like I said, I mean, some guys should retire, and if you want to keep going, you keep going. It's one of those industries where nobody polices it, because you're really not hurting anybody per se. Where, like, if you were a heavy machine operator and you reach a certain age and you couldn't see anymore, or you were falling asleep every 3 minutes, or, you know, whatever, you'd be forced to retire or, you know, resign or whatnot. But listen, man, if you can retire, you retire. But unfortunately, a lot of our favorite artists aren't capable of doing that. Not everybody's Metallica or Bruce Springsteen or Taylor Swift in terms of the money they made. There's a lot of guys, you know, from the 80s that are still touring now, and they're basically just making a living. You know, I'm sure it beats digging ditches and carrying boxes in a warehouse, but at the same time, it still can be grueling, especially if you, as my singer says, you become a man of a certain age. So, you know, it could be something. So, hey, listen, if you can keep going, more power to you. I hope that I have that type of longevity, but the way that the industry's going, I doubt it very highly that, you know, us artists today are going to have the same longevity as some of our favorite artists have right now.
I've noticed that over the last, about 25 years or so, that it's sort of like it's been going downhill for the last 25 years, with especially with the internet. It's
well, here's an example. Like, I'm sure all your viewers have seen this. Like, you know, Frankie Valli, like, they got him, he's 90 or whatever, and they just got him kind of standing there, and he's not even sure where he's at or what he's saying, and he's not even singing, and they don't even know the difference. It's like, oh, he sounds as good as he did on the records because he is singing to the record, or the record is singing, and he's just there more or less making a personal appearance, lip syncing, you know. And this is how some of these guys have been able to extend their careers and all. And, you know, listen, people are still going to go see them. So whatever it is, it is. I don't agree with the whole backing track thing and lip syncing and all that stuff. The kind of band that we are, we don't have that technology to do it. We don't have that kind of crew to do it. We don't have that ability. There wouldn't have been, there's no time to do it or anything of that nature. And I also feel that, you know, right now we're still at a level that we can perform live without the assistance of computers and AI or pre-recorded backing tracks, thankfully. Will that be like that forever? Well, I hope so in those regards. But, you know, again, I think if it gets to that point, maybe we'll just call it a day. But again, we're in a different boat than a lot of your big time stars. We're more of an indie in the trench band. We don't have certain luxuries that they do. We also don't have the mass crowd appeal that they have. You know, with bands like us, we're more of like a tight niche community of listeners, and you know, and we try to work with them the best that we can, give them all that we can. So, hey, like I said, more power to the people that can, and if you can't, well, maybe there's something else for you.
Yeah. I've got a comment from Shaz. She says, nowadays a band is all about computer music. Heavy is still a prop band.
So she's asking about computer music?
No, nowadays people still are listening to more of electronic or computer music instead of listening to proper music like heavy metal or rock, heavy rock band.
Well, I think, mass genres are more accessible now than they were 30 years ago, even 20 years ago, right? And the internet has provided that opportunity for people to seek out different things. That's kind of cool in a way, because artists don't get pigeonholed into certain things. So there's a bigger pool that they can work from. However, that mass genre appeal causes many of us to get lost, and we don't know how to get categorized, right? For us, we just think we're heavy metal, but you'll have people say, no, you're not heavy metal, you're hard rock, and other people will say, no, you're this and you're that, because it has different definitions and everything is kind of being broken down, multifaceted, different levels of it. And I'll be honest with you, it's very confusing to me. I don't necessarily pick music based on genre. I pick music based on if I like it or not. So it doesn't matter what it is. If I have some type of connection, emotional response to it, then I'll gravitate towards it. If I don't, even if it is in the heavy metal genre, I'm not interested in listening to it. I just seen something recently that people were saying, like, some critics believe that there is no more genre classification because of the wideness of selection that people have, where because of the less involvement of labels and distribution, people can kind of do and pick whatever they want. They're not being funneled all this music, right? So a lot of us aren't just listening to radio, right? For the longest time, radio only funneled what those big corporations wanted you to hear, which then made those artists or those artists' music successful. That's not necessarily the case anymore. Are they still doing it to some degree? Well, sure they are, right? I mean, even Spotify's doing it. They're pushing certain campaigns, or they want, whoever's put some money out, they put it in your box so you can see it. But because the internet is kind of an open field, people get to just, hey, I don't want to see that. They'll go look for something else. They have the ability to. So I think, I'm not exactly sure, honestly. I don't know what proper music is, proper heavy metal. I mean, because you'll have people say that they like our music, and then other people will tell you that, we're crap. So it really is subjective what is the correct form or not. But I think that the beauty of us being able to make our own choices in music is far greater than it was even 50 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, where we were being force-fed a lot more stuff. It's still happening, but we have outlets to avoid it if we want. Hey, Al, I've lost your audio completely. I can't hear you at all now.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was on mute. Yeah, sorry about that. It's like especially over the last 20 years or so with the internet, there has been sort of like a lot of crossovers with a lot of musicians, and it's sort of like I started to notice back in the early to mid 90s with rap rock, rap metal. There's been sort of like a lot of stuff like that coming in too around about the sort of like mid 90s, and it's like now every year, for instance, countries coming in with like a lot more heavy guitar. There's sort of like a lot of different other genres trying to crossing over, like adding bits, literally adding bits from different genres to their music.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. There has been a lot of crossover everywhere in all genres, and I think that again the internet has helped that. But I also think that artists themselves have pushed that. It's a way to expand the audience, to get more awareness and to maybe stay relevant a bit longer, right? I mean, you'll be able to introduce your style, your music to a different group of people. I mean, one of the reasons we do, I mean, there's multiple reasons why we do holiday music. One, the biggest, is because we like it. We enjoy it. Christmas is a thing with us. Personally, we enjoy it, and we enjoy Christmas music. So what better way to enjoy it even more and write your own heavy metal Christmas music? But another, on a business end for us, is it's a crossover for us to get in front of an audience that may normally never listen to us. We often get different playing formats during the 6 weeks between Thanksgiving here and Little Christmas, June 6th, that we get airplay on stations that we normally wouldn't get, right? That stations that wouldn't play heavy metal, but they'll play Christmas music because it's timeless, it's safe, and it's how would you say, it's a broader scope of acceptance. So that's smart business at the end of the day, because, you know, doing what we're doing, if we're not looking at it in a way to get some type of return, and that return could be money, that return could be accolades, it could be to fund our next album, our next project, just with an audience response, whatever, to keep ourselves out there, then we're kind of missing some of what the creativity is all about. I mean, especially nowadays when artists, it's all up to the artists themselves now. We don't have that juggernaut behind us. There isn't that cash cow feeding us to keep things going. We don't have teams of people. A lot of it is the bands or artists themselves doing it. So there is some power in that, but we have to be open and smart to it. And I know a lot of people aren't cool on that, like, oh, well, this should stay here and this should do that. And so, but like, as you pointed out, there's rap country, there's heavy metal country, and, there's pop country, and there's all these other things in between. And every country, in terms of, like the United States or Canada or the UK, then they have their own versions of it, which is different than another country. But it's all under this big umbrella of what we call music. You see what I mean? So it's, at the end of the day, going back to just breaking it down to heavy metal, sooner or later, your lineage in heavy metal will go back to Black Sabbath. So hence why wouldn't we honor them by doing one of their songs, one of their most iconic songs to boot?
Oh yeah. It's like I said before. It's people's most favorite track of all time. Paranoid. It's the most favorite track. Right, I've got a question from Shaz. Mick, do you think it's easier for bands selling records nowadays to what it was back in the early 2000s, before the internet really took off?
Wow, that's a good question. I think it's very difficult to sell albums today, especially on the internet. I've talked about this before. My band does not do much online merch sales. Albums, shirts, stuff like that. Most of our physical sales happen at the shows. That's why we often have merch table only merchandise. We have stuff that's not up on Spotify or the streaming platforms, that we only have it available in CD. In our, in the heavy metal genre, a lot of people still like that physical media, right? Whether they listen to it or just collect it or use it as a coaster, it doesn't matter. They like that physical CD. So we have a tendency to spend a lot of time doing that. If you're referring to digital sales for albums, I don't personally spend a lot of time trying to sell that, because it doesn't benefit us much. We don't make really any money from it. It's actually not feasible for us to spend our efforts doing it. We let the label do that, because really at the end of the day, those streams benefit the label more than they benefit the bands, especially now with the changes that Spotify have made for artists. It's become such a power play. It's terrible. So you'll often see on our social media and stuff, we are promoting physical media of our material. So we've also learned that we do not release everything now digitally. So if we drop a CD, an album, an EP, whatever, we will only drop digitally maybe 1 or 2 songs, and the rest of it stays on CD. So if you want it, you have to either come to a show or order it, from us. And that's not to say that we don't do really any, like zero web sales. We do, but it's not significant enough when compared to what we do live. I mean, live is the thing that this band is built around from the very beginning. Everything that we do is about playing live, getting out there, taking the music to the people, and then, putting on as best shows we can, and then having some physical merch available. And that's kind of our focus. I mean, we do record a lot. Absolutely. You have to get your music out there. But digitally, no, I'm not really, I push for what we're obligated to do for the label. If it goes up, fantastic. If it doesn't, it hasn't changed, because honestly, like 15 years ago, it wasn't that big of a push the same way it is now. So I'm still kind of doing the same thing I did 15 years ago. Maybe that's my problem, but I'm still seeing quality results at the live show when we sell merch. So is it easier to sell albums now? No, especially because the mentality is we've been, again, force-fed that albums, you don't need albums. Why have extra stuff? Get rid of your physical things. And then people realize, like, now that vinyl's coming back, everybody's angry that they got rid of their vinyl back in the 90s for CDs. And then they're angry that they got rid of their CDs in the 2010s to do all this download stuff. So now they're going back and they're rebuying things that they originally had.
Yeah. It's really annoying. It's really annoying.
No, it is. It is. For an artist, it's very frustrating because it's constantly changing. They tell you one thing and then it's something else, and then they tell you something else. I truly believe that at the end of the day, our job as a band or an artist, however you have it worked out, is you write songs. If you want to release them or you want to have them so that you can give them to other people, you have to record them, make some kind of physical copy. But at the end of the day, you got to get out there and you got to play. If that's not what you want to do, then you got to come up with a different way of doing it. And maybe digital streaming is your thing and it's working for you. But for a band like us, that's exactly what we have to do. We write music to go out and play on stage with other bands.
Yeah. With Shaz and Lisaboo, I've said I prefer. Shaz says I prefer CDs to downloads, and Lisaboo says I prefer physical. I prefer the physical copies too.
Yeah, I don't do any. I mean, me personally, I'm a guy in my 50s at this point, so digital downloading, I don't do digital downloading at all. I never had an iPod. I had an iPod Shuffle, the real tiny one, and I hated it. I kept misplacing it. But I still listen to CDs, I still listen to albums, and I still listen to cassettes. I have I have multiple cassette players that still sound great. I always loved the way heavy metal music sounded on cassettes because of the compression they use. I have a bunch of vinyl, and I have CDs. I know that they've gotten rid of CDs in the newer vehicles, so I won't buy a newer vehicle. I just make sure I buy one with a CD player in it. And, they've eliminated that opportunity for us to listen to physical media. Listening on your phone, you're missing the dynamics in the audio. It's just, and we've gotten accustomed to that. So that when you do go to a live show, you're like literally blown away because you're hearing bass you're not used to hearing, and it's just crazy. So if people are unhappy, they have to make a change. But the problem is everybody's unhappy. The problem is only a small group of people will make a change, and it's not enough to even put a dent in the problem, because everybody will just conform and, I'll just keep digital downloading and whatever, because they make it so affordable that you keep buying and buying and buying. But at the end of the day, you don't own anything, do you? Because as soon as you get rid of your subscription to Spotify or whatever, you lose everything.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why every time I go to a gig, I try, if I can afford it, is to try and buy the physical media.
Yeah.
It's literally, because I've got what, you're talking around about what? About 500 CDs and countless final singles or final albums.
Wow.
So,
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I hear you. I'm the same way. Same way.
Yeah, because if this goes, with all your music on, you're screwed.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen, it is convenient if you needed to hear something real quick or you wanted to get whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's if that goes, you lose everything. So, you know, I remember when CDs came out, the commercial that Sony had is they drove a semi truck over them. They were indestructible. You could never get, you know what I mean? The sound was still, you know, and then over the years they got less and less quality until they decided, hey, let's get rid of these and, you know, whatever. But I don't know, man. It's a crazy business. But if you want to make a change, you know, the more people that make changes, because sometimes there was nothing wrong with the old way. There really wasn't. People got together to listen to music together in communities. Like if you got your new album, you took it over to your friend's house. I mean, I remember as a teenager, I would carry cassette tapes in my pockets. I destroyed a lot, unfortunately. But that's how I used to carry a lot of my music. You know what I mean? We used to carry albums too, but you know, that became cumbersome, especially in the winter. But cassettes, you could put them everywhere in your leather jacket. And hey, anybody got any music? Yeah, here you go. Boom, boom, boom. And, you know, people don't, I mean, I guess they do that now with the phone, but I don't think people get together and listen to music outside of a venue or, you know, a stadium or something like that. I don't think they do that like we used to do or I did when I was a kid with my friends and stuff.
Yeah, yes. I used to do that with my friends. It's like, oh, yeah, my friend would turn around and says, "Oh, have you heard this? Oh, have you heard that?" And I would sit down and she said, "Oh yeah, well, oh yeah, it's a band or this whatever, it's whatever song. It's oh that's good or I didn't really like that." But we actually had, like you said, people came together to actually discuss it.
That's right. That's exactly right. People came together and then they shared that experience. So I think that's why music meant something more. And you often hear people say today that, oh, music doesn't mean anything or rock is dead or something. It's just people's interpretation or how they're experiencing it, I think. I think it still means something to some people, to groups of people. It's just we're not getting that mass appeal that I think we once did. But again, some of it has to do with there were limitations in the information that we were getting. We didn't know